There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. The middle-aged man on the city wall's expression changed drastically. He unconsciously took a few steps back, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is impossible. That guy is just a peak-level cultivator. Why does he possess such terrifying Tao concepts? He used his own Tao to open a Yellow Springs river. This level of cultivation has reached the second stage on the edge of the heavenly Tao. Using the Tao to transform the Yellow Springs, creating his own reincarnation, this is Wang Lin's defying heaven's achievement. 10 years of progressing to the peak level has yielded tremendous success. This Tao concept was originally just a vague notion in Wang Lin's mind. After all, 10 years of enlightenment was too short. But now, stimulated by the ascension fruit, his mind had reached an unimaginable frenzy, combined with the enormous immortal power circulating within his body, making the vague notion in his mind become tangible for the first time. This was the most crucial step in Wang Lin's cultivation life. He had taken a step forward and created his own Tao. From now on, he would not cultivate heaven, earth, immortals, or gods. He was a Taoist, a practitioner of the Tao. The Yellow Springs flowed straight down to the earth, carrying 10 demon generals back with it. The demon generals inside struggled continuously, their resistance extremely strong, causing the newly formed Yellow Springs to tremble. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he instantly transformed into a blur, directly launching himself into the Yellow Springs river created by his own Tao thoughts. When he was in the Yellow Springs, the river immediately became as stable as Mount Tai. Anyone who wants to kill me, falling into the Yellow Springs will follow my cycle of reincarnation, no longer subject to the control of heaven and earth. Wang Lin's voice, carried by his Tao thoughts, merged into the Yellow Springs, transforming into the power of reincarnation. The Yellow Springs swirled and vanished into thin air, and the more than 10 demon generals also disappeared. At this moment, within the city, the scorpion created by the demon soldier's demonic power instantly shattered, its 30,000 streams of killing energy circulating within, taking a life and bringing back streams of gray energy. These streams of gray energy flew out of the city, heading straight towards Wang Lin and wrapping around him. At this moment, the streams of gray energy seemed to transform into a giant gray cloak, covering the entire ground. The middle-aged man on the city wall turned pale, his mouth dry, and he continuously retreated. The scene before him gave him a feeling of helplessness. My cultivation level and this person's are both at the early stage of the peak inquiry realm. If this person were seriously injured, I could have been 100% certain of killing him, but now I don't even have a 100% chance of success. This person has his own Tao. That Yellow Springs is truly terrifying. The Demon Emperor told me to stay here, and he has harmed me. The man immediately teleported away. This black bone is a teleportation artifact that directly returns to the capital. It is extremely precious, only possessed by high-ranking commanders. The red light in Wang Lin's eyes intensified. He swung his right hand forward, and the 100,000 killing intents formed by 100,000 demon soldiers, plus the 30,000 killing intents from before, totaled 130,000, all rushing out frantically. The moment the middle-aged man's body disappeared, 13 streams of killing intent suddenly pursued him. on an extremely luxurious teleportation array in the Fire Demon County's imperial capital. This array could only be used by high-ranking commanders. The Fire Demon District's deputy commander was sitting cross-legged, silently meditating. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and a smile appeared on his lips. The formation had opened. He knew a commander had returned. I wonder which demon commander has returned. He straightened up and looked towards the formation. But his expression immediately changed drastically. He stared intently at the formation, his eyes vacant. As the light flashed, a dried corpse appeared within the formation. With a loud crash, the corpse fell from the void. The corpse's eyes were wide open, as if it didn't want to die. The death of a deputy commander was a major event for a district in the demon spirit territory. The Fire Demon District's Demon Emperor roared in fury, his voice echoing throughout the imperial capital. Investigate. Find out where this cultivator is, kill him. No matter what his identity is, I want to kill him. Wang Lin left the fortress bordering the Heavenly Demon Prefecture, carrying 10,000 units of killing intent. The power of the ascension fruit within his body still lingered. Wang Lin continuously slashed and killed, but his fighting spirit did not diminish. On the contrary, it became even more intense. His killing intent also grew stronger and stronger. Wang Lin transformed into a shooting star filled with fierce light, directly crossing the 10,000 Demon Mountain and heading straight towards the place he had sensed. For the past few days, the cold snort had ceased, and Wang Lin's body had been nourished and restored by countless living beings. Even under the life force of the killing intent, all the winds continuously dispersed. In the ancient battlefield's treasure tower, the armor, now missing a guard, now gleamed with a dark light. Before it knelt an old man. This old man, dressed in black, was the one who had saved Hubo all those years ago. I grant you 3 pieces of magical armor to stop his advance. We cannot let him reach this battlefield. Amidst the resounding divine thoughts, a protective shield on the armor, a piece of fierce armor, and a block of hard armor immediately flew out. As soon as these 3 pieces of armor flew out, they transformed into black threads that burrowed into the old man's clothes and moved across his skin. Black patterns instantly appeared all over the old man's body. These patterns moved continuously, like living things. Finally, they stopped, and a black suit of armor suddenly appeared on the old man. This armor was relatively simple, but it was enveloped in a demonic fire. Within the demonic flames, a black, fist-sized shadow materialized. A horn identical to the one Wang Lin had previously destroyed, perched on the head of this shadow. Upon appearing, it immediately burrowed into the old man's forehead. The old man seemed to be enduring immense pain, his veins bulging all over his body. His cries of agony echoed far beyond the pagoda. After a long while, the old man's body trembled, a dark light flashed in his eyes, and he respectfully said, "Your servant, Sun Mo, obeys your command. Go!" The dark light on his armor was now quite dim, a hint of weariness hidden in his divine consciousness. The old man said nothing more, but stood up and walked outside. After leaving the pagoda, he looked towards the distant void, pondered for a moment, and shouted, "Demon Guard, come out!" As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce wind suddenly arose in the ancient battlefield. This wind was extremely cold, blowing across the ground as if freezing everything. This demonic wind circled around the old man's body and transformed into a woman in armor. The woman had a long tattoo covering her entire body, but it was hidden by the armor, making it impossible to see the full extent. Upon appearing, she immediately knelt on one knee and softly said, "Demon Guard Fengyan, present?" If Wang Lin were here, he would certainly recognize the striking resemblance between this girl and the evil General Zilian. Immediately afterward, the ground suddenly shook, and a series of rumbling explosions erupted. The ground 10 feet in front of the old man suddenly collapsed, and a pitch-black arm suddenly stretched out. A gaunt old man leapt up from beneath the ground. He knelt on the ground like a wild beast, his head tilted, his eyes fixed on the old man before him, saying, "Earth Demon Guard, present." At this moment, in the distant horizon, dense streams of souls roared continuously. These souls covered the heavens and earth, forming a thick black cloud. There were no fewer than 100,000 souls within. The souls formed a funnel-shaped black cloud, and at the lower end of the cloud, a young man with a gloomy expression was slowly emerging. A series of souls behind him suddenly let out a resounding roar. The tiger-clawed demon guard is present. Wang Lin flew over the 10,000 demon mountain, his divine consciousness focused on tracking the location of the one who had let out the snort, getting closer and closer. A few days later, a vast, desolate field appeared before him. This field was filled with skeletons, the ground cracked and parched, and the wine carried a very unpleasant smell. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. Over the past few days, the miraculous, stimulating effects of the ascension fruit had permeated his entire mind, all his senses amplified many times over. Any provocation would cause an explosion. At this moment, Wang Lin had only one thought in his mind: kill. His body shot like lightning into the field. Just then, the ground in the field suddenly rumbled. Immediately afterward, a mass of yellow earth suddenly shot up from the ground and hurtled straight towards Wang Lin. The moment this mass of mud appeared, countless clods of earth shot out like frantically sharp needles. In an instant, all four sides around Wang Lin's body were pierced by these clods of earth. Wang Lin's divine sense was extremely sensitive. At this moment, he did not retreat, but instead, his immortal power throughout his body suddenly exploded, creating a vortex that swept downwards, instantly shattering all the sharp clods of earth. A pitch-black figure suddenly shot up from the ground and landed on a distant clod of earth. This person was very thin, entirely black. Their knees were bent on top of the clod of earth, appearing as if they were lying face down. They tilted their head, looking at Wang Lin 10 meters away, and licked their lips with their tongue. Wang Lin's eyes turned bloodshot, and his right thumb pressed forward. In an instant, a stream of annihilation finger shot out, transforming into a black light that shot straight towards the thin old man. The old man smirked, his smile extremely sinister. Facing the annihilation finger, he not only didn't dodge, but instead opened his mouth. In an instant, a 10-jang-tall illusory figure suddenly appeared behind him, shaped like a cocoon with a pitch-black exterior, its contents unknown. As the thin old man opened his mouth, the cocoon-shaped illusory figure behind him also opened its mouth and sucked in. In a flash, the black annihilation light was sucked into the old man's mouth. His throat moved slightly, and he swallowed. The moment the old man swallowed, the illusory figure behind him also swallowed the black annihilation light, its belly bulging, its whole body twitching. The outer layers of the cocoon were immediately torn apart, and a stream of foul-smelling water spurted out. The old man waved his hand, forming a claw in the air, and the water-spitting illusory figure behind him instantly condensed into a dense sphere in his hand. He stared ominously at Wang Lin, and for the first time, he spoke. "Little brat, your wine-shattering technique is excellent. I'd like to give you one too." After saying this, the old man threw the sphere in his hand to the ground. The sphere moved incredibly fast, instantly shattering upon impact with a loud bang, the liquid inside oozing out and merging into the earth. In an instant, the ground within a 1,000-foot radius trembled violently, creating a series of rumbling explosions. Immediately afterward, a large amount of liquid gushed out from the cracks in the ground, instantly forming a circle around the area. The outermost layer of liquid immediately shot up into the air, forming a wall that completely surrounded the area. The old man licked his lips, his body flashed, and he merged into the liquid before disappearing. The moment he vanished, the walls immediately contracted from all directions towards Wang Lin. Above the wall was the sky, below was the earth. The surrounding space rapidly contracted, forming a massive sphere. The old man's figure had already emerged from the sphere. The old man's eyes, filled with gloom, stared intently at the shrinking sphere, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Feng Yin, there's nothing more for you to do here. Just a mere cultivator daring to show off his power here. Under my heavenly canopy, he's sure to die." A cold wind blew, and outside the 10-jang-tall old man, the tattooed face of a girl suddenly appeared. She coldly watched the rapidly shrinking sphere in front of her, and said coldly, "If this person could be easily killed like that, then the master wouldn't need us to come out. What? Let's see how this little cultivator can escape from my heavenly canopy divine ability." The thin old man sneered, but his smile instantly froze. The sphere, which had been rapidly shrinking to about 3 jang, suddenly stopped, unable to continue shrinking. A surge of frenzied battle intent and killing intent burst out from within the sphere, filling the entire space. The moment this murderous aura emanated, the atmosphere all around instantly turned icy, with cold winds blowing in gusts. The fighting spirit mingled with the murderous intent, causing the old man's pupils to contract sharply. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from within the sphere. In an instant, a sword beam split the sphere into and burst forth from within. This sword beam shook the heavens and earth, roaring as it surged forward, filling the sky with sword energy. A celestial sword had emerged, accompanied by a treasured sword containing a dark, malevolent sun spirit. Beside the two swords stood a curved saber, its blade echoing throughout the land. Behind the three weapons stood Wang Lin, his long hair flowing in the wind, stepping out from the split sphere. His eyes were bloodshot, the fighting spirit and killing intent in them merging into a strange light. The old man looked back, his heart suddenly trembling, thinking to himself, this man's eyes are truly terrifying. The moment Wang Lin stepped out, the three weapons in front of him swiftly shot out, transforming into three streaks of strange light that flew straight towards the old man and the girl. The girl's expression turned grim. She took a step back, instantly transforming into wind and disappearing. The black curved saber suddenly let out a cry, flashing and vanishing into thin air. The sound of metal clashing echoed in all directions. The old man's eyes flashed with cold light as he glanced at the three weapons hurtling towards him. He immediately formed a hand seal, then forcefully extended his arms and shouted, "Earth's grasp!" The ground shook violently. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, centered around the old man, numerous holes suddenly appeared on the ground. These holes continuously expanded at a rapid pace. This scene resembled festering wounds on a human body, but now appearing on the ground, explode. The old man roared. At this moment, his aura was extremely powerful. His shout caused the ground to instantly explode. Explode to your death. Sulaguo, who had materialized from the illusory immortal sword, suddenly stopped and cursed as he was charging straight towards the old man. He then directly controlled the immortal sword to slash. The old man's eyes showed no patience. His right hand suddenly swung up in a claw-like motion, attempting to grab the immortal sword. He thought that with his cultivation level, grabbing the sword with his hand would be easy. Seeing the old man's claw, Sulaguo secretly rejoiced. Instead of dodging, he slowed down, allowing the old man to catch it. In the blink of an eye, as the old man grasped the immortal sword, it slashed across his hand. He groaned in agony, his fingers severed, blood gushing out. What kind of sword is this? Terrified, the old man hastily retreated, but the immortal sword pursued relentlessly. The sword, conjured from the setting sun, flashed like lightning and shot straight after him from behind. Amidst the shattering of the ground, a 10-foot thick stream of liquid shot upwards, creating waves that spread in all directions. Within Wang Lin's body, immortal power surged wildly. Standing in midair, he stomped his foot and launched himself towards the two swords entangled around the old man. The old man roared in anger, and a cocoon-shaped illusion immediately appeared behind him. He was about to unleash his divine power when Wang Lin appeared in the sky above the old man's head. His bloodshot eyes stared intently at the illusion. He swung his right hand, unleashing a torrent of murderous energy that surged into the illusion. Wang Lin clenched his right hand, and with a tearing sound, he crushed the illusion created behind the old man. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he threw the cocoon-shaped illusion behind him. Then, with another swing of his right hand, he made a clawing motion in midair. With a loud thud, the cocoon-shaped illusion shattered, and a large amount of fluid gushed out. A sudden groan echoed from the void, and Feng Yin's figure materialized at the spot where the cocoon had burst. Her face was pale, but her eyes were even more sinister. The black curved saber, which had been close beside her, quickly thrust forward. Feng Yin raised her right hand, and a short sword appeared in her hand, striking directly at the curved saber. The sound of metal clashing echoed again. The saber was immediately pushed back, and Feng Yin also retreated a few steps. While Feng Yin was fighting the saber, the shockwave from the exploding cocoon had shaken her entire body. She didn't know that this was calculated by Wang Lin, not a coincidence. After Wang Lin crushed the cocoon, the old man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes showing disbelief. At this moment, Wang Lin pressed his thumb down again, and the black light of annihilation was released once more. This time, the black light rushed out frantically. Its speed was too fast, and the distance to the old man was too close, so it appeared and instantly reached him. The old man's face turned pale, and he opened his mouth to swallow it. The black light entered his mouth, but did not dissipate. Instead, it shot straight out through his back. At that moment, Feng Yin swung the short sword in her hand, and the short sword and the curved saber immediately intertwined. Feng Yin transformed into a cold gust of wind, shooting straight towards Wang Lin's back. The speed of the wind was incredibly fast. With a slight movement, she was already close to him. Wang Lin didn't turn around, but his right hand lightly stroked his storage bag, and the kanji immortal whip instantly appeared in his hand. A long whip, entirely black, emitted an aura that made souls tremble. In the instant Feng Yin was close to him, the kanji immortal whip was suddenly swung. A sudden crack echoed in the void, and Feng Yin let out a tragic scream, her body vanishing into thin air. A red whip mark appeared on her face, and for the first time, surprise flickered in her eyes. At this moment, she didn't want to kill her enemy, but only wanted to quickly retreat. At this moment, Wang Lin's mind had been stimulated by the ascension fruit, and he had long since lost all self-awareness, relying entirely on instinct. Feng Yin was about to retreat, and since she could fight with a curved saber, her speed was naturally very fast. Feng Yin's retreat was almost imperceptible. Wang Lin didn't hesitate and immediately pressed his finger forward. A gigantic handprint suddenly appeared before him. The nameless palm print that had terrified Mo Lai Hai years ago had reappeared. The killing intent automatically concealed itself within Wang Lin's handprint and moved accordingly. A sudden gust of wind arose, and the handprint, with unimaginable speed, pierced straight through Feng Yin's retreating body. Feng Yin's body trembled, the killing intent instantly entered her, and with a loud bang, her entire body shattered and turned into blood and flesh. A cool breeze blew, and Wang Lin's hair fluttered. He took a step into the distance, and 3 weapons immediately roared and shot towards him. On the ground lay a pile of mangled flesh, a dried corpse, and endless death energy inside the black tower. The dark light on his armor flickered incessantly. In this flickering light, there was unexpectedly a hint of fear, something almost unprecedented in countless years. That palm print, it's him. Could this person be connected to him? Could he also have come here? A profound sense of unease permeated his mind. Normally, with his composure, such panic wouldn't have occurred. But the image of that person was too terrifying, too frightening. Therefore, even with his cultivation level, the thought alone made him tremble. This person's palm print, though very different, is 7 parts similar to that person's divine ability. Is this a coincidence, or? Wang Lin! A loud shout boomed from the horizon. This was the scream of one person, but at the same time, it was the scream of hundreds of thousands of souls after their fusion. The sound roared, creating a series of explosions, causing the heavens and earth to slightly change color, as if only this sound was echoing. Wang Lin's primordial spirit, invaded by the ascension fruit, unexpectedly regained a glimmer of clarity under this sound. Although his eyes were still blazing with crimson light, they now revealed a rare clarity. He turned to look behind him. A dense mass of dark clouds was roaring towards him from the horizon. These dark clouds were formed by countless souls. These souls were all brimming with soul power, emitting terrifying waves of energy amidst their howling. Beneath the dark clouds, a young man in black robes strode through the void. His appearance was unremarkable, but a strong hatred emanated from his eyes. He stared at Wang Lin, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Wang Lin, you still remember me?" A clear expression appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He looked at the man, his voice low and deep, saying, "Tiger Claw, you still recognize me, Wang Lin. Today, I want to kill you with my own hands." Tiger Claw laughed maniacally, the soul clouds in the air trembling slightly amidst the laughter, a colossal pressure emanating from countless souls, enveloping the heavens and earth. "Wang Lin, you never thought of this, did you? I, Tiger Claw, would have this day. Back then, you were an irresistible force in my heart. But now, in my eyes, you're like an ant." Tiger Claw stared at Wang Lin, venting his hatred of the past decade. He wasn't in a hurry to strike, he had to vent. "Indeed, I never thought of it." Wang Lin's voice remained calm throughout. "Back then, you abandoned me and 13, unaware of the suffering we endured. Especially me, whose meridians were crushed and bones broken by that commander. In that dark prison, I endured all the torture and humiliation. Where were you then? When I countless times called out, hoping you would come to my rescue, where were you? In your eyes, I and 13 were both mere pawns. It's ridiculous that 13 was still deceived, unaware of your true face. Tiger roared madly, and the hundreds of thousands of souls in the air seemed to sense his agitation and shrieked along. Fortunately, heaven has eyes and didn't let me die like that. It allowed me to live again, so I could meet my master. Here, my soul cultivation technique has reached perfection, and every day I cultivate, accumulating over hundreds of thousands of souls. Today, in my eyes, you are undoubtedly doomed. However, I won't kill you so easily. I want to seal your soul within my body and throw it into the most cruel black prison in the 9 districts of the world. I'll make you suffer humiliation inside, but you won't have a way to die. Then, I'll extract your soul, trap you alone in a soul banner, and torment you every day. The vicious tiger robe stared at Wang Lin, a hint of mockery in his eyes, and continued. Have you ever thought that one day someone would use the divine abilities you taught me back then to kill you? Have you ever tasted the feeling of thousands of souls devouring your body? After extracting your soul, I'll return to the soul refining tribe and turn everyone there into souls. The tiger robe's body trembled, a tremor of excitement. He laughed maniacally. So you hate me that much, Wang Lin said slowly after a long period of contemplation. Hate? Of course I hate you. My life as the tiger robe is anything but ordinary. With this soul refining technique and these hundreds of thousands of souls, I will definitely stand at the pinnacle of this demon spirit land. You are simply not worthy of being my master, even if you once were. You must die. A proud laugh erupted from the tiger robe's mouth. At this moment, he truly had the right to be arrogant. The power of these hundreds of thousands of souls was immense, especially since almost all of them were heroic spirits from the ancient battlefield. Their cultivation before death was not weak, and some even possessed the level of demon commanders. This made him even more terrifying. With the soul banner in my hands, except for my master who saved my life, who can stop me? No one can stop me. 100,000 souls are nothing. My goal is 1 million. 1 million. I want to make this land of demon spirits, from now on, have a 10th district, and the one who will be the demon emperor of this 10th district is me, Hu Bao. Wang Lin silently looked at Hu Bao and slowly said, So, you want to kill me, but hatred only occupies half of it. The other half is to kill everyone in the world who knows the soul refining technique. That way, no one will be able to use divine abilities like yours in the future, and no one will be able to steal souls from you. Right? Hu Bao stared at Wang Lin and chuckled sinisterly. As expected of my master from back then, you turned me into a pawn, teaching me the soul refining technique. Even if I hated you for that, it wouldn't be that much. But while I was in that dark prison, I understood. Why could you be my master? Why did others take their anger out on me because they disliked you? Was it because you were powerful? And what if I become even more powerful in the future? Therefore, ever since I was rescued, I swore that I must become stronger. I want to surpass you, and then kill you. Wang Lin gently shook his head, carefully observing Hu Bao, and said, After 10 years, you have been able to cultivate to this level, something I have rarely seen in my life. Even the most talented woman of that time was inferior to you in this respect. Originally, I was a little puzzled. Although your talent is excellent, even stronger than the Hong Dais I met back then, it's absolutely impossible to cultivate to this level in just over 10 years, let alone accommodate and control so many souls. But now I understand the reason for all of this. You must have cultivated a technique that unleashed your potential and life force. You will reach a peak in a very short time, but the duration of this peak will certainly be very short. Perhaps not even lasting a day. Shut up! Hu Bao's face was ferocious. He pointed his right hand towards the sky, and immediately a cloud of black mist separated from the soul cloud, transforming into over 1 million souls. Following Hu Bao's finger, they roared and rushed straight towards Wang Lin. First, let me show you what 1 million souls look like. You've probably never seen 1 million souls in your entire life. Hu Bao laughed maniacally. Their conversation was clearly overheard by Sili Guo inside the Sword Immortal. He looked at Hu Bao from within the Sword Immortal, inwardly scornfully thinking, This brat doesn't know his place. Your grandfather, Su, has tried to rebel many times without success. If you succeed, I won't be a Su anymore. I'll be a Hu Li Guo. Rebellion is a very terrifying thing. It requires brains, especially rebelling against this murderous spirit. How could it be as simple as you think? Wang Lin silently looked up at the million souls in the black mist roaring towards him. This scene, which he hadn't seen in a long time, was a dense mass of souls, a ferocious horde howling as if they wouldn't be satisfied until they completely devoured him. Frantically charging towards Wang Lin sighed softly, extended his right hand, and patted the horizon. A talisman flashed in his palm. The millions of souls instantly swallowed him, then suddenly stopped in unison, all staring at the talisman, motionless. This scene was so bizarre that it startled Hu Bao. Soul refining technique isn't used like this, Wang Lin said in a low voice, waving his right hand. In the eyes of the millions of souls, at that moment, a look of reverence appeared. In the consciousness of these souls, Hu Bao was the master. But after seeing the talisman in Wang Lin's hand, they immediately understood that the person before them was the true master. This is impossible. Impossible. In Hu Bao's mind, the connection between millions of souls suddenly vanished completely. He was startled, a ferocious expression appearing on his face as he shouted, "Soul devouring." As soon as he spoke, endless black clouds in the sky pressed down furiously, and hundreds of thousands of souls immediately rushed out. At this moment, the heavens and earth seemed to be occupied by souls, without beginning or end. Hu Bao's face contorted with ferocity. He felt as if he had already seen Wang Lin being devoured. Hundreds of thousands of souls roared and rushed forward, but Wang Lin merely swept his divine consciousness from his body, instantly unleashing the flaws left in the soul refining technique from years ago. He could now absolutely control any soul of a practitioner of the soul refining technique he had taught. Hundreds of thousands of souls trembled in unison, their eyes immediately showing reverence as they circled around Wang Lin. Hu Bao, on the other hand, was now wide-eyed, with not a single soul remaining around him. This bizarre and terrifying scene left Hu Bao's mind blank. Your soul refining technique, though modified and more controllable, is fundamentally flawed. Without official inheritance and countless years of refinement, how could it be so easily altered? Wang Lin is a direct descendant of the soul refining technique. The soul refining sect values soul banners above all else. This technique, though not earth-shattering, has been researched and improved by countless generations of the soul refining sect for tens of thousands of years. How could it be directly reorganized in just a few decades without any formal inheritance? Hu Bao's benefactor couldn't do it. Perhaps the person in the armor could, but he wouldn't waste his energy on such a small matter. How could you do that? My benefactor clearly told me he had fixed the flaws in this technique. Why? Hu Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared intently at the souls surrounding Wang Lin, shouting loudly, "Souls, return quickly." His voice was even somewhat hoarse, but the souls surrounding Wang Lin didn't even glance at him, still hovering around Wang Lin with extreme reverence. "Souls, return quickly." Hu Bao yelled frantically, but these souls still lingered around Wang Lin. Hu Bao was consumed with rage, his body trembled, and he spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. For more than 10 years, he had been refining souls day and night, his confidence slowly increasing. Until hundreds of thousands of souls gathered, he believed he could ascend to heaven in one step, becoming a powerful expert, completely capable of killing Wang Lin and seizing everything. But now, everything was just a bubble in the face of Wang Lin. All his years of hard work were handed over to Wang Lin. This burning rage consumed his entire body, almost causing him to collapse. "Wang Lin, I want to kill you." Veins bulged on Hu Bao's face, his whole body utterly insane. At this moment, he seemed even more deranged than Wang Lin when he swallowed the ascension fruit. Because he had hope, when that hope vanished, he became even more disappointed and even more insane. Wang Lin's eyes showed a complex expression. He waved his right hand, sighed softly, and said, "You betrayed me. Before you die, I will let you see the true divine power of the soul banner." The 10 billion soul banner flew out of his storage bag, vibrated, and hundreds of thousands of souls around him immediately trembled and quickly merged together. Almost instantly, hundreds of thousands of souls transformed into one soul. This soul was completely transparent, and it punched Hu Bao from a distance. With the punch, Hu Bao's body trembled, and even his soul was torn into pieces. Wang Lin sighed softly, and with a wave of the soul-gathering banner in his right hand, he absorbed all 100,000 souls. A struggle flickered in his clear eyes. He gazed intently ahead. He could see a tall, black tower in the distance. Beneath the tower stood an old man, clad in black robes, also looking at him. Wang Lin's gaze shifted from the old man and settled on the black tower. He could sense a dense demonic aura emanating from it. This was true demonic energy, distinctly different from the energy of a demonic cultivator. After regaining his composure, Wang Lin's pupils contracted. This demonic energy was incredibly powerful, and the person inside the tower was undoubtedly a supreme expert. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His primordial spirit hadn't fully merged with his body yet. It would take another half a month to reach the realm of primordial flesh and essence unification. Only then could he truly consider himself to have consolidated his peak-seeking stage. The ascension fruit is incredibly powerful, and simultaneously resisting this person has driven me into an unprecedented frenzy. Wang Lin exhaled, his gaze fixed on the front. The old man beneath the black tower took a step forward, and with that single step, the ground trembled, the tremors reaching Wang Lin's feet. Late stage of the peak-seeking realm, this person's cultivation level is incorrect. This person's true cultivation isn't that high. It's the armor he's wearing. A flicker of clarity crossed Wang Lin's eyes as the ascension fruit's frenzy counterattacked, attempting to replace his consciousness and plunge him back into madness. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He snorted coldly, suppressing the ascension fruit's frenzy once again. Raising his right hand towards the sky, a massive river appeared amidst the earth-shattering roar, streaking across the horizon. Immediately afterward, his left hand touched his forehead, and a golden light shot from his forehead to his fingertips, linked in whose sword energy appeared. The black-armored old man's eyes flashed, and his footsteps halted. He frowned, a glint of light appearing in his eyes. His gaze first swept over the heavenly netherworld, then, after a moment's pause, fell upon the sword energy of Sword Venerable Ling Jianhu. This time, a glint of light blazed in his eyes as he stared intently at the sword energy, taking a deep breath. Wang Lin unleashed both of his ultimate techniques, the Tao of the Yellow Springs and the sword energy of Ling Jianhu. His purpose wasn't to fight this person, but to intimidate him. Wang Lin was now fully clear-headed, suppressing the frenzied effects of the ascension fruit. He had regained his composure. This old man was not someone he could handle, let alone the unknown entity within the Black Tower. The black-armored old man's gaze shifted from the sword energy to Wang Lin, falling silent. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Only the rumbling sound emanating from the heavenly yellow springs could be heard, spreading out like ripples. At that moment, a colossal divine consciousness suddenly shot out from the Black Tower behind the old man. "Where did you learn that palm print of yours?" This divine consciousness transformed into a thunderous roar, rumbling and swirling around. The moment this sound emerged, the earth cracked and shattered, yet it stopped 10 feet in front of Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He realized that this very sound had inflicted countless serious injuries on him along the way. Without the annihilation finger and the killing intent, he would have surely died long ago. "Learned from the immortal realm," Wang Lin said in a low voice. "The immortal realm, that's right, he did indeed go to the immortal realm back then," the enormous divine consciousness murmured to itself. Wang Lin recoiled. No longer affected by the ascension fruit, he was now clear-headed, wiping away a handful of sweat. "Capture him, he must live," the divine consciousness transmitted again, then retracted into the tower, disappearing from sight. The black-armored old man didn't hesitate, suddenly leaping forward like lightning, heading straight towards Wang Lin. With his late-stage peak-level cultivation, the black-armored old man, suspended in midair, clasped his hands together, chanting a spell, and softly shouted, "Wind!" As soon as he uttered the word, a whirlwind instantly appeared between heaven and earth, sweeping across the land. The ground shattered into countless fragments of rock, swirling and attacking Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression darkened. He retreated several steps, pointing his right hand to the sky. The Tao of the Yellow Springs immediately poured down, like the yellow river descending from the heavens, sweeping across everything. When the whirlwind reached him, it was instantly blocked by the Yellow Springs, and under the circulating force, it was immediately drawn into the Yellow Springs. To possess such a Tao at such a young age is truly extraordinary. The black-armored old man's voice was calm. He clasped his right hand together, chanting a spell, and pointed towards the horizon, thunder. With the old man's loud shout, the heavens and earth suddenly darkened, a pitch-black expanse. The shape of these dark clouds resembled a group of hideous demonic faces. As the word thunder escaped his lips, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, and a rift suddenly opened in the dark clouds. A black lightning bolt, amidst the deafening roar, shot down from the heavens. Wang Lin's expression changed. Without hesitation, he raised his left little finger anthem, his eyes fixed on the roaring black lightning, and extended his hand to unleash a strike. The Yellow Springs Finger. This lightning-based divine ability didn't allow Wang Lin to be careless. He had heard Siju Nan mention it before. Among cultivators, lightning-based divine abilities were the most difficult to master. Without a great divine ability, it was absolutely impossible to learn. Because lightning was the might of heaven, the power of heaven, not something a mortal could wield. With the Yellow Springs Finger, the Yellow Springs River immediately swirled, the entire great river suddenly moving according to Wang Lin's finger. Under his finger, the Yellow Springs coiled and swirled, carrying the power of reincarnation, hurtling straight towards the black lightning in the air. A deafening explosion echoed across the horizon, and the Yellow Springs began to collapse. But the black lightning quickly dissipated. Finally, when the Yellow Springs had collapsed by 1/3, the lightning vanished. What a masterful display of self-cultivation! The black-armored old man sneered, pointing his finger and shouting, "Continue." The dark clouds in the sky suddenly contracted, and in an instant, black raindrops fell from the sky, directly towards Wang Lin. Late-stage peak-level cultivation indeed. I cannot resist. But if you want to kill me, it won't be that simple. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and with a single step, he directly entered the Yellow Springs. Entering the Yellow Springs meant becoming the Yellow Springs. He was the Tao. He was the Yellow Springs. As 1/3 of the Yellow Springs collapsed, following Wang Lin's step, a massive wave formed, flowing across the ground, instantly transforming into a yellow dragon. Wang Lin stood at the head of that yellow dragon. The dragon's head lifted, and a roar echoed. This roar was the sound of the Yellow Springs, the rebellious cultivation path of Wang Lin. It was the voice of Wang Lin, now raising his head and shouting. Under this roar, the black feathers falling from the sky immediately stopped, unexpectedly shattering into a wisp of black mist and dissipating. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with black mist. A skillful manifestation of the Tao, but unfortunately, your Tao, I see, cannot withstand a single blow. I have no Tao, but this set of flute armor of mine possesses its own Tao. The old man's expression remained unchanged, and with a cold laugh, he stretched out his hands, his whole body soaring into the air, and whispered, "Wind." A fierce wind arose again, howling and rushing towards the horizon, transforming into a huge vortex. This was a vortex created by the wind. As soon as it appeared, it immediately sucked the black mist in the sky into it. "Rain," the old man roared again, and with that single word, black raindrops poured out from the vortex. Each raindrop was a drop of condensed demonic energy, possessing immense power. Thunder, a thunderous roar erupted, and from the dark clouds in the sky, a second black lightning bolt shot out. As soon as this black lightning appeared, a chaotic black lightning bolt moved wildly around the raindrops. At this moment, the black lightning was in the center, surrounded by countless raindrops connected by electric light, like an electric barrier densely spread across the horizon. Lightning, the old man's voice seemed to drown out the thunder. In the sky, the black lightning, the raindrops, and even the vortex now descended towards the earth at lightning speed. Wang Lin looked up. This battle was a peak battle of his life, unlike anything he had ever experienced. Taking on a peak-level early-stage cultivator against a peak-level late-stage cultivator, unless something heaven-defying happens, defeat is inevitable. Wang Lin clearly knew this, because he possessed that heaven-defying item. Ling Tian, whose sword energy was a heaven-defying item. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, took out the soul banner, and 100,000 souls rushed out frantically. But after rushing out, these souls did not fly towards the horizon, but quickly merged into the Yellow Springs. 10,000 souls all merged into the Yellow Springs. Under the stimulation of the Ascension Fruit, I can transform the Yellow Springs Tao. Now that I am clear-headed, I can also condense the Spring Soul. 100,000 souls merged into the Yellow Springs, condensing into one, becoming a single soul. This soul is the Yellow Springs Soul. The Yellow Springs, with its soul, trembled slightly amidst the descending wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Wang Lin was in the Yellow Springs, his primordial spirit spreading out, his Tao thoughts merging into it. At this moment, his primordial spirit let out a low roar, and in an instant, the Yellow Springs on the ground rose from the earth and directly rushed out. With a soul within, after rushing out, the Yellow Springs was as agile as a yellow dragon, roaring as if wanting to devour the divine power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. At the same time, 130,000 streams of killing intent surged out from Wang Lin's forehead, merging into the Yellow Springs. At this moment, the Yellow Springs was filled with killing intent. This truly is Wang Lin's Yellow Springs. It contains 13,000 streams of killing intent, 100,000 powerful souls, and the Tao of Wang Lin's entire life. This fusion of everything surged forth, directly confronting the divine power descending from the sky. This was a peak battle. Black lightning roared, raindrops carried electricity, and the wind and springs added to the power, directly colliding with the Yellow Springs. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed color. Thunderous explosions echoed incessantly, the earth trembled, and cracks spread wildly everywhere. The entire ancient battlefield, at this moment, seemed to be turned upside down, and the sky itself seemed to be shattered. This battle was a war between heaven and earth. Simultaneously, the earth was lifted, and a large number of souls flew out from within. These souls were all individuals with considerable strength, not having been refined by the tiger robe. At this moment, as they flew out, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and the soul banner in his hand suddenly swung. The soul banner transformed into a black cloth that covered the sky, sweeping across, sucking countless souls into it, transforming into streams of black energy that flew towards the Yellow Springs. The heavens and earth trembled, and the black-armored old man's face darkened. He looked deeply at Wang Lin, shaking his head and saying, "This wind, clouds, thunder, and lightning is my weakest divine ability. Next, you will see the Tao on this armor of mine, the demonic Tao." The old man stroked his chest armor, and the armor immediately began to move strangely. A black demonic aura, while the armor was rapidly moving, flew out and condensed in front of the old man into a scythe radiating overwhelming demonic flames. The demonic energy emanating from this scythe was extremely dense, especially within it, as if a rule transcending heaven and earth was hidden. Its appearance immediately caused cracks to appear in the surrounding space, and it quickly dispersed. This scythe was not yet fully materialized, constantly transforming between reality and illusion, accompanied by sizzling sounds during the transformation. As the scythe appeared, the old man's face instantly contorted in agony, as if enduring unimaginable torture. The demonic figure with the single horn that had previously entered his body gradually emerged from his forehead. Its expression, in contrast to the old man's, was one of extreme delight. The demonic figure completely emerged from the old man's forehead, transforming into black smoke and entering the scythe. In an instant, the scythe seemed to come alive, flashing out and heading straight towards Wang Lin. In the air, the netherworld and the elements clashed incessantly, the deafening roar echoing throughout the heavens and earth. On the ground, a scythe flew swiftly, trailing a long trail of demonic flames. Wang Lin's gaze was fixed, and he raised his right hand. At his fingertips, the sword energy of Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu condensed. Ling Tianhu dedicated his life to the sword, opening up 4 small worlds and refining them into 4 divine swords. He was a renowned figure with great divine abilities, alongside Te Yunzi and Te Yun Star. His sword energy possessed unimaginable power. The scythe was forged by the black-armored old man using his own demonic thoughts. He wasn't a true demon, so his demonic energy was impure, and the resulting demonic blade was imperfect. However, the demonic shadow on his forehead was indeed a manifestation of his demonic soul. With the demonic soul integrated, even ordinary iron could be transformed into a demonic blade, let alone a scythe originally formed from demonic energy. The demonic soul merged into the scythe, transforming it into a demonic blade. And within it, the demonic path was hidden. Between Ling Tianhu's sword energy and the demonic blade imbued with the demonic path, who was stronger, no one knew. A flash of sword light appeared on Wang Lin's index finger, and Ling Tianhu's sword energy roared out from his finger. This sword energy was incredibly powerful. As soon as it appeared, the heavens and earth paused for a moment. This moment was like time stopping. Even the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning divine abilities and the Yellow Springs in the air dimmed slightly. With the appearance of the sword light, the entire heaven and earth were filled with sword energy. This dense sword energy caused the yellow springs in the air to swirl, directly merging into Wang Lin's body. Within it, 13,000 streams of killing energy shattered, and the yellow spring's soul transformed from one into hundreds of thousands. The divine power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning was similar. The black lightning shattered in an instant. Countless raindrops, including the lightning within them, were completely destroyed. Even the vortex formed by the wind in the air was pierced by the sword energy and directly shattered. When the sword light struck, any divine power in heaven and earth had to yield to it, unable to overpower its momentum. This was the sword energy containing the Tao of Ling Qianhu. Overbearing. Ling Qianhu, arrogant his entire life, traversed the heavens and earth with a domineering path. In his sword energy, this domineering nature was the might of heaven. The demonic shadow on the demonic saber showed a solemn expression. The saber suddenly flashed, transforming into a black light, shooting straight towards Wang Lin. The sword energy raged, carrying the domineering Tao, a single sword strike. In an instant, the sword energy and the demonic saber drew near, and behind the sword energy, the figure of Ling Qianhu seemed to appear. Similarly, behind that demonic blade, another enormous demonic figure with a single horn on its head materialized. In an instant of collision, the ground shattered, a crack appeared, directly splitting the earth in two, forming a chasm that quickly broke apart. The clouds in the sky completely vanished, and the entire sky, at this moment, became gloomy. The demonic figure behind the demonic saber, its face showing unwillingness, dissipated. In the instant it vanished, the demonic saber shattered. Ling Qianhu's sword energy was completely dim, only a single golden ray flashing. But this single golden ray also contained Ling Qianhu's Tao. In the instant the demonic saber shattered, the remaining sword energy swept across, straight towards the Black Tower. Wang Lin, having unleashed Ling Qianhu's sword energy, simultaneously retreated without hesitation. He had to retreat, absolutely had to retreat. After regaining his composure, Wang Lin was still terrified. If he allowed that madness to take over his mind and forcibly enter the tower, he would undoubtedly die. Earlier, under the watchful eyes of the black-armored old man, he couldn't retreat. But now, having unleashed his sword energy, this was the best opportunity to retreat. The black-armored old man, at the moment the demonic saber shattered, spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. His body weak, he saw Wang Lin retreating and gritted his teeth, intending to pursue, but immediately stopped. His expression changed drastically, and he changed direction, heading straight towards the remaining sword energy. Because that sword energy was shooting directly towards the Black Tower, he understood the tower's importance to the demonic subordinate. Although the old man's speed was fast, the remaining sword energy was even faster, reaching the Black Tower in an instant. At this moment, a cold snort came from within the Black Tower, causing the surrounding air to tremble. But the sword energy had not dissipated. It contained a domineering power, causing this sword energy to pierce through the snort and land on the Black Tower. A soft gasp came from within the Black Tower, and at the same time, the tower shook. Although it didn't shatter, a crack spread across its surface. Such powerful sword energy, the one who unleashed this sword energy is even stronger than I was during my prime. The black-armored old man breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the sword energy dissipate without the Black Tower collapsing. At that moment, a dense surge of demonic energy emanated from the Black Tower, directly entering the old man's body. A strange, eerie light flashed across his body. His body instantly swelled, growing several times its original size, becoming a giant 3 jang tall. His white armor also enlarged, and a black horn emerged from his forehead, emitting a chilling aura. The old man was no longer human. He let out a painful scream, suddenly turning around and glaring at Wang Lin, who was rapidly retreating, his eyes flashing with cold light. "Little bastard, let's see where you can run to," he said, then took a step forward, giving chase. Success depends on the ascension fruit. Failure also depends on the ascension fruit. Wang Lin sighed inwardly. His eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself, "Only by combining forces can I succeed." He potted his storage bag with his right hand, and a pill appeared in his hand. Countless runes flickered strangely on it, following Wang Lin's heartbeat. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, a wisp of his consciousness suddenly leaping into his storage bag. Scanning it, it instantly focused on a small sphere sealed by countless restrictions within the storage bag. His consciousness entered it. Inside the restrictions, Yao Zixu's face flushed, sweat poured from her body, and her face showed a strange mixture of pain and pleasure, along with humiliation and struggle. Yao Zixu, tell me how to use the blood soul pill. If you don't tell me before I die, I will crush this storage bag and absorb you into nothingness, maintaining this state until your lifespan ends. Wang Lin's divine sense directly entered Yao Zixu's consciousness, like a thunderbolt, causing her to suddenly regain consciousness. But immediately, she struggled, because the strange sensation of the peculiar restriction on her body nearly caused her to collapse. Take it off, remove the restraints on me, tell me. Yao Zixu struggled, saying she would rather tell Wang Lin everything than endure such torture any longer. Wang Lin's divine sense shifted over Yao Zixu, and the restraints on her immediately disappeared. Yao Zixu breathed a sigh of relief, although the blush on her face remained. The source of the torture was gone, and she felt much more at ease. She had never seen Wang Lin so worried before, and her eyes shifted, ready to bargain. Wang Lin's divine consciousness split into two. Only one entered the storage bag, while the other remained inside her body. At this moment, the black-armored old man behind her caught up in a step. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and a battle axe immediately flew out of the storage bag. This battle axe, an artifact of the giant demon clan, was taken out by Wang Lin and suddenly thrown, shouting, "Explode!" The battle axe vibrated, shattering into pieces, forming a massive whirlwind. The black-armored old man raised his eyebrows, snorted softly, and with a wave of his sleeve, the whirlwind from the shattered axe instantly dissipated. Inside his storage bag, Wang Lin shouted, "Speak or not." His divine sense moved, and a restriction immediately appeared. If she still didn't speak, he prepared to let her continue to struggle in that agony. Yao Zixu's expression was hesitant, but her eyes showed fear. She looked at the restriction and, without hesitation, revealed the method of using the blood soul pill. At this moment outside, the black-armored old man shattered the whirlwind, his right hand forming a claw, grabbing towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's divine sense in his storage bag checked again, then quickly withdrew and entered his body. He crushed the blood soul pill in his hand, the pill shattered, and a drop of blue blood flew out. Without hesitation, Wang Lin bit off the tip of his finger, pushing the fresh blood out into the void, transforming it into a complex talisman. After this talisman appeared, it immediately merged with the drop of blue blood. At the same time, Wang Lin quickly grasped the talisman and pressed it against his forehead. Just then, the black-armored old man, transformed into a 3-jang-tall giant, had already approached. The talisman in Wang Lin's forehead instantly burst forth, shot out by Wang Lin, and flew thousands of miles away, dissipating into the heavens and earth. Having done all this, Wang Lin suddenly turned around, the clarity in his eyes instantly vanishing, replaced by the frenzied fighting spirit and murderous intent of the ascension fruit. "Old man, you're going to die." In his madness, Wang Lin's eyes turned bloodshot, and with a ferocious roar, he advanced instead of retreating, directly confronting the old man. In an instant, a flame erupted from Wang Lin's body, radiating from his entire being like a torch. The black-armored old man's expression changed immediately. He retreated instead of advancing, and then retreated again. "You're insane." The old man's eyes showed terror. Self-destruction. The self-destruction of a peak-level cultivator. Its power, even the old man was unwilling to face directly. Wang Lin's mind was filled with the strange power of the ascension fruit. He was truly paralyzed and insane, his primordial spirit burning, especially the 4 drops of immortal liquid in his body, which also boiled at the moment his primordial spirit burned. Wang Lin's figure was like a shooting star, flying straight towards the old man. The old man's face changed drastically, and he retreated continuously. Explode. The flames all over Wang Lin's body instantly flared up. He stared intently at the old man, his body instantly destroyed by the immortal power within, his primordial spirit transforming into an unimaginable force that swept outwards. If it were an ordinary peak-level cultivator self-destructing, the old man, though injured, would not die. But Wang Lin had 4 drops of immortal liquid in his body, making a world of difference. The self-destructing force swept wildly, and the old man, bearing the brunt of it, immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His armor instantly transformed into fine threads, condensing into a shield in front of him, attempting to resist self-destructing force. However, this shield only lasted for 3 breaths before instantly transforming into a black demonic shadow, leaping away from the old man and flying towards the Black Tower. Without the protection of the white armor shield, the old man's body was instantly shattered by Wang Lin's self-destructing force. Wang Lin, in the process of self-destruction, instantly disintegrated his body. He then unleashed a punch towards the Black Tower not far away. This punch was formed from his Dao concept, his life, and his primordial spirit. It even contained the ancient god's consciousness of his true self. All of it unleashed in the instant his body vanished. This punch transformed into a whirlwind, hurtling straight towards the Black Tower. The Black Tower trembled, and the cracks left by Ling Tianhu's sword energy immediately spread. In an instant, the entire Black Tower collapsed. In midair, a white armor missing a wristband floated silently, emitting a dark light from which a surge of divine consciousness shot out. "You dare destroy my demon tower. Even if you are related to him, I will kill you." The demon tower was a crucial demonic artifact for this white armor to spread its divine consciousness. Without the demon tower, his divine consciousness could no longer sweep across more than half of the demon spirit land. In front of the demon tower, after its collapse, a black formation was revealed. Within the formation, a figure sat cross-legged, with long, flowing hair and purple-gold patterns on his body. At this moment, white armor descended from the air, transforming into black lines that enveloped the figure. In an instant, the white armor was on him, and at that moment, the man opened his eyes. Thousands of miles away, a drop of blue blood appeared in the void. As soon as this drop of blood appeared, it immediately flew rapidly into the distance. While flying, it gradually transformed, finally forming the figure of Wang Lin. The blue blood transformed into Wang Lin. He grabbed at the air and his storage bag instantly materialized. At the same time, a blue robe appeared on him. Then, Wang Lin took a step, performing several teleportation techniques, disappearing in a single step. His figure reappeared countless miles away, and Wang Lin headed straight towards the heavenly demon city. After absorbing a wisp of primordial spirit and blood, the blood soul pill can exert its miraculous effects for a short time. At the moment of death, any vessel connected to the primordial spirit will merge into nothingness. Upon resurrection, the blood soul power can retrieve all vessels and the primordial spirit from nothingness. Yao Zixu did this before. Tia Yunzi once gave Wang Lin a life-saving artifact. However, that artifact could only withstand the power of a late-stage, nascent soul cultivator. The 3-Jiangtao black-armored old man's avatar. Although its cultivation was equivalent to a late-stage, nascent soul cultivator, Wang Lin perceived its strength to be far superior. Furthermore, with the existence within the Black Tower, even using that artifact would likely not guarantee survival. Therefore, Wang Lin's mind raced with countless thoughts, and he decided to gamble with the blood soul pill. He had to fight, because the being inside the Black Tower was incredibly powerful. After regaining consciousness, Wang Lin recalled the events along the way, utterly terrified. Under the mental attacks of the being in the Black Tower, if it weren't for the stimulation of the ascension fruit, he would have died countless times. He couldn't possibly have survived in this demon spirit land for over 400 years, consuming the ascension fruit daily to stimulate his primordial spirit. Otherwise, before anyone could kill him, he would have completely fallen into madness and lost his sanity. Therefore, he absolutely had to fight. If he didn't kill or severely injure the being in the Black Tower, even if he fled further, even if he used the great teleportation technique, he absolutely couldn't escape this being's mental attacks. He feared that as soon as the effect of the ascension fruit wore off, the being in the Black Tower would continue to unleash its mental power. By that point, Wang Lin was certain he would die without a doubt. The entity residing within that Black Tower, which had never revealed itself from beginning to end, clearly needed to remain inside. This further solidified Wang Lin's resolve. He then used the teleportation technique, heading straight towards the heavenly demon city. He wanted to prepare for 2 important matters. The first was complete, and the second was to seek the ancient demon's assistance. The 10-year promise I made was missed because of my pursuit of the peak. Although 10 years have passed, the significance of that promise is immense. And perhaps that ancient demon won't change its mind. Wang Lin thought to himself, increasing his speed. Within his primordial spirit, the residual power of the ascension fruit still lingered. With his current awakened strength, erasing this residual power would be easy. But Wang Lin didn't act. He wanted to preserve the residual effect of the ascension fruit just in case the Black Tower wasn't the most important object, and the entity residing within could still launch a spiritual attack. If that's really the case, I'm afraid I'll have to prepare for a desperate escape to the ends of the earth. Wang Lin sighed inwardly. He had no enmity or grudges with the being in the Black Tower. It was the other party who had provoked him. But in the cultivation world, there's no right or wrong, only strength and weakness. After performing the teleportation technique, Wang Lin was surprised to find that the immortal power in his body, which had just been depleted, was instantly replenished. This allowed him to use the Great Teleportation Technique multiple times. It's worth noting that the Great Teleportation Technique consumes the most immortal power. Previously, when Wang Lin used it all up, he had to use Immortal Jade to replenish it. But now, he didn't have that worrying. He almost instantly reappeared and immediately used the Great Teleportation Technique again. It must be because during the self-destruction those 4 drops of immortal liquid merged into my body, and after I was resurrected, they somehow remained within me. Wang Lin simply analyzed the situation and then stopped worrying. After several great teleportations, the capital of the Heavenly Demon County was not far away. Wang Lin's journey could be said to have been at an unprecedented speed. It's a pity I was stimulated by the ascension fruit earlier and lost my sanity. Otherwise, I absolutely wouldn't have left behind the sword and energy of that purple rat. However, I still remember where the purple rat's corpse is. I wonder if the sword and energy will still be in my body if I return. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he suddenly felt a pang of emotion. But this wasn't the time to go to the Fire Demon County. Seeing that only one final great teleportation was needed to reach the capital of the Heavenly Demon County, Wang Lin was about to set off when, at that moment, a furious roar suddenly came from behind. I want to see where you can run to. 1,000 yards behind Wang Lin, a burly man in armor strode out. This man had a majestic appearance, his eyes flashing with a dark light, and a powerful demonic aura permeated his being. Wang Lin's expression changed, and he sped away. In an instant, his body vanished. He turned back to glance at the burly man, and that single glance almost made him cry out in surprise. Ling Jianhu. The burly man's appearance was strikingly similar to Sword Venerable Ling Jianhu. Wang Lin's body disappeared, and 100 miles outside the ancient demon city, he reappeared. His face darkened, his eyes flashing as he muttered to himself, "It's not Ling Jianhu." Although this man's appearance is similar, he seems younger. Moreover, he lacks Ling Tianhu's aura. This person's appearance wasn't exactly the same, only slightly similar could it be at this moment. The armored giant stepped out from the void. He stared at Wang Lin and said in a low voice, "Why aren't you running?" After saying that, his large hand reached forward, 5 streams of demonic energy surging from his fingertips. "Ling Jianhu, what is he to you?" Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he suddenly asked. The giant's right hand stopped, his eyes filled with demonic energy, and a look of bewilderment immediately appeared. Ling Jianhu, that name sounds familiar. Wang Lin quickly retreated, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and shouted, "Great Luo's Sword Sect, Sword Venerable Ling Jianhu." Great Luo's Sword Sect, Sword Venerable. The bewilderment in the giant's eyes deepened, and a struggle immediately appeared. At this moment, a shadow of a demonic soul suddenly appeared on his forehead. This demonic soul glared fiercely at Wang Lin, letting out a long scream. In an instant, the dazed look in the big man's eyes vanished, replaced by demonic flames. Ancient demon. Wang Lin quickly retreated, shouting. A powerful will suddenly swept out from the Heavenly Demon City, directly descending before Wang Lin. "You're 10 years too late." The ancient demon's voice echoed in Wang Lin's ears. "I need some of your blood." As the voice faded, a large amount of fresh blood gushed from Wang Lin's pores. This blood condensed, forming a humanoid figure, upon which the ancient demon's will rested. Wang Lin's body trembled, more than half of his blood draining away. His face pale, he immediately took out a pill and swallowed it, then sat cross-legged on the ground, immediately beginning his meditation and breathing exercises. The demonic soul in the big man's forehead stared at the blood-red figure before Wang Lin, speaking in a strange, shrill voice, "Bei Luo, you dare to stop me." The blood shadow stirred, transforming into a body with 2 horns on its head. A strange, eerie light emanated from its eyes. Looking at the demonic soul on the giant's forehead, it calmly said, "You are merely one of the 9 scattered demons under the ancient demon's command. How could I not stop you?" Ancient God's language. Wang Lin opened his eyes, a thoughtful expression on his face. The demonic soul on the giant's forehead stared intently at the ancient demon formed from Wang Lin's blood, a swirling screech escaping from its mouth. This sound was filled with penetrating power, spreading in ripples. The demonic soul instantly sank into the giant's forehead. In an instant, unprecedented demonic flames erupted from the giant's eyes. He took a step forward, and behind him, a colossal phantom of a demonic soul immediately appeared. The ancient demon, formed from Wang Lin's immortal blood, his eyes flashing, casually waved his right hand. Suddenly, a cloud of demonic mist arose from the ground, engulfing the entire man, transforming into a thick, dense fog that shot straight towards the horizon. At the same time, a demonic veil descended from the sky, covering the entire heavenly demon city. Beyond the demonic veil, within the dense fog, the ancient demon and the rogue demons were engaged in a fierce battle. Loud rumbling sounds echoed from the air. At times, demonic flames blazed, and at other times, demonic energy surged. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating and breathing, his eyes shining brightly as he looked up at the sky. His gaze seemed to penetrate the thick fog, directly witnessing the battle within. This scene stirred Wang Lin's mind. The ancient demons' divine abilities and the rogue demons' demonic techniques, in their myriad forms, possessed the power to split the heavens and earth. These divine abilities, falling into Wang Lin's eyes, were like various ancient divine techniques from the memories of the ancient god p30, like seeds buried for a long time, taking root and sprouting. Wang Lin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. As he gazed intently, he stopped his breathing exercises and instinctively raised his hands, striking out one strange hand seal after another based on p30's inherited memories. These hand seals, when struck out by his hands, were merely superficial, lacking any offensive power. However, at this moment, through a strange guidance within his primordial spirit, far outside the demon spirit land, on a small, half-ruined planet countless miles from the East Sea Gate, a tremendous pressure erupted. On this planet, the crimson-haired main body suddenly opened its eyes, which held profound depths like stars. The moment its eyes opened, its hands rose, and a series of hand seals moved accordingly. The pink-haired deity's hair fluttered, a radiant light flashing between his eyebrows. As his hands moved continuously, the light flashed even more frequently. Immediately afterward, the deity suddenly stretched his hands to the sides, softly uttering, "Gather." With a single word, the small star where he resided immediately trembled, and streams of spiritual power from deep within the earth erupted, all converging towards his main body, where they were absorbed. At the same time, in the demon spirit land, Wang Lin performed a similar action. His eyes stared intently at the thick fog on the horizon, a faint smile slowly appearing on his lips. The battle between the ancient demons and the scattered demons had allowed him to understand some ancient divine techniques. The benefits his main body had gained were immeasurable. This battle lasted 3 days. During those 3 days, Wang Lin's lost blood had been replenished by the flow of immortal power, his bone marrow replenishing his blood. Under the circulation of his immortal power, he had reached his peak. His eyes gazed unblinkingly at the horizon, his right hand forming a hand seal. Suddenly, the ground where he sat transformed into the river of rejuvenation, filled with countless severed limbs, and the sounds of weeping echoed incessantly. "You demon, although I, Wang Lin, am weak, I'm not someone you can just crush at will." Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and the soul-slaying banner appeared in his hand, which he threw into the Yellow Springs. As the soul-slaying banner entered the Yellow Springs, hundreds of thousands of souls spilled out. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. He took out the Forbidden banner from his storage bag. This banner had been damaged during the heavenly tribulation, and many of its restrictions had been broken. Although not much remained, Wang Lin still threw it into the Yellow Springs. Next, it was the Immortal Sword. Although Suli Guo was very reluctant, he didn't dare refuse at this moment. He could only sigh inwardly, thinking, "Well, at least I've returned to Heavenly Demon City. That little beauty has waited for me for 10 years. I wonder if she's in love with someone else." As he was thinking this, with a wave of Wang Lin's hand, he was thrown into the Yellow Springs, followed by the curved saber. Following that were the Kanji Immortal Sword, the Scabbard, the Moying Sword, And finally, except for the archery god chariot and the mysterious scroll, Wang Lin almost took out all the magical treasures he could use in his storage bag and put them all into the Yellow Springs. Countless magical treasures mixed together, forming a chaotic but extremely powerful force within the Yellow Springs. Wang Lin took a deep breath, pointed at his forehead, and 130,000 killing intent transformed into 130,000 life imprints, instantly densely covering his body, forming a protective shield. His eyes remained fixed on the sky. In that instant, his gaze narrowed, and without hesitation, he suddenly rose from the ground, his right hand grabbing downwards. The yellow springs on the ground were immediately pulled out by him. These yellow springs continuously condensed, finally transforming into a golden light. Within this golden light, not only were all of Wang Lin's magical treasures contained, but also his Dao. Carrying the golden light, Wang Lin charged straight forward. At this moment, in the thick fog on the horizon, the armor on the burly man's body was shattered in many places, causing him to retreat repeatedly. The demonic flames in his eyes dimmed, and a series of frenzied howls emanated from his mouth. The ancient demon, formed from Wang Lin's blood, its eyes flashing with demonic light, roared as it charged forward, unleashing a barrage of divine techniques. The burly man spat out a mouthful of blood, his body recoiling. "Receive your death," the ancient demon roared, its illusory form quickly shrinking into the blood, transforming into a demonic light that enveloped the burly man. Under this demonic light, the demonic soul at the man's forehead reappeared. It let out a long howl, and a wave of furious ripples surged out. Under these ripples, the demonic light covering its body paused briefly. The malevolent demonic soul glanced at the ancient demon and once again burrowed into the burly man's forehead. At the same time, the burly man's body moved slightly backward, attempting to escape. Wang Lin had been waiting for this very moment. He suddenly soared up from the ground, rushing out like a shooting star, his hand gleaming with golden light. In an instant, he plunged into the dense fog, heading straight towards the burly man who was constantly retreating, trying to escape the range of the ancient demon's demonic aura. As he retreated, the burly man immediately noticed Wang Lin's arrival. A hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. He completely ignored Wang Lin, and as he retreated, he casually slapped his right hand towards Wang Lin. With this slap, a whirlwind of energy erupted, and the 130,000 life force imprints on Wang Lin's body shattered one by one 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 80,000. Amidst the shattering process, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He remained resolute as the 130,000 life force imprints completely disintegrated, arriving beside the burly man, his right hand gleaming with golden light, and swung it out without hesitation. The burly man snorted coldly, clenching his right fist and suddenly striking towards the golden light, intending to disperse it. However, the moment his right fist collided with the golden light, his expression changed drastically. The golden light contained a multitude of energies, which were now being forcibly fused together by a surge of divine consciousness and a single thought, unexpectedly forming a force capable of threatening him. Under normal circumstances, this might not even be considered a threat, but he was already injured, having suffered a second injury after his battle with the ancient demon. Furthermore, having lost the demon tower, his divine consciousness could only condense within his armor, unable to spill out, rendering many of his abilities useless. As the golden light erupted, the burly man's body involuntarily paused for a moment. This brief pause came at the cost of the ancient demon's aura pursuing him and striking him directly. This ancient demon's aura is an extremely powerful divine ability of the ancient demons. It can refine all living beings in heaven and earth. Under this demonic aura, the big man groaned miserably. His body immediately emitted a large amount of demonic energy, which was instantly refined and completely annihilated. "Veiluo, if you kill me, my master will absolutely not let you get away with it." The demonic soul in the big man's forehead emerged, its voice shrill. At the same time, it completely burst out from the big man's forehead, transforming into a demonic shadow and merging into the armor. In an instant, the armor peeled off the big man's body, enveloping the dense demonic energy, and was about to break out of the demonic aura. Sacrificing a pawn to save a king was the idea in the mind of the rogue demon. Although his body was abandoned, as long as this armor remained, he would one day recover, and at worst, he could just find another body. Moreover, having lost his physical body, the demonic soul, confident in his own supernatural abilities, believed he could break free. The burly man, stripped of his armor, was enveloped in demonic energy, his entire body instantly decaying, his eyes dimming, and he plummeted from the sky. The armor, covered in demonic energy, was almost 90% depleted of its demonic energy under the relentless attack and refinement of the demonic energy before finally breaking free. He was overjoyed. He just needed to rush out, and he could quickly use his divine abilities to escape. However, his joyful expression was instantly suppressed. Wang Lin's right hand, like lightning, snatched the armor from above in the instant it was thrown out. Wang Lin's character was vengeful. After all the meticulous planning beforehand, how could he let this rogue demon escape at the last moment? If this person escaped today, he would face the enemy's furious revenge later, unless he remained forever hidden within the heavenly demon city. Moreover, Wang Lin was certain that the ancient demon would definitely intervene to help him at the last moment. Otherwise, the ancient demon wouldn't have appeared earlier. With Wang Lin's shrewdness, he saw through everything. The moment his right hand grasped the armor, Wang Lin had already anticipated that the opponent would definitely possess him by demonic soul. The residual power of the ascension fruit within his primordial spirit was instantly unleashed, and in an instant, Wang Lin's eyes turned bloodshot. His entire being fell into a state of extreme madness. "You can't escape!" Wang Lin's voice suddenly rose, and with a pull of his right hand, he dragged the armor towards him. The demonic soul on the armor materialized, glaring viciously at Wang Lin and shouting. Then lunging forward, it entered Wang Lin's body through his hand, frantically rushing towards Wang Lin's primordial spirit. At the same time, the armor transformed into black lines, instantly enveloping Wang Lin, turning into a suit of armor. At this moment, Wang Lin was clad in black armor, his eyes glowing red, his hair flowing without wind. Within his primordial spirit, borrowing the power of the ascension fruit, his entire potential erupted, engaging in a battle with the demonic soul, which had lost most of its demonic energy. The demonic energy dissipated, once again transforming into the ancient demon's blood shadow. He glanced at Wang Lin, a look of admiration in his eyes, and said with a smile, "A good plan, stimulating the primordial spirit to resist the demonic soul. If I help you, I will have fulfilled your wish. If I don't help you, the battle 3 days ago will have been in vain. You anticipated that I would help you. Good, this is your fate. I will fulfill it." After saying this, the ancient demon embraced Wang Lin, then lifted the rotting, but not yet dead man on the ground, transforming into a beam of demonic light and flying straight towards Longtan outside the heavenly demon city. Blood Crystal, a planet located far from the 7th level cultivation planet. In the vast sky, a girl in purple robes stood on a large sword about 3 meters long, flying at an extremely fast speed, followed by 3 girls in brightly colored clothes in relentless pursuit. "You despicable wretch, you betrayed the heavenly water palace, stole the young master's sacred artifact, and think you can escape? Although this place is within the sphere of influence of the heavenly fortune star, our 5-element star is also a 7th level cultivation planet. You won't get away." A woman chasing after the woman in purple sneered. The woman in purple gritted her teeth, her face pale, and the purple silk veil covering her face had long since fallen off. "You've been poisoned by the young master. Let's see how far you can run." The woman in purple looked distressed. The poison in her body had already taken effect, which she had tried to suppress during her escape. She had thought she could escape, but she hadn't expected her sisters to betray her, leading to her pursuit. At this moment, she was like a lamp running out of oil. The poison in her body could no longer be suppressed. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face even paler, and the large sword at her feet trembled slightly. She let out a bitter laugh, shaking her body and controlling the sword beneath her feet, flying straight towards a blood-red planet not far away. The 3 girls behind her snorted coldly and accelerated their pursuit. Approaching the blood-red planet, the girl in purple pierced through the atmosphere and flew straight down to the ground. A blood-red pavilion appeared before her eyes. A man emerged from the pavilion. He had pink hair and eyebrows and wore a long pink robe. He stood there, seemingly devoid of any immortal power, yet an aura of overwhelming majesty enveloped the heavens and earth. He coldly glanced at the girl in purple and the 3 girls chasing after her, raised an eyebrow, and calmly shouted, "Get out!" The 3 girls in brightly colored clothes' expressions changed slightly, and one of them immediately said, "The heavenly water palace on the 5 elements planet is capturing a traitor." Please, senior, do not interfere. A cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. He flicked his sleeve, and a whirlwind appeared, sweeping the three children directly out of the blood crystal. What is your name? Zidane. My name is Zidane, a cultivator from a 6th-level cultivation country on the Vermilion Bird Star. The girl in purple looked at the person in front of her in astonishment. With a wave of his hand, he could sweep away people chasing after her. Such cultivation was terrifying. At the Cloud Heaven sect in the Chu Kingdom on the Vermilion Bird Star, the entire Cloud Heaven sect was now completely different from before. The Chu Kingdom had been elevated to a 4th-level cultivation country by the Vermilion Bird Prince, Chuatai. Although only a 4th-level country, its sphere of influence was the largest among the 4th-level cultivation countries. Even a 5th-level cultivation country had once come to the Chu Kingdom, and when facing the Cloud Heaven sect, they had to show respect. Because almost every cultivator who experienced the tumultuous events of those centuries knew of a cultivator named Wang Lin, who single-handedly stirred up an unprecedented storm on the Vermilion Bird Star. After the Cloud Heaven sect became a 4th-tier cultivation nation, they dismantled their mountain gate and used top-grade spirit stones from across the country to forge a colossal statue. This statue depicted a man in black robes, his eyes filled with contemplation. His face wasn't handsome, but he possessed an otherworldly and transcendent aura. His right hand was forming a hand seal, seemingly lost in thought. A terrifying aura emanated from the statue, enveloping the heavens and earth. This was the mountain of the Cloud Heaven sect, and also the object of worship for all its disciples. He was the revered figure of all cultivators in the state of Chu, and also a legend throughout the entire Vermilion Bird Star. Below the Cloud Heaven sect, 2 people, one old and one young, were ascending the steps leading up to the sect. From where they looked up, they could see the towering statue. The young man, his face full of curiosity, walked and said, "Grandpa, is this the statue you were talking about?" The old man looked at the statue, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. After a long while, he patted the young man's head and said, "Do you know why the sect master of the Cloud Heaven sect, Taiyan, was able to achieve the God transformation stage? Why do all the cultivators of all the sects in the state of Chu consider the Cloud Heaven sect the best? Why do the great figures of the 5th cultivation country show such respect when they come here? All of this is because of this statue." The young man was stunned, blinked, and smiled, saying, "It's really strange. A statue can make so many people respect it." The old man sighed softly and said, "The person whose statue is sculpted here, though his cultivation time was short, stirred up an unprecedented storm on the Vermilion Bird Star in those few hundred years. There's a story that only spread after he left. It's rumored that he achieved success in 200 years of cultivation, causing chaos in the cultivation demon sea, rescuing the beautiful woman from the Cloud Heaven sect, terrifying the heroes, and slaughtering the land of Zhao, turning it red, wiping out the entire Teng family, and leaving corpses everywhere in Zhao. It's also rumored that he entered the immortal realm, slaying Han Dai, defeating Liu Mi, and beating Chan Feng. He then became a disciple of Dentiav the Refining Realm sect, driving out Ziyu, and eliminating the giant demon ancestor. He gained fame in the Immortal Tribes battle. Within the Vermilion Bird realm, this man fought against numerous heroes, achieving victory after victory, earning the title of the #1 on Vermilion Bird Star. He could have inherited the Vermilion Bird position, but refused, abdicating to Chuatai, the current Vermilion Bird son. The young man exclaimed in astonishment. He actually refused to become the Vermilion Bird son. Otherwise, why would Vermilion Bird son Chuatai always come to the Cloud Heaven sect to silently gaze at this statue whenever a major event occurs? In our Vermilion Bird Star, before this person appeared, Vermilion Bird Mountain was sacred land. But after this person left, the sacred land became this Cloud Heaven sect. The young man's mouth dropped open. He had heard a little about it before, but not in such detail as today. At this moment, his heart was boiling, his small face excited, and he said, "Grandpa, I want to be like that to someday." "What's his name? Where is he now?" "His name is Wang Lin. I don't know where he went either." However, a person like that would be extraordinary anywhere. The old man sighed and smiled bitterly. "My grandfather also interacted with him years ago, but now he probably doesn't remember who I am anymore." The young man was about to say something when suddenly a tiger's roar came from the foot of the mountain. This roar carried an unexpected aura that made the surrounding trees shake violently. At the same time, a huge tiger with patterned markings on its head leapt up from the foot of the mountain and ran straight to the mountaintop. A girl sat on the tiger's back. She was about 20 years old, wearing a white dress, her skirt fluttering in the wind like a fairy. Her face wasn't extremely beautiful, but extremely delicate, her skin like powder, her beautiful eyes moving as she walked, seemingly containing a lively spirit. "Little White, hurry up!" Her voice was like the cry of ROC1, quite pleasant to the ear. 1. ROC here refers to the ROC bird, which the ancients considered the largest bird in the world. The tiger below roared again and charged straight towards the cloud heaven sect. Upon reaching the statue, the tiger stopped, glanced at it, and a look of disdain appeared on its face. It thought to itself, "This girl is so foolish. Why does she insist on seeking this person out? It's so much better on the vermilion bird star. My tiger lord has so many tigresses. How could I leave them behind if I ever leave?" However, this girl had said there were even more beautiful tigresses outside the vermilion bird star. This made the tiger lord a little awkward. The girl looked at the statue in surprise and softly said, "Uncle, little Aru has already formed her golden core. That's very fast, isn't it? I'm working very hard." Grandpa Taiyan said that, "As long as I reach the nascent soul stage, he will give me the item you left for me." "Uncle, I will definitely be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage." A soft sigh came from the void. An old man emerged from the cloud heaven sect. He was tall and imposing, wearing a Taoist robe, and had a dignified appearance. He stepped to the foot of the statue, first bowing deeply to it, then looking at the tiger and the girl beside it, his eyes revealing a gentle and affectionate expression as he said, Cultivation should follow your heart. If you only pursue the nascent soul stage, you will be inferior, like swimming against the current." The girl looked at the statue and lowered her voice, saying, "Grandpa Tian, back then, when you left the Zhao Kingdom and were in the cultivation Demon Sea, wasn't it because you stubbornly insisted on reaching the nascent soul stage? Therefore, following your heart is impossible." This old man was indeed Tian, who had been guided by Wang Lin to break through the nascent soul stage and reach the god transformation stage. He felt both gratitude and awe towards Wang Lin. The storage bag Wang Lin left behind years ago, he had never used it in recent years, nor dared to use it. Wang Lin's calm gaze before he left was unforgettable for him. Chu Aryu withdrew her gaze, looked at Taiyan, and smiled softly like a blooming lily. "Grandpa Taiyan, I met Uncle Chu, the Vermilion Bird's son, halfway there. He told me to go to Vermilion Bird Mountain to cultivate. He said my cultivation speed would be faster there. Today, Rura bids you farewell." Taiyan understood that Churu's status on Vermilion Bird Star was extremely special. Calling her the little princess of Vermilion Bird Star wouldn't be enough. Almost everyone who knew Wang Lin in the past, whether out of fear or respect, treated Chu Aryu well. Even the Immortal tribe treated Chu Aryu with extreme courtesy. The Immortal tribe forbade any cultivators from entering, and the Chu family was an extremely rare exception. Among these guards, there were even people from the Cloud Heaven sect. Taiyan pondered for a moment, then nodded gently and said, "All right, you must cultivate diligently on Mount Vermilion Bird. If you truly reach the nascent soul stage one day, I will immediately give you the item that benefactor left behind." Chu Aryu smiled, turned around and looked at the statue for a long time, patted the black striped tiger on the head, and said, "Little White, go to Mount Vermilion Bird." Little White roared, leapt up, and gradually disappeared into the horizon. Besides, I, the tiger, have borrowed quite a bit of the remaining power of Wang Lin over the past few years. Before, cultivators wanted to capture me, but now they immediately show me respect. Well, considering that, if this girl leaves Vermilion Bird Star in the future, I, the tiger, will follow her. As Little White flew away, saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth. Heaven only knows whether it was for this reason, or for the female tigers in outer space that it made this decision. Dragon Pool outside the heavenly demon city. Dragon Pool is guarded by many demon soldiers year after year, and some powerful figures from the imperial capital have been hiding there for long-term cultivation. Although a major event had occurred, as long as the dragon pool was not disturbed, they would not appear. Under the rampant influence of demonic power, even the heavenly tribulation of 10 years ago remained undamaged. The waters of the dragon pool contained dense demonic energy. Deep within lay another hidden realm, a demonic barrier separating it from a colossal underground cave. Inside this cave stood a statue. The statue was entirely black, resembling an ancient demon. At this moment, a strange, eerie light flickered in its eyes. Beneath the statue, in a shallow pool, the liquid, though not abundant, had thickened into a viscous substance. Wang Lin sat cross-legged, still clad in his armor, his eyes tightly closed. Before him sat a large man resembling Ling Tianhu, his entire body enveloped in a layer of purple crystal. The decaying parts of his body were slowly closing. Streams of eerie light flickered from the statue's eyes, merging into Wang Lin's body. Each time the eerie light descended, Wang Lin's body trembled slightly. His primordial spirit, the illusory shadow of his demonic soul, was suppressed by himself and the power of the ancient demon, and was in a state of unconsciousness. But Wang Lin's goal wasn't to suppress it, but to devour it. He wanted to swallow this scattered demon to increase his cultivation. However, this scattered demon was too enormous to be easily devoured. Wang Lin had been sitting in the middle of the lake for months, slowly wasting energy, but he still hadn't managed to swallow the scattered demon. Even so, Wang Lin constantly created and imprinted various restrictions on the scattered demon's soul. In those months, countless restrictions had been placed upon the scattered demon's soul. This scattered demon was imprinted on Wang Lin's mind with the help of the ancient demon. However, the scattered demon was too powerful, and the mark was very faint, only fading with time. Only by continuously imprinting it with his primordial spirit could Wang Lin completely control it. Then one day, Wang Lin opened his eyes, and a strange light flashed in them. To devour this scattered demon, with my current cultivation level, I cannot do it. Only by continuously increasing the imprint of my primordial spirit will I eventually be able to control this scattered demon. At that time, instead of devouring it, I can use it to cultivate a second primordial spirit that would also be an option. A second primordial spirit is a unique divine ability that manifests after a cultivator reaches the peak of enlightenment. However, this divine ability is not something everyone can successfully achieve. The main reason is the embryonic form of the second primordial spirit. The strength of the embryo directly determines the success of the second nascent soul. Once the refinement of the second nascent soul fails, it's like a severe injury to the cultivator. Furthermore, the second nascent soul causes extremely serious damage to the cultivator's body. Therefore, most nascent soul cultivators don't choose to refine a second nascent soul. At least among the nascent soul cultivators Wang Lin has met, almost none have successfully refined a second nascent soul. As for whether cultivators who have surpassed the nascent soul stage possess a second nascent soul, Wang Lin has never encountered one. Wang Lin thought to himself, now that my body and primordial spirit have completely merged, my cultivation at the peak level is truly stable, and there's no longer any danger. Moreover, there's something I need to do immediately. I must seize the remaining sword energy of Sword Venerable Ling Jianhu. Leaving that thing in the hands of those worthless disciples is a complete waste. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he rose from the lake. He was now wearing a pitch-black armor that made him look like a demon venerable, especially with his long hair cascading over his shoulders, giving him an eerie appearance. Wang Lin touched the armor, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This armor was very powerful. Wearing it emitted a strong demonic aura. However, Wang Lin couldn't absorb this demonic energy, which was a little regrettable. That's what I said, but wearing this armor and unleashing the demonic transformation finger technique, its power is even stronger than my Dao transformation of the Yellow Springs technique. It's just that my cultivation isn't enough to make this armor recognize me as its master, and I can't see through all the divine abilities within. However, once I refine this scattered demon into a second primordial spirit, the full power of this demonic armor will be unleashed. Wang Lin touched the armor and patted his storage bag, taking out a wristband. As soon as the wristband appeared, it instantly transformed into a black thread, wrapping around Wang Lin's arm and taking out a shape. Are you planning to leave? At this moment, the voice of the ancient demon came from the statue. Wang Lin turned around, clasped his hands towards the statue, and said, Senior Ancient Demon, you have helped me 3 times. I will not forget this kindness. This time I am going out to fulfill an agreement, but before I leave, there are a few things I need to complete, and I require your assistance. Ancient Demon remained silent for a moment, then slowly said, What is it? Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then patted his storage bag. He took out the pagoda that Zhao Yi had given him years ago. I want to find a sword spirit. Its consciousness is on this pagoda. Please, senior ancient demon, help me find it. Ancient demon's divine sense swept over and he said, there is no trace of this sword spirit in my heavenly demon county. As for other places, I don't know. The demon spirit land is too vast for me to investigate completely. If you retrieve a demon for me after I absorb it, I can use magic to help you search a large area once. Currently, with my strength, I can't do it. Or if you have the ancient demon pagoda, you can also expand your divine sense. Wang Lin retrieved the pagoda, nodded, and pointed to the big man sealed in the crystal beside him, saying, I want this person. Ancient demon pondered for a long time, then finally spoke, I'll give it to you, but within 100 years, you must bring a demon to me. Wang Lin's gaze was fixed, and he nodded. I want to enter the ancient demon inheritance, comprehend that strange realm, and refine my divine abilities. This isn't difficult, but I've already helped you many times, fulfilling our promise. You haven't contributed anything yet, so let's talk about this again after you bring back a demon. Wang Lin smiled slightly and said, that's possible. However, with my strength alone, it might be a bit difficult. From today onwards, you will be my envoy, your status above that of a demon emperor. My heavenly demon county will officially begin war with the fire demon county to coordinate. When you arrive at the Chengdu Demon Spring in the fire demon county, don't forget the incantation I taught you. Wang Lin clasped his hands, his right hand grasping the man encased in crystal, his body flashing as he instantly left the dragon pool, disappearing without a trace. The reason he made those two requests for Guya to find Chiyat and to enter the inheritance enlightenment was because, in his agreement with Guyao, the other party had made great efforts. If he didn't accomplish anything, Guyao might doubt his sincerity. These two requests were also genuinely what he wanted Guyao to help with, and he didn't want to refuse. This way, he could also give Guyao a little more patience. More than 10,000 miles from Guyao City, Wang Lin's figure emerged from the void. He glanced at the crystal in his hand and put it into his storage bag. This person must be related to Sword Venerable Ling Jianhu. Holding him might have miraculous effects in the future. Wang Lin's eyes showed contemplation, and he used a great teleportation technique again. Wang Lin continuously teleported, his target being the place where Zishu died in the Fire Demon County. If he didn't take a look, Wang Lin would be somewhat unwilling. He knew that he extremely valued Ling Tianhu's sword energy. The teleportation technique was a powerful divine ability, and Wang Lin used it multiple times to enter the Fire Demon District. The place where the purple rat died was a patch of forest, most of which had withered. The remaining severed limbs and flesh on the ground had rotted, indicating that several months had passed. But the purple rat's corpse was still there. This is it, just as I predicted. This person must have a treasure inside, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a powerful sword aura emanating from him. A look of joy appeared in his eyes as he stared at the purple rat's corpse. The place where the purple rat died was extremely remote. Without a thorough search, it would be difficult to notice such a corpse. This middle-aged man's cultivation technique was related to birds and beasts. His divine consciousness wasn't strong, but he could possess them. During one of his cultivation sessions, the birds and beasts he possessed discovered this place. Startled, he immediately noticed the strange corpse and rushed to find it. He looked at the purple rat's corpse, took a deep breath, and patted his storage bag. Immediately, a swarm of black beetles flew out from within, making a whooshing sound as they flew towards the corpse. However, as soon as these black beetles had advanced about 10 yards, a golden light flashed on the corpse, and all the beetles were annihilated. The middle-aged man was not frightened, but rather pleased. He stared at the corpse of the rat, muttering to himself, there must be a treasure. He took a deep breath, about to continue his spell. Just then, a cold humph came from behind him. Startled, he spun around sharply, throwing down his right hand. A large black cloud flew out from his sleeve. This was a swarm of tiny, rice grain-sized insects, densely packed like a cloud, flying towards his back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he immediately retreated a few steps to focus his gaze, but then gasped deeply in shock. Behind him stood a man in black armor, his body radiating a thick, dense aura of demonic energy. The worms he unleashed shattered and died the moment they approached. The middle-aged man's face changed color. He took a few steps back, clasped his hands together, and said, "Friend, why are you preventing me from retrieving my junior brother's corpse?" "Your junior brother." The man in armor was indeed Wang Lin. After teleporting here, he had seen this man staring at the corpse of the purple rat with a joyful expression. "Of course, he's my junior brother. We are both disciples of the Heian sect. This man's name is Joku, and my name is Ting Yun. We were both heading to the demon spirit land. A month ago, junior brother Joe and I parted ways, and I never imagined he would be poisoned. If it weren't for the sex-sensing artifact that emitted a golden light, allowing me to know this place, I wouldn't have found his corpse today." Tang Yun's face was filled with sorrow, fading grief. This Tang Yun reacted with a keen sense of perception, speaking with a sorrowful expression, his face filled with extreme grief. He didn't say much, but he compensated for every conceivable flaw. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely be deceived to some extent by his words. Wang Lin coldly glanced at Tang Yun, then withdrew his gaze and walked forward. Tang Yun's expression changed slightly, and he retreated a few steps, staring intently at Wang Lin. Wang Lin advanced step by step, getting within 10 yards of the purple rat's corpse. As soon as he entered, a golden light flashed from the corpse. This golden light was like thousands of needles, suddenly shooting out. Tang Yun's eyes showed joy, tinged with a hint of smugness. But then he took a deep breath, his smugness vanishing. Wang Lin's eyes, hidden behind his helmet, emitted a cold glare. He waved his hand, instantly sweeping the light aside. Wang Lin had once absorbed the sword energy of the 12 sword-laughing disciples, and now, without a trace of panic, he walked towards the purple rat's corpse. Wang Lin's steps appeared light, but to Tang Yun, who was 10 yards away, it was extremely frightening. He inwardly thought something was wrong and was about to flee when a cold snort reached his ears. Tang Yun's body trembled, and he stopped. He had a feeling that if he tried to escape, he would surely die. The specter of death descended upon him. "You don't need your junior brother's corpse." Wang Lin squatted down, speaking without turning his head. Tang Yun's face contorted, and he hastily said, "If senior likes it, please take it. I have absolutely no resentment. My junior brother was a pitiful child from a young age, and after his death, he had a great figure like senior to help him. That's his good fortune for 8 generations. I believe that even if he were still alive, knowing senior was interested, he would have committed suicide without hesitation. My junior brother was a very passionate person. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear and anxiety, and his words were unclear." Wang Lin gazed at the corpse of Zishu, his eyes fixed on its forehead. A golden light emanated from it. Wang Lin calmly concentrated, his right hand decisively slashing, severing Zishu's head from its neck. He seized the head from the void, and with a swift movement of his mouth, spat out a stream of primordial spirit fire. The colorless flames enveloped Zishu's head, relentlessly burning and refining it. Beside him, Tang Yun trembled, muttering in anguish, "It's over! It's over!" This person possesses primordial spirit fire. He's certainly not a demon, but definitely a ruthless cultivator who wouldn't even spare the dead. I'm just unlucky to encounter this. I only pray he doesn't kill me to silence me. Wang Lin watched the head being refined, then spat out another stream of primordial spirit, and Zishu's head instantly vanished, leaving only a flickering golden light. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his right hand grasping the golden light in the air, bringing it to his mouth and swallowing it. Then, with his left foot, he kicked the corpse of Zishu towards Tang Yun, saying, "I'm returning your junior brother's body to you. Give him a proper burial." Tang Yun's face was pale, but a glimmer of hope for survival flickered in his eyes. He hastily received the corpse, repeatedly saying, "Yes, thank you, senior, thank you." After saying this, he embraced the corpse and hurried away. Even after traveling dozens of miles, he was drenched in cold sweat, breathing heavily as he glared at the headless corpse with resentment. He threw the corpse away, and with a wave of his right hand, a large mass of black clouds instantly enveloped the body. In an instant, the entire corpse was devoured, leaving not a trace. "It's all this corpse's fault. I almost lost my life just now." This senior, though his cultivation is high, is not very clever. He actually thought this person was my junior brother. Tang Yun spat out a mouthful of saliva, reflecting on what had just happened. Still feeling terrified, he turned his head for a quick glance before leaving. He didn't know what fate awaited him if Wang Lin truly believed him to be the senior brother of Zishu. After swallowing Ling Tianhu's sword energy, Wang Lin stood still, his body slowly sinking until he completely disappeared into the ground. He sat cross-legged, quietly cultivating. Ling Tianhu's sword energy would be difficult to fully utilize without a period of cultivation. While submerged underground, Wang Lin's consciousness stirred, immediately sensing another surge of sword energy not far away. His eyes flashed, and he grabbed something in the void. The distant sword energy immediately struggled, unexpectedly transforming into a huge rat that snarled at Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a soft ah, his peak-level cultivation surging forth. The rat-shaped sword energy immediately shrieked and was captured alive. Appearing before Wang Lin was a large, ancient-style sword. On the sword was a black rat with two black eyes, staring intently at Wang Lin. The purple rat's sword. A slight smile appeared on Wang Lin's lips. He had regretted not killing the purple rat earlier, and how his primordial spirit had gone mad, carelessly throwing away the sword. He never expected that today he would not only obtain Ling Tianhu's sword energy, but also this purple rat's sword, which he had lost. Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu, if one day I, Wang Lin, obtain all 12 sword-laughing swords, what expression will you have? Wang Lin took the purple rat's sword, imbued it with a wisp of his divine consciousness, and threw it into his storage bag. These 12 swords of the 12 zodiac swords are no ordinary swords. Even the most powerful among the 12 zodiac animals couldn't unleash their full power. But in Wang Lin's hands, it was different. In the underground place where the rat died, Wang Lin spent a month refining the sword energy, finally capturing it for his own use. This time, unlike the Mo Yang sword energy, which only existed within his body and could only be released when used, the rat sword energy, after Wang Lin refined it, could be released and retracted at will. He could even transform the sword energy into 10 parts, its power evenly distributed. Similarly, if all 10 parts combined, it would become the extremely powerful sword energy of Ling Tianhu. This sword energy was then far more flexible than before, a world apart. In this respect, Ling Tianhu's appreciation for his disciples far surpassed that of Tia Yanzi. He could give his disciples extremely powerful sword energy, while Tia Yanzi only gave them a meager item for protection. Ling Tianhu might have arranged for Tham Lang to enter the demon spirit land to protect his disciples, but Tia Yanzi did not. This is closely related to the two of them. Ling Tianhu's cultivation is domineering. His path makes him extremely protective of all his disciples, not allowing outsiders to offend them. His disciples absolutely cannot be humiliated by outsiders. This is the main reason why, although the Great Luo Sword sect has a notorious reputation, the cohesion of Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu over his disciples is very strong. However, because of this, there are not many extremely powerful people in this sect. An eagle that remains under protection will find it difficult to become a true mighty eagle. Conversely, in the Taiyuan sect, Tia Yanzi's path is to follow the will of heaven and act according to fate. He typically cultivates in accordance with the will of heaven, and his disciples' lives and deaths are determined by fate, their strength and weakness by destiny, so he will not easily take action. Although that is the case, Tia Yanzi's methods have also resulted in many powerful experts in the sect. Just the 7 individuals who were bestowed the title of Heavenly Fortune's 7 Sons outside were all incredibly powerful. Not to mention those within the sect who had undergone countless years of life and death training. While Wang Lin cultivated underground for a month, a major event occurred in the demon spirit land. This event caused almost all the cultivators outside to leave their homes and flee to the Fire Demon and Heaven Demon counties. The Heaven Demon County mobilized 30 million troops and officially declared war on the Fire Demon County. In the past, although wars were constant in the demon spirit land, they were all minor conflicts. A life and death war between two counties like this was extremely rare. Even the annual influx of cultivators only caused wars among the 9 counties to a certain extent, never triggering this kind of life and death battle. Because once the balance of the 9 heavenly demon districts is broken, it will cause unimaginable chain reactions. But for cultivators, this is also a heaven-sent opportunity, the fastest way to achieve great feats. The 8 great demon commanders of the heavenly demon district and 8 deputy commanders all marched out. 2 new deputy commanders were added. Besides Mo Lihai, there was also the former first demon general, Mo Fei. Furthermore, the demon emperor of the heavenly demon district also personally arrived. The entire army was divided into 3 columns, directly attacking the Fire Demon District from 3 directions, meeting at the Fire Demon capital. The day Wang Lin emerged from underground was the same day the Heavenly Demon District army entered the Fire Demon District territory. As soon as he emerged from his seclusion, Wang Lin immediately sensed a dense aura of killing intent filling the heavens and earth. This killing intent wasn't emanating from one person, but from tens of thousands of people simultaneously. Under this killing intent, the sky and earth became gloomy. The white clouds in the sky were gradually replaced by a dark fog, and rain began to fall. There's still that cave. We need to continue investigating. Who knows, there might be quite a few treasures. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he disappeared forward. There were 2 disciples of the Sword Venerable who were with Mo Fei before. Those 2 are my targets, however, this Mo Fei is a bit strange. Back in the Imperial prison, the black-haired man was similar to this one. This place is probably a bit eerie. Wang Lin's eyes showed a thoughtful expression as he teleported. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose into the air. Even rain couldn't settle it. Within the dust, countless armored demon soldiers, wielding sharp blades, rode on horseback, radiating intense killing intent. Above the demon soldiers, an ancient-looking, colorful building floated, moving with the army. Around the pavilion, a group of demon soldiers with bright eyes lined up and marched forward. At this moment, a rainbow flew from the horizon directly towards the army. Before the rainbow even approached, a figure emerged from the pavilion in the sky. This person was dressed in ordinary clothes but exuded an aura of majesty. A smile played on his lips as he looked at the rainbow approaching from afar and said with a laugh, "Brother Wang, still as well as when we parted." The rainbow transformed into Wang Lin's figure upon reaching the pavilion. He looked at the person who emerged from the pavilion, his face showing no surprise, and bowed, saying, "Wang Lin greets the great demon emperor." This person was indeed the young man with whom Wang Lin had drunk all night. Back then, Wang Lin had noticed that this person had no demonic power in his body, but Wang Lin had a strange feeling that this person was extraordinary. Even with his peak level cultivation today, he could discern a clue. In this person's stanchion, there was a large, fist-sized demonic gem. Although this gem didn't emit any demonic power and appeared extremely ordinary, Wang Lin paid even more attention. While Wang Lin was observing this person, the man who came out of the pavilion was also assessing Wang Lin. He smiled and said, "Brother Wang, don't be so formal. You are an envoy of the ancestral spirit. Besides, our statuses are equal. You can just call me Gu Yangfeng. However, I'm a little puzzled. How did you know I'm a demon emperor?" Wang Lin smiled slightly and said, "I only suspected it before, but today, after seeing Brother Gu clearly, I'm certain." As soon as Wang Lin finished speaking, a divine thought immediately emanated from his storage bag, continuously pleading in his mind. "Master, my most revered and greatest master in Suligu's life. How could you be so heartless as to make 2 lovers, who swore to live and die together, only meet briefly when they are only a few meters apart? It's been 10 years since I last saw that beauty, Wang Lin raised his eyebrows and directly patted his storage bag. Suligo, inside the immortal sword, immediately flew out. This time, Suligo was smart enough not to displease Wang Lin, so he didn't bring the immortal sword with him and left his body. As soon as he appeared, he transformed into his true form and continuously observed the demon emperor. But after looking for a long time, he couldn't find the emperor sword anywhere, and couldn't help but show his displeasure, sighing, "Could it be that I and this beauty really have no fate together? 10 years apart, it feels like a lifetime." Suligu rarely spoke so elegantly, but to Wang Lin's ears it still sounded a little embarrassing. He bowed to the demon emperor and said, "Brother Gu, this is my sword spirit. There's been a misunderstanding with the sword spirit of your emperor sword." The demon emperor glanced at Suligu and said, "It's all right. I've long heard of the sword spirit that has been causing my granddaughter endless resentment for the past 10 years. After he finished speaking, he made a gesture with his right hand in the air, and immediately a crack sound echoed in the sky. A hole unexpectedly opened in the void, and the emperor's sword flashed out. "It's you!" As soon as the sword appeared, it vibrated, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek, and pointed directly at Suligu, its sword energy instantly erupting. Suligu's joyful expression vanished. Fortunately, he knew the owner of the beautiful woman beside him. The lecherous look in his eyes was suppressed, revealing a look of infatuation as he said to the Emperor's sword, "My wife, 10 years have passed. I, the Su family, have missed you greatly." He then hastily unleashed his sword energy. Because he appeared in spiritual form, Su Liguo's dodging of the sword energy seemed somewhat forced. Wang Lin's gaze was cold. Although Su Liguo was a sword spirit, he was his possession. Normally, he could treat him however he pleased, but not to an outsider. Seeing the Emperor's sword slashing towards him again without the Demon Emperor stopping it, Wang Lin's expression darkened. He swung his right sleeve, and a strange wind blew. The sword light on the Emperor's sword immediately flickered. "This aura is yours. You are that disgusting fellow." "Very well, so you two are a group." A female figure materialized on the Emperor's sword, glaring angrily at Wang Lin and Su Liguo. Without hesitation, she urged the Emperor's sword forward. In an instant, sword energy filled the surroundings, attacking Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned and snorted coldly. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, far surpassing the late stage of the transformation realm from years ago. In the past, this Emperor's sword had made him very wary, but now, with his current cultivation, why would he care about a mere sword? With a cold HMPH, all the sword energy in the surroundings was instantly shattered. The Emperor's sword was about to move again when the Demon Emperor's right hand grasped the sword in midair, seizing it. Wang Lin's expression was grim. He threw Su Liguo into his storage bag, clasped his hands, and said, "I apologize for making Brother Gu laugh. I came here to ask a question. Where is the Demon General Mo Fei?" The Demon Emperor sighed inwardly. He hadn't wanted to argue with Wang Lin like this, but he couldn't stand seeing someone bully Songer in front of him. Wang Lin's sword spirit is well concealed, but in my eyes, its malevolent nature is extremely strong. He sighed again and said, "Brother Wang, Mo Fei has become the deputy commander. He and the heavenly commanders are leading the left wing of the army. They should be at Songtao City in the Fire Demon County right now." After speaking, he paused slightly, then continued, "Brother Wang is an envoy of the ancestral spirit. I have already announced this. This will make it easier for you to handle things. Furthermore, take my jade slip. Consider it as me personally coming. If anyone dares to be disrespectful, you can mobilize the heavenly marshal to kill them." Gu Yanfeng finished speaking and took out a white jade slip, handing it to Wang Lin. This jade slip contained a unique demonic aura, very difficult to imitate. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he accepted the jade slip, saying, "Thank you very much." After saying this, he clasped his hands, turned around, and disappeared into the horizon. Gu Yanfeng watched where Wang Lin disappeared, shaking his head and muttering, "Wang Lin, from the moment that music entered my ears, I knew you were on the same path as me. I don't want to turn against you. I offer my goodwill hoping you can understand." During the teleportation, Su Liguo's voice entered Wang Lin's primordial spirit. "Master, that beautiful woman, this is not something to discuss further," Wang Lin calmly said, squeezing the jade slip in his hand and putting it into his storage bag. With his sharp mind, he naturally understood the Demon Emperor's intentions. The left wing of the Heavenly Demon County's army numbered approximately 10 million demon soldiers, shaking the ground as if countless thunderbolts were erupting. The three main commanders, Jia, Du, and Huang, led the charge. The three deputy commanders, Hong Zhuan and Huang, jointly managed the army, leading 10 million demon soldiers straight towards Songtao City on the border of the Fire Demon County. At this moment, the three main commanders, Jia, Du, and Huang, were each riding their respective demonic beasts, galloping through the vast army of demon soldiers. The three remained silent, a dark, oppressive aura of killing intent enveloping the heavens and earth, following the heavenly demon army straight towards Songtao City. On the right flank of the army, Deputy Commander Mo Fei, clad in armor, rode a beast resembling a Kilin, his eyes calm. Behind him stood a middle-aged man on the Kilin's tail. This man's eyes were closed, a large sword strapped to his back, his entire body moving with the swing of the Kilin's tail, giving him the appearance of a wise and virtuous sage. Just then, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the distant horizon. The thunder rumbled, seemingly trying to suppress the killing intent of the thousands of demon soldiers. Suddenly, a figure appeared within the lightning bolt. This person, clad in black armor, looked like a demon lord descending from the heavens, his entire being radiating demonic energy. His appearance immediately drew the attention of many. He was indeed Wang Lin. In an instant, a cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He took a step forward, his entire body transforming into a shooting star, directly attacking from the sky. He said nothing, but as he flew, his divine consciousness spread out, instantly focusing on Mo Fei's right flank. Mo Fei's cold gaze was fixed on Wang Lin from afar. The middle-aged man behind him, his eyes still closed, slowly opened, a profound light emanating from him. In a flash, Wang Lin, stepping on a bolt of lightning, flew forward with a thunderous roar, streaking past countless demon soldiers. At this moment, the three main commanders of the Heavenly Pillar and Imperial factions, except for the Heavenly Commander, had their eyes flashing. The murderous aura of tens of thousands of demon soldiers roared, but Wang Lin completely ignored it. Killing someone was about seizing the spotlight, and it had to be done quickly. If he were to go up and announce his identity, take out the Demon Emperor's jade slip, and then try to kill someone, he would lose his advantage and give the people of the Great Luo's Sword Sect time to unleash Ling Tianhu's sword energy. By order of the Demon Emperor, capture and kill Deputy Commander Mo Fei. Others, step aside. Wang Lin shouted, throwing the Demon Emperor's jade slip with his right hand, sending it flying straight towards the two commanders, Zhu and Huang, who were about to attack. All of this was accomplished in an instant. The yellow springs swept across. Wang Lin teleported, his figure disappearing in a flash, his right index finger pointing forward. Annihilation Finger. The Annihilation Finger, like lightning, flashed and flew straight towards Mo Fei. Mo Fei, with a cold expression, raised his right hand. The middle-aged man behind him, his face solemn, formed a hand seal. The dog sword strapped to his back suddenly flew out, and in midair, the blade transformed into the soul of a ferocious, pitch-black pig. The speed of the finger strike was incredibly fast, but just as it approached Mo Fei, it suddenly shattered and vanished. This scene stunned Mo Fei, but his expression immediately changed slightly and a surge of demonic power erupted from his body, enveloping him completely. The middle-aged man was also momentarily dumbfounded. Just like that, he was already dead. Wang Lin's figure instantly appeared beside the middle-aged man, pointing a finger. The demonic energy covering his entire armor instantly condensed into a demonic flame. This finger strike was the ultimate, irresistible. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically. In a life-or-death situation, he teleported away, preparing to unleash the Ling Tianhu sword energy without hesitation. But in an instant, the ground of the Yellow Springs rumbled. The Tao of heaven and earth, the cycle of reincarnation and transformation, an invisible force descended in all directions, as if only the Tao of the Yellow Springs remained in the heavens and earth, life hanging by a thread. After a brief pause, a golden light flashed at the middle-aged man's forehead. Wang Lin's index finger simply pointed upwards. One point, and the man was dead? Wang Lin severed the man's head, and with a flash, he snatched the man's sword from the void and turned to leave. Like flowing clouds and water, clean and tidy. The middle-aged man was named Pig. When Wang Lin beheaded him, he sealed his nascent soul. With Wang Lin's peak-level cultivation, sealing someone below the late stage of the transformation realm required no effort. He carried the head away like a cold wind, disappearing in an instant. As for the Demon Emperor's jade slip, Wang Lin didn't take it. It was useless to him. However, it was an item the Demon Emperor had given him as a token of goodwill, and refusing it would have seemed too stubborn. Wang Lin didn't even glance at the tens of thousands of demon soldiers, stepping into the void and departing. Pig's head was refined by Wang Lin, and the sword energy was absorbed into his body. Regarding the pig's primordial spirit, Wang Lin used the soul-searching technique. After obtaining the information he wanted, the pig's primordial spirit, which was almost collapsing, was directly thrown into the soul banner by Wang Lin, transforming into a main soul. The people of the Great Luo's Sword Sect in this demon spirit land, besides possessing the Ling Tianhu sword themselves, unexpectedly had someone named Tham Lang secretly protecting them. Tham Lang, this name is so peculiar. I'm sure I've never heard it before. But the appearance of Tham Lang in this pig's memory seems familiar. But I can absolutely confirm that I've never met this person. Wang Lin's eyes showed a pensive expression as he flew. Tham Lang, according to the pig's memory, this person's cultivation has surpassed the peak inquiry realm, reaching the Yin Void realm. only slightly inferior to the yang true realm of Sichuan. Wang Lin frowned, but in an instant his body suddenly trembled and stopped in midair, motionless. Sichuan! Wang Lin took a deep breath. His right hand patted his storage bag, and a jade slip flew out, which he grasped in his hand. His divine consciousness swept over it, and his expression immediately turned grim. If it weren't for the thought of Sichuan, Wang Lin wouldn't have remembered that Sichuan had given him a jade slip before. Inside was a drawing of Sichuan, and the people depicted were those who had caused Sichuan's body to shatter years ago. Sichuan hadn't intended for Wang Lin to actually meet them, but rather to remind him not to provoke them. Wang Lin truly hadn't expected to actually encounter the people in the pictures. Moreover, it was extremely easy for cultivators to change their appearance. Trying to find someone based on just a few pictures was as difficult as searching for a needle in a haystack. If this Them Lang is truly Sichuan's enemy from back then, he must know about the heaven-defying pearl. Wang Lin rubbed his temples. The heaven-defying pearl was his greatest secret. For over 700 years, the attributes of this heaven-defying pearl have been extremely bizarre. Back then, just a little rainwater was enough to perfect the water attribute, but it became increasingly difficult over time. Now, only the metal attribute remains unperfected, but Wang Lin has a feeling that the difficulty of perfecting this last attribute is likely to be infuriating. If this heaven-defying pearl could be completely separated from his primordial spirit, Wang Lin wouldn't be going through such hardship. If he were truly facing a life-or-death situation, he would calmly make a choice. But now, the pearl has merged with his primordial spirit and cannot be separated. Unless he extracts his primordial spirit and refines it like he refined Ling Tianhu's swordcha, only then can he refine the heaven-defying pearl from his primordial spirit. Wang Lin frowned. What is the origin of this heaven-defying pearl? Why is the Cultivation Alliance paying so much attention to it? This heaven-defying pearl has been with me for hundreds of years. Besides its ability to reverse time, it has almost no other divine powers. Even if it's hidden inside, if it encounters someone with extremely powerful abilities, it will be discovered and cannot be concealed. This pearl, no matter how you look at it, seems like a useless object. Even its ability to reverse time is only very effective for low-level cultivators. For high-level cultivators, it's not even as attractive as a quantity of immortal jade. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, looking into the distance with sharp, dagger-like eyes. Based on Pig's memory, at that time, Greedy Wolf seemed to have discovered something mysterious in the Fire Demon District. Now, 10 years have passed, and only Pig remained in the Heavenly Demon District. The other three have successively gone to the Fire Demon District to meet Greedy Wolf previously. The purple rat must have also gone to meet up, but halfway through, it developed a murderous intent towards me, thus losing its life. What exactly did this Greedy Wolf discover? Wang Lin's eyes flashed. It's a pity that with Greedy Wolf around, I won't have the opportunity to continue collecting Ling Tianhu's sword energy. However, this matter can't be rushed. A cold smile appeared on Wang Lin's lips, and his body flashed as he used the great teleportation technique. This war is the best opportunity for me to collect the killing intent. I can't miss it, but my strength alone is limited. I must do it this way. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold, and his figure vanished. He didn't participate in the battle of the Fire Demon County. Instead, he teleported, returning to the Soul Refining Tribe in the Heavenly Demon County a few days later. The Soul Refining Tribe had developed over more than 10 years, becoming one of the 4 largest tribes in the Heavenly Demon Wilderness. Wang Lin's return caused a stir throughout the tribe. Many people, though they hadn't met Wang Lin, had already spoken of him as a kind of ancient demon, worshipping him. That valley was even considered a sacred place in their hearts. After returning, Wang Lin immediately summoned 13 and Yang Hua, selecting over 10,000 people from the tribe. He bestowed a stream of killing intent upon each person. This killing intent resided within their bodies. Anyone they killed would have their life force absorbed into the killing intent within their bodies. According to Wang Lin, the more these 10,000 people killed, the stronger the killing intent in their bodies would become. Even in extremely dangerous situations, it could automatically transform into a life seal, protecting them. Following this, these 10,000 people were dispatched to the battlefield in the Fire Demon County. Wang Lin did not allow them to join the Heavenly Demon Army, but instead dispersed them to develop independently. For these people, Wang Lin had only one requirement: to continuously kill to cultivate the killing intent in their bodies. 10,000 people were nothing compared to the massive battle involving tens of millions of demon soldiers. Wang Lin understood this, so he immediately sent Yang Hua and 13, giving them magical artifacts and 3 months to take the remaining members of their tribes and conquer the other 3 tribes in the Heavenly Demon County. Meanwhile, he himself spent his days in the valley, continuously engraving the primordial spirit seal on the scattered demon. He also used the remaining time to repair the Forbidden's banner. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. With Wang Lin's magical treasures, the remaining 3 tribes were each invaded by 13 and Yang Hua. A large number of outsiders drank the demon peach and became members of the soul refining tribe. For those new members who hadn't yet cultivated the soul refining technique, Wang Lin directly took out the soul refining banner. He shook it, and a series of souls flew out under Wang Lin's control, each entering the bodies of these newcomers. He didn't harm their souls, but rather chose a form of coexistence. Following that, Wang Lin released the killing intent in his body and separately integrated it into the bodies of these people. Thus, the second wave of 30,000 people was sent into the Fire Demon County. Wang Lin used a great teleportation technique to move everyone from this desolate wilderness. The location he chose was an ancient battlefield, the former dwelling place of the scattered demon. At the previous demon tower, Wang Lin used his divine power to condense a tall tower, and then he sat cross-legged inside. As for the people of his tribe, they began to thrive within it. A series of simple rooms were built, and before long, this place had become a new tribe. Time flew by, and another 10 years passed. During these 10 years, Wang Lin did not leave the tower even a single step. The 3 armies of the Heavenly Demon County attacked the Fire Demon County, and the Fire Demon County deployed appropriate strategies to fight back. The battlefield was filled with relentless slaughter. 10 years of war was merely the beginning. During these 10 years, wave after wave of people from his tribe, carrying Wang Lin's killing intent, joined the battlefield. At the same time, a portion of the soul refining tribes continuously sought targets, the wild tribes of the Fire Demon County. The war in the Fire Demon district seemed to have been forgotten by Wang Lin. He stayed in the tower for 10 years, spending his days sitting cross-legged, cultivating his spiritual essence and imprinting it onto the scattered demons. He was preparing to strengthen his power even further in the 100-year period. Only then could he fulfill his promise to the ancient demons. These 10 years of continuous cultivation further solidified Wang Lin's early-stage nascent soul cultivation. He could feel that although the killing intent emanating from him was dissipating, it was growing stronger every day. The more killing intent his clan members possessed, the safer they became, and the stronger their power would become. By now, his total killing intent had reached 100,000. This 100,000 killing intent had merged into the bodies of 100,000 clan members, continuously growing stronger. Killing to nurture killing. After this war, I really want to see how many streams of killing intent can be divided into. Inside the tower, Wang Lin opened his eyes, his gaze like lightning, a vast and surging force emanating from within. Outside the tower was a 10-mile wide open space, with houses built densely packed together, stretching for hundreds of miles in the distance. This was the new soul refining tribe. Every month, members of the tribe returned, bringing with them a large number of tribal prisoners from the Fire Demon County. The scale of the soul refining tribe was rapidly expanding. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and patted his storage bag. The forbidden sphere sealing Yao Zixu flew out. He touched the void with his right hand, and the sphere shattered, revealing Yao Zixu's figure inside the tower. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he slowly said, "What have you thought about?" Yao Zixu was not naked, but wearing a blue robe. After she appeared, her beautiful eyes widened as she glared at Wang Lin, gritting her teeth and saying, "What exactly are you thinking? For these 10 years, I've told you everything I needed to. What more do you want?" During those 10 years, Wang Lin had repeatedly questioned Yao Zixu. Yao Zixu's hatred for Wang Lin was deeply buried in her heart. At the same time, she feared some of Wang Lin's methods. Wang Lin had opened a loophole in her mind, a loophole that revealed the method of using the blood soul pill. After this loophole appeared, under Wang Lin's influence, Yao Zixu nearly collapsed. Although she hadn't revealed everything, she had disclosed some secrets. "You said that cave dwelling was left behind by an immortal emperor. So how do you know about this immortal emperor's cave dwelling and other matters?" Yao Zixu bit her lip. She consistently refused to answer this question. You've been in my hands for over 20 years. Don't you want your freedom? If you tell me everything, I can grant your request. After leaving the demon spirit land, I will release you. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with an unreadable glint as he slowly spoke. A demonic thought emanated from his voice. This was a small divine ability he had learned from the scattered demon after 10 years of continuously increasing the imprint on it. I can tell you everything, but you must swear on your Tao heart. After leaving the demon spirit land, you will release me. Yao Zixu sighed softly, speaking in a low voice. You have no right to negotiate with me. I will not break my promise to you. Speak, and you may have a way out. If you don't, I will seal you forever. Wang Lin's voice was calm, yet it carried a chilling coldness. Yao Zixu stroked her hair, gazing at Wang Lin for a long time. She lowered her voice and said, My father once warned me not to make enemies with you. At that time, I was very confused as to why my father knew you. Back then, you were just a minor figure. Although you were taken as a disciple by Tai Yunzi, with my understanding of my father, your identity, your cultivation, everything about you couldn't possibly attract his attention. So I didn't listen to him. Now I understand a little why my father mentioned you. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, coldly looking at her. Yao Zixu sighed softly and said, The things surrounding the cave dwelling were told to me by my father. That year, he and Tai Yunzi and Ling Jian who discovered a secret in this demon spirit land, a secret. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he said calmly, What secret? This demon spirit land is actually a cave dwelling. You can probably guess that. I can tell you that this demon spirit land is a cave dwelling so large it's unbelievable. But it wasn't one, it was 5. Of the 5 caves, 4 were illusory and 1 was real. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he slowly said, So, the cave you took me to was an illusory cave. Yao Zixu nodded bitterly, saying, That's right, it was indeed an illusory cave. What was your purpose in entering that illusory cave? Wang Lin asked. My father once said that there are many things inside the illusory cave, such as magic treasures and spiritual liquids. If I find them, it will be of great benefit to my cultivation, Yao Zixu said in a low voice. However, before she could finish speaking, she saw a cold smile appear on Wang Lin's lips. Wang Lin silently looked at Yao Zixu. He said nothing, but his gaze made Yao Zixu's heart tremble. She pondered for a long time, then said bitterly, What I just said is all true. You don't need to use this as an excuse to prevent me from leaving later. Wang Lin said in a low voice, Well said, all true. You probably just expressed your true thoughts. But that's not what I'm asking. What connection do those 4 void mansions have with the final cave dwelling? Yao Zixu pondered for a moment, then sighed softly, saying, All right. Those 4 void mansions are actually a gateway to the final cave dwelling. Your father and his group discovered a secret. It's not that simple, is it? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. I only know that my father suspected there might be a chance to enter the 3rd stage of the Tao realm in that final cave dwelling. Because this cave dwelling belonged to Qinglin, the first immortal emperor before the collapse of the immortal realm. Immortal Emperor Qinglin was the strongest in the immortal realm. It's rumored that when the immortal realm collapsed, Immortal Emperor Qinglin didn't die, but after fighting fiercely, he was injured and fled. My father and his group discovered this secret in that final cave dwelling, where the aura of the immortal Emperor Qinglin was in seclusion. I don't know how they knew this. You shouldn't ask me about this, Yao Zixu said, looking at Wang Lin. Years ago, she had heard this news from her father, and the shock was almost unimaginable. Even now, recalling it still shakes her. She really wanted to see what kind of expression Wang Lin would have upon hearing this news. Unfortunately, she saw only an unchanging calm demeanor. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but his pupils contracted. In Wang Lin's heart, these words stirred up a storm. He believed 7/10 of Yao Zixu's words. It wasn't because Yao Zixu's words sounded pleasant, but because of the 2 words Qinglin she uttered. Wang Lin would never forget the moment he and Yao Zixu first entered the cave dwelling. The moment he unleashed the overlapping inscriptions, a voice, seemingly from nowhere, echoed in his ears. I am Qinglin. What kind of cave dwelling is this? There are ancient demons. There are scattered demons. The ancient demons are divided into 9 parts, unable to merge with each other. And I don't know much about the scattered demons. But according to these words, the scattered demons are also subordinates of the ancient demons. Could it be that in this demon spirit land, there are still ancient demons? The more information he learned, the more Wang Lin felt a persistent fog before his eyes. He looked at Yao Zixu expressionlessly and said, "How were the 4 void mansions distributed back then?" Heavenly Fortune Master and Ling Qian, who each occupy one cave. And there's also a cave occupied by the Cloud Immortal Taoist couple. Back then, my father's cultivation wasn't sufficient to compete with these 4. But he was fortunate enough to learn of the existence of the 4th cave. In fact, except for my father, everyone else has always believed that the caves here are 3 illusory and 1 real. Cloud Immortal Taoist couple. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he'd heard of them. The Cloud Immortal Taoist couple are from tens of thousands of years ago. They didn't leave with Heavenly Fortune Master and his group, choosing instead to cultivate in the cave. Therefore, except for a select few, not many people know about them to this day. I also learned about this couple from my father. Yao Zixu's eyes showed a hint of admiration as she spoke. Back then, when she heard about this couple, it was during the blossoming of her love, and she had always harbored a dream in her heart. Now, remembering it, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, his eyes suddenly flashing as he gazed intently at Yao Shizu and said, "Your father, the blood ancestor, is probably about to arrive." As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Shizu's heart trembled, but her expression showed surprise. She said, "I don't know what you mean by that." Her expression was extremely natural, revealing no clue whatsoever. This demon spirit land has been in constant flux for tens of thousands of years. I don't know if you've entered this place before, but with the blood ancestor's divine abilities, it wouldn't be difficult to slow down your lifespan. Yet you deliberately risk letting others know the secret of that cave and entering. If there wasn't something mysterious going on, you wouldn't be so anxious. For tens of thousands of years, your father, the blood ancestor, has probably been unable to enter for some reason. That's why you've come here. You're so eager to gain control of that cave dwelling, I'm afraid you've already made preparations while waiting for your father to arrive. Wang Lin's voice softened, his profound gaze slowly finishing his sentence. Yao Zixu silently looked at Wang Lin, and after a long time, she smiled and nodded, saying, "You're very clever. That's right, my father is coming soon." In fact, not only my father, but I'm afraid your master, Tia Yunzi Ling Qianhu of the Great Luo Sword Sect, and several other old monsters on Tai Yun Star will also arrive here very soon. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes, revealing only a slit, and slowly said, "Is it the golden token in the tide?" Yao Zixu's gaze towards Wang Lin vaguely revealed a hint of fear. Only now did she truly feel Wang Lin's terrifying power. This person is too cunning. His questions seem simple, but the moment I answer, I immediately fall into his trap. Step by step, he unknowingly gathers a lot of information. If I lie, he can immediately find a loophole in all this convoluted information. This person is truly terrifying. Yao Zixu didn't know that Wang Lin cultivated forbidden techniques. The deductions within his mind were 10, even 100 times more complex than before. Talking to Yao Zixu was nothing to him. Wang Lin only feared that Yao Zixu wouldn't speak. If she did, he would find a way to uncover the truth. He only feared that Yao Zixu would remain silent as before. Yao Zixu lowered her head, instinctively avoiding Wang Lin's gaze, and said, "That token, called the Kinglin Immortal Token, is the key to the gate of the illusory realm leading to the true cave dwelling. Only by holding that item can one enter. However, it requires 4 tokens to open simultaneously for void gates to open at the same time in order to complete the process. Missing even one won't work. According to you, in the hearts of the Heavenly Fortune Sect's followers, they always believed that 3 tokens were enough. Only your father, blood ancestor, knew that 3 tokens couldn't open the true gate. Is that right?" Wang Lin asked. Yao Zixu was silent for a moment, then nodded. This blood ancestor is truly calculating. As long as he has the void gate in his hands, even without the tokens, he'll still have the upper hand. With careful planning, once the 4th token appears, he'll naturally gain the qualification to enter the true cave. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing slightly, and asked, "Where will that token appear after being sucked into this place?" "The tidal abyss. The entrance is in the Fire Demon District." Yao Zixu hesitated before saying. Wang Lin didn't ask any more questions. With a flick of his right hand, he instantly sealed Yao Zixu and stored her in his storage bag. Now, only Wang Lin remained in the tower. His eyes gleamed with an eerie light as he murmured, "So this secret exists in the demon spirit land. My cultivation is far inferior to these old monsters. But why did Tianzi insist on making me enter this demon spirit land?" Wang Lin pondered. The longer he stayed in this demon spirit land, the more he felt the place was strangely eerie. First, there was the painting of the yellow dragon, then a figure resembling Moa Fei, and then a burly man who looked remarkably like Ling Jianhu. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he muttered, "Heavenly Fortune Master acts according to the will of heaven. If he intentionally wanted me to come here, he probably has another purpose." Previously, when I was on Heavenly Fortune Star, Bai Wei pointed out that most of Heavenly Fortune Master's disciples, who had cultivated for over 10,000 years, had disappeared. But are these missing senior brothers related to this demon spirit land? Wang Lin touched his storage bag, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, no matter what, as long as my own strength is sufficient, no matter how strange this place is, it cannot affect my Dao heart. Wang Lin closed his eyes, his primordial spirit continuing to engrave the imprint onto the scattered demon within his body. He continuously directed this imprint deep into the scattered demon's soul, slowly condensing it. Furthermore, as the number of people in the soul refining tribe increased, more and more people continuously cultivated soul refining techniques. Moreover, this place was an ancient battlefield containing many souls. Although the vast majority were hidden deep underground, as the soul refining tribe moved here, deep pits were gradually dug out. Cultivating underground became a unique method of practicing soul refining techniques for the soul refining tribe. This was just one method of cultivating soul refining. Another effective method was to go to the Fire Demon District and absorb the souls of dead demon soldiers. However, only those with effective cultivation skills are qualified to go. Every member of the clan who wants to go to the Fire Demon District alone must be personally examined by Hyang Ichue before a decision is made. The entire soul refining tribe is developing at an extremely rapid pace. This kind of power is growing every day, like a small butterfly absorbing nutrients in its cocoon. Eventually, it will break out of its cocoon and shake the 9 districts. In the hearts of every member of the clan, the tall tower in the center of the 10-mile radius of open land is a sacred place, lofty and unforgiving, like a god. As for Wang Lin, who has been in the tower for 10 years without coming out, he is the ancestor in everyone's hearts, their guardian. Throughout the day, besides consolidating the imprint on the demon-slaying banner, Wang Lin unleashed various Forbidden's formations, integrating them into the Forbidden's banner. 9,999 combinations of Forbidden's formations, accumulated over 10 years, were continuously refined by Wang Lin, slowly drawing closer. The soul-slaying banner had long since been dispersed by Wang Lin. The 10,000 souls within transformed into dark clouds, covering the sky above the soul refining tribe. The constant wailing and crying became a distinctive feature of the soul refining tribe. For the divine archery chariot, Wang Lin also devoted considerable time and effort to carefully considering the 5 seals on it. Back when he was in the mid-stage of the nascent soul transformation realm, he could barely open 1 seal. Now, with his cultivation reaching the peak of the nascent soul realm, he could master the 1st seal. But this wasn't enough for Wang Lin. He needed the 2nd seal. After the 1st seal was opened, this divine archery chariot could threaten a late-stage nascent soul cultivator at the great perfection level. Regarding the 2nd seal, Wang Lin's divine consciousness merely swept over it, and he was immediately pursued by streaks of lightning within. Wang Lin was prepared. His immortal power surged for a few seconds before he could crush the lightning. Through this lightning, Wang Lin judged that if this 2nd seal were broken, the soul beast's power would undoubtedly be immense. Moreover, he suspected that beneath the 2nd seal was wind the soul beast's power of lightning. It's worth noting that this divine archer chariot is an immortal artifact. Its creator once claimed it was an extremely powerful weapon, bestowing upon it the name Divine Archer. Although the tone was wild, with his hundreds of years of experience, Wang Lin didn't entirely believe it, though he did believe about 3/4 of it. The fact that this beast possessed lightning power further piqued Wang Lin's interest in this 2nd seal. He recalled the powerful wind, rain, lightning, and thunder techniques unleashed by the late-stage nascent soul cultivator beneath the demon tower years ago, and every time he thought about it, his mind was shaken. In this divine ability, the most powerful is the Black Lightning Dao. Without the Black Lightning Dao, its power would be weakened by more than half. Wang Lin was confident he could open the second seal. However, analyzing the power of the lightning, he also discovered that once the second seal was opened, with the strength of the soul beasts, the beast taming scroll would surely collapse. The beast taming scroll was a gift from a cultivator under Tusen in the ancient gods' realm years ago, given to Wang Lin for his assistance. For hundreds of years, this item, especially the divine archery chariot, had been of great help to Wang Lin, allowing him to use it even with insufficient cultivation. But now, as Wang Lin's cultivation increased and the seals on the divine archery chariot were gradually removed, this item began to be difficult to control the soul beasts. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then patted his storage bag. The beast-taming scroll floated out before him, its ancient-style bronze ring engraved with countless runes and ancient, ferocious beasts. There were also several tiny cracks on it, left by the soul beast's retaliation earlier. Looking at the beast-taming scroll, Wang Lin's eyes showed hesitation. If it weren't for this ring's restraint, he would have to use his own strength to truly subdue the soul beasts. He needed to completely inherit the method of the person who created this chariot. Otherwise, this treasure would be unusable. With a determined look in his eyes, Wang Lin grasped the beast-taming scroll, stood up, and took a step forward, disappearing into the tower. When he reappeared, he was 1,000 miles away from the soul refining tribe. The plain was vast and empty. Wang Lin threw the beast-taming scroll away, his hands forming a hand seal and pointing forward. The ring immediately emitted a black light, and with a thump, transformed into the divine archery chariot, falling to the ground. The newly appeared divine archery chariot, brimming with ferocious spikes, emitted a dense, wondrous light. Simultaneously, a spirit beast materialized, its body hundreds of feet tall, comparable to a small mountain. Its eyes blazed red, instantly glaring fiercely at Wang Lin, letting out an earth-shattering, indomitable roar. It charged towards Wang Lin with a roar, like a small mountain crashing down, the sound of shattering space following its path. Wang Lin remained calm, casually raising his right hand and striking forward. This strike was like a giant hand descending from the heavens, instantly landing on the spirit beast's body, pinning its colossal form to the ground with a thunderous roar. Dust flew up in a circular motion, the entire ground seemingly shaking. The spirit beast raised its head, its eyes showing a struggle, its mouth roaring fiercely, staring intently at Wang Lin, its indomitable will soaring to the heavens. Wang Lin calmly observed the spirit beast. Years ago, when he faced the spirit beast in its initial state, he was utterly powerless. But now he could suppress this beast, rendering it helpless. He grasped the beast in the air with his right hand, then bit off the tip of his left finger and drew a red blood talisman in the air. This talisman was left behind by the immortal who created the divine archer chariot in the past. There were 7 of these talismans in total. Once all of them were imprinted, the divine archer chariot would truly recognize its master. However, 2 of these 7 blood talismans could only be imprinted after the 4th seal was broken. Having drawn the talisman, Wang Lin's left hand shot out, and the talisman instantly transformed into a blood-red light, flying straight towards the struggling beast on the ground and stopping at its forehead. The spirit beast's body trembled as if in extreme agony, letting out a furious roar, its body writhing uncontrollably. Wang Lin's eyes flicked, and he released his right hand. The beast, now free, glared at Wang Lin, growling softly, its unyielding spirit growing stronger. Wang Lin coldly looked at the spirit beast, his hands forming a hand seal. A black light flashed on the seal in his hands as he shouted, "First seal, open." The black light flew from the seal, directly landing on the spirit beast's body. A series of cracking sounds immediately emanated from its body. A colossal aura instantly surged forth. In that instant, the spirit beast abruptly rose from the ground, its blood-red mouth gaping open as if it could swallow the heavens and earth, and bit down. Wang Lin remained motionless, raising his right hand and slapping forward. The raging wind transformed into a gently waving hand, and the beast's wide mouth instantly shattered with a thump. Its body immediately retreated, transforming into countless black beams of light that scattered in all directions, then furiously rushed towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin simultaneously drew on the void with both hands, and 2 blood talismans appeared in an instant as the black light reached him. At this moment, all the black light instantly penetrated Wang Lin's skin. After entering his body, it went straight to his nascent soul. A cold smile played on Wang Lin's lips, and his eyes opened, emitting a dazzling light. My primordial spirit has left my body, Wang Lin muttered softly, his eyes slightly closed. From his crown, his primordial spirit immediately flew out. In the primordial spirit's hand, the soul beast, tightly gripped by the neck, also flew out. 2 blood talismans instantly flew towards him, one caught by the primordial spirit's left hand, and the other placed on the soul beast's forehead. The soul beast's body trembled, and a surge of even more powerful energy rushed out. This time, it unexpectedly knocked Wang Lin's consciousness away. Wang Lin's consciousness entered its body, and he opened his eyes to look at the beast. At this moment, in a border region between the Fire Demon and Golden Demon counties, countless miles away from Wang Lin, lay a vast mountain range, perpetually shrouded in miasma, a place neither the Fire Demon nor the Golden Demon armies controlled. Deep within the mist lay a white fortress. More precisely, it was simply a fortress surrounded on all sides by towering white rocky mountains, each about 10 zhang high. A mysterious aura emanated from within this mist. At that moment, a dark figure swiftly flew through the mist, kneeling on one knee in midair, respectfully saying, "Your subordinate greets the ancestor. I have located the whereabouts of Wang Lin, who disappeared in the ancient demon capital 20 years ago." The fortress fell silent for a moment, then a deep voice spoke. "What is his current cultivation level?" "Ancient demon messenger." "Ha ha. The person I've set my sights on is indeed extraordinary. Send 3 squads and an additional immortal guard to capture this person for me." The shadowy figure hastily replied yes, and his body flashed and disappeared. Inside the city, an extremely short old man muttered, "This Wang Lin, if properly trained, could add another immortal guard to my ranks. No matter how high this person's cultivation is, as long as they haven't reached the peak of the questioning realm, that immortal guard will be able to capture them." Wang Lin's eyes stared intently at the soul beast. After imprinting the 3rd blood talisman, the beast's body erupted with an aura that even he found somewhat frightening. The beast's body trembled violently, the red light in its eyes growing increasingly intense, unexpectedly expanding to 3 feet. Its body, originally 100 feet tall, resembled a small mountain. But at this moment, with a faint, low growl, the beast's body quickly retracted, and a series of cracking sounds continuously emanated from within it. Wang Lin calmly observed the beast, his expression serene but his eyes shining brightly. The Jade Slip's record of the unsealed soul beast from years ago had emphasized this point. The power of the divine archery chariot largely lay in its soul beast. 7 blood talismans fused with the primordial spirit, each imprint stimulating the soul beast's evolution. If this stimulation reached its peak, the soul beast would explode and die if the seal wasn't broken. However, if the seal was broken too early, the beast's evolution would be interrupted, and its power wouldn't reach its peak later. In fact, the creator of these 3 divine archery chariots died before they were even used. According to his plan from back then, the 3 divine archery chariots needed to undergo their first opening to be truly perfect. Therefore, the beast's soul had to evolve to its peak the moment the seal was broken. Only then would the beast's power truly live up to its name, the divine archery chariot. According to the creator's plan, he prepared all the necessary materials, sought out a powerful expert of the immortal emperor level, and invited this person to perform the first opening of the divine archery chariot. This would ensure that every divine archery chariot would be flawless. He even declared in the Jade Slip that, upon creating the 3rd divine archery chariot, even an immortal emperor-level expert would be unable to perfectly open it. The soul beast's body continuously shrank, its aura becoming even more terrifying. The surrounding plains, which were usually windy, now seemed to have lost their wind power, and the sky gradually darkened, losing its brightness. On the ground, countless tiny grains of sand gently trembled, as if attracted by a mysterious force. Wang Lin's eyes blazed like torches. The soul beast's aura had now surpassed the early stage of the questioning peak, gradually reaching the middle stage, and was still continuing to rise. A few seconds later, the soul beast's body shrank from 100 feet to 10 feet, but the crimson light in its eyes had also expanded to nearly 7 feet. Within the crimson light, wisps of mist swirled. Wang Lin's eyes widened in surprise. He formed a hand seal, and a dense black light surged from his hands. His gaze, like lightning, stared intently at the soul beast. At that very moment, the crimson light in the soul beast's eyes suddenly recoiled, and a frenzied, destructive aura instantly surged from its body. The speed of this surge was so rapid, as if a sphere within the soul beast's body was rapidly expanding. A reddish glow flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. He stared intently, pointing his hands forward and shouting, "Second seal! Open!" In that instant, the aura within the soul beast reached its peak, and the black light flashed and stopped on its body. Its body stopped trembling, and an aura capable of destroying heaven and earth stabilized around it. It raised its head and let out a loud roar towards the sky. The sky was now filled with the rumbling sound of thunder. Each bolt of lightning struck down instantly. This wasn't a heavenly tribulation, but the beast's divine power. The lightning thundered down, falling entirely upon the soul beast. The lightning bolts continuously connected, forming a long thread. The soul beast's body was surrounded by lightning, forming a sphere. Inside, it stood upright, then slowly lay prone. In an instant, it became a rare beast in the heavens and earth. It wasn't a unicorn, but a thunder beast, even rarer than a unicorn in the immortal realm. A silver horn slowly sprouted from its head with a hissing sound. Wang Lin's eyes showed a hint of disappointment when he saw the silver horn. He sighed inwardly, took a step forward, and with his right hand drew a few lines in the air. The fourth blood talisman formed, and after he grasped it, it flew straight towards the thunder beast in the lightning. That jade slip said that if the second divine archer chariot perfectly opens the second seal, what will appear inside is a golden horn. His figure instantly moved closer, his right hand piercing through the lightning, directly placing it on the thunder beast's forehead. The timing he chose was mentioned in the jade slip. After a soul beast evolves into a thunder beast, the moment a horn appears, this beast is born with a unique mark in its life. This mark is intentionally left by the creator, serving to imprint a lasting impression. The blood talisman imprinted on the thunder beast's forehead, and in an instant, a golden light seemed to appear on the beast's silver horn. Wang Lin was stunned, but upon closer inspection, the golden light was gone. The thunder beast, imprinted with 4 blood talismans, looked at Wang Lin with eyes that were neither hostile nor gentle. It glanced at Wang Lin, then its body flashed and disappeared into the divine archer chariot. Wang Lin's right hand grabbed, and the divine archer chariot was put into his storage bag. His eyes flickered slightly, and he thought to himself, that golden light wasn't just my imagination. But why was it like that, however, despite its silver horn? Its power is enough to contend with a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. It's just that if it were a demon from this place, it would be perfect. But if it were a cultivator who could reach the mid-stage nascent soul, unless they possessed powerful divine abilities, they would certainly have astonishing magical artifacts, or perhaps both. Therefore I, using my early-stage nascent soul cultivation, wouldn't dare say I could defeat any mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, but killing me would be impossible. And if I encountered a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator whose divine abilities or magical artifacts were inferior, I could still kill them. As for the late-stage nascent soul, that's a bit more difficult. Wang Lin sighed. Whether it was the vermilion bird from back then or that old man in black, their cultivation levels both reached the late-stage nascent soul. Even with my thunder beast, I probably wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the late stage. Fortunately, I have Ling Tianhu's sword energy. If I really encounter them, I have nothing to fear. Wang Lin took a step forward, his body instantly teleporting back inside the pagoda in the soul refining tribe. The reason late-stage peak-level cultivators are so powerful is because that realm is the final stage of the initial stage of cultivation. A late-stage peak-level cultivator at the peak of the first stage is at the very heart of that stage. Such a figure with that level of cultivation can only be challenged by those of the same level. A mid-stage peak-level cultivator simply cannot resist them. Unless they possess an extremely heaven-defying magical artifact like Ling Tianhu's sword energy, or the fourth soul in the venerable soul banner from back then. Even so, the fourth soul was ultimately subdued by the vermilion bird. And Master Dun Tia also perished. The old man under the demon pagoda said that the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning divine abilities were merely his weakest move. That must be true. Inside the pagoda, Wang Lin sat cross-legged, his eyes filled with contemplation. If I had 1,000,000 or more killing intent, the 10 billion venerable soul banner, the divine archery chariot, and the Tao of the Yellow Springs, could I defeat a late-stage nascent soul cultivator Wang Lin pondered. It's uncertain, but with Ling Tianhu's sword energy, if a late-stage nascent soul cultivator provokes me, I might have to expend my sword energy once. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. Next, I must refine the 3 swords of GNZ properly. These 3 swords were truly wasted in the hands of their previous owner. I once studied them, and it seems they contain other divine abilities. However, these divine abilities seem to require coordination to be unleashed. Wang Lin patted his storage bag. And the 3 swords, Mo Yang, Li Shu, and Haiju, immediately flew out. 3 swords emitted sharp, agile sword energy. Wang Lin exhaled a breath of primordial spirit energy, transforming it into a green mist that enveloped the 3 swords. He closed his eyes, concentrating on refining them. In an instant, 3 months passed. One day, 10,000 miles outside the Soul Refining Tribe, countless rainbows flew across the sky. Their target was extremely clear. The Soul Refining Tribe. Among them was a man in a yellow robe, his entire body enveloped in golden light. This man looked young, his face full of cold arrogance. Beside him was a young man in a snow-white robe, with a dignified appearance. But at this moment, his face showed bitterness, and while flying, he looked complicatedly towards the Soul Refining Tribe, seemingly hesitant. The man in the yellow robe spoke coldly. This young man in white was clearly Sun Yunshan, the young sect master of the Zhuanyuan sect, who had entered the demon spirit land with him years ago. When he entered the demon spirit land, he was accompanied by several high-level elders for protection, but now he was alone. Hearing the man in the yellow robe's voice, Sun Yunshan's body trembled, and he hastily said respectfully, "Venerable, your subordinate," before he could finish. The man in the yellow robe interrupted him, his voice cold. "No need to explain. If you have joined our Cultivator Alliance, you must absolutely obey. If it weren't for your sister's sake, do you think you could have participated in capturing Wang Lin this time? A chance to earn merit like this?" Sun Yunshan's expression darkened, and he softly replied, "Yes," thinking to himself, "I wonder if Wang Lin of the Soul Refining Tribe and Wang Lin of the Heavenly Fortune sect are the same person. Oh, I'm hoping too much. They can't be the same person." This time, to capture Wang Lin, the ancestor deliberately sent out a celestial guard. This time there's no danger, but we must be careful not to let Wang Lin escape. The man in the yellow robe finished speaking, his eyes glancing at a middle-aged man in a black robe at the end of the group. This man had an ordinary appearance, his expression calm and unwavering from beginning to end. It was as if nothing in the world could move him. Around his body, tiny ripples slowly spread out, vaguely merging with the void. His aura in this state was almost completely dissipated. Ordinary cultivators observing with their divine consciousness couldn't sense his existence at all. To reach the realm of divine fusion of heaven and earth, transforming into nothingness, meant his cultivation had reached the early stage of the questioning peak. However, this person's cultivation level was peculiar. His primordial spirit lacked any vital energy. Inside the pagoda of the Soul Refining Tribe, Wang Lin, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A bolt of lightning shot out from them. 13 guests have arrived. Invite them in. A group of cultivators from the Alliance, riding the cool breeze and white clouds, headed straight towards the Soul Refining Tribe. From afar, a continuous black mist appeared before them. This mist was so dense that not only their vision but even their divine sense was strongly repelled. Even the slightest carelessness could lead to their souls being devoured. Sharp, piercing screams emanated from within the black mist, terrifying everyone. The dense black mist made it impossible to see inside. This vast, thick expanse of mist, spanning hundreds of miles, alone was enough to make most people stop in their tracks. The man in the yellow robe, seeing these things from afar, immediately frowned. He snorted coldly and said, "Wang Lin is here, but he only has this one protective barrier. Breaking through this barrier is as easy as pie for us." The people following him all looked grimly at the pitch-black mist, speechless. A hint of mockery flashed in Sun Yunshan's eyes. He had learned a little about this from his sister. The ancestor had sent a celestial guard to capture this cultivator named Wang Lin, and all the squads thought it would be easy, so everyone wanted to seize this opportunity to earn merit. As for the messenger bringing the news that Wang Lin's location was shrouded in a powerful black mist, it didn't attract much attention from those who wanted to seize the opportunity to earn merit. They always believed that with the Celestial Guard, everything would be fine. Sun Yunchen glanced around, including himself. There weren't even 20 people. Most of them were at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, with only a few reaching the middle stage. As for the late stage of the nascent soul realm, there was only one person, Uncle Feng, who had been silent the entire journey. Sun Yunchen glanced at the gray-haired old man not far away, a wave of sorrow rising in his heart. This old man was Uncle Feng, his father's fellow disciple. Uncle Feng's purpose in entering the demon spirit land this time was to protect him. But he never imagined that his sister would secretly follow him, leading to this fate. Even Uncle Feng had his memory erased by the ancestor's secret technique, becoming a puppet. He himself had been cursed with an immortal seed by the ancestor, his life and death no longer in his own hands. That black mist is merely a show of force. Number 10. Go break through this mist for me, the man in the yellow robe shouted. A monk in the early stage of the transformation realm beside him had a grim expression. He hesitated for a moment but dared not disobey, only able to sigh inwardly and respectfully say, "Your subordinate obeys." The monk gritted his teeth, his body flashing forward, heading straight towards the black mist. But the closer he got to the black mist, the more intense the oppressive force within became, capable of shaking the primordial spirit. There were also bursts of howling sounds, like divine power sonic waves, rushing out from within. The monk couldn't advance beyond 1,000 feet. He had a feeling that if he tried to enter, he would surely die. Seeing the monk stop, a flash of murderous intent appeared on the face of the man in the yellow robe, and he coldly shouted, "Number 10, you dare disobey orders." Hearing this, the monk's face showed bitterness. He sighed, muttering to himself, "Well, living like this isn't human. It's time to end it. Dying here would be a release." He took a deep breath, his foot leaping forward as if propelled by ace. In an instant, his body shot forward over 1,000 feet. But at that very moment, the black mist suddenly stirred, swirling clouds emitting earth-shattering roars. Simultaneously, the black mist instantly transformed into a gigantic mouth capable of swallowing the heavens and earth, completely engulfing the cultivator, leaving nothing behind. The black mist swirled like raging waves, forming a colossal, expanding mass. The deafening screams intensified throughout the heavens and earth. The entire group of allied monks, except for a few exceptional individuals, all of them, were instantly terrified. Although they were far away, they felt as if they had stumbled into a strange spectacle, their bodies drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked. It was as if the gaping maw formed by the black mist had swallowed not just 10 people. The black-robed immortal guard at the end of the group, who had been lazily closing his eyes, now had a glint of starlight in them as he carefully observed the black mist. A look of bewilderment on his face. Captain, this black mist," a man beside the black-robed man said, his eyes filled with fear. The black-robed man's expression grew even more somber. He pointed his right hand at the old man not far away and said, "Number 3, you come?" This gray-haired old man was none other than Uncle Feng, Sun Yunchen's mentor. His face went blank, but he said nothing and stepped forward. Sun Yunchen clenched his fists, his heart bleeding as he watched the figure of Uncle Feng disappear into the distance. The gray-haired old man, stepping forward into the 100-foot-wide black mist, was about to continue. But at that moment, the swirling black mist suddenly accelerated its expansion. In an instant, the black mist slowly parted, revealing a path. A young man with a cold expression stepped out from within, his eyes coldly fixed on the old man, then on the distant group of cultivators from the Alliance, calmly saying, "Our ancestor invites you all." The man in the yellow robe's expression changed slightly, and he immediately shrieked, "Number 3, kill him. We can enter through this path." The cold-faced young man was 13, his expression unchanged. As for the gray-haired old man, his figure flashed, and he flew straight towards 13. But in the blink of an eye, a force shot out from the black mist, enveloping the old man and causing him to vanish. This scene struck the hearts of the allied monks like a heavy mace. Sun Yunchen's eyes were bloodshot. 13 extended his right hand and said, "Please." After saying this, he turned and walked to the back. The man in the yellow robe's expression was uncertain. He instinctively glanced back at the man in the black robe behind him, feeling slightly relieved, and sneered, "Let's go. We'll see what kind of tricks this Wang Lin has up his sleeve." The group quickly flew out, following the path through the black mist. As they entered, the path behind them was gradually obscured by the black mist. After flying for a short while, the man in the yellow robe at the front suddenly stopped, his eyes wide with shock, his face extremely grim. Everyone flying behind him also saw the scene before them, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. Appearing before them was a colossal tribe, its members all coldly gazing at them. Countless eyes rested on the group of cultivators from the Cultivator Alliance. Despite their profound cultivation, they were still slightly shaken, especially in the center. There was a 10-mile wide open space, where a tall tower stood, emanating a powerful aura that enveloped the heavens and earth. Under this aura, everyone felt as if they couldn't breathe. 13 stood at the edge of the 10-mile wide open space, respectfully saying, "Ancestor, the guests have arrived. Fellow Taoists, you have come with murderous intent. I wonder what offense I have committed." Wang Lin's voice echoed from within the tall tower. His tone was humble, yet his voice seemed to possess a magical power, gently reverberating throughout the soul refining tribe. As Wang Lin continued to increase the imprint of the heavenly demon sound divine ability on the scattered demon, he gradually gained some control over it. At this moment, as the voice spread, all the cultivators of the Alliance, except for the black-robed immortal guard, were instantly overwhelmed by this demonic sound. The black-robed man, due to his profound cultivation, was not completely lost in the demonic sound. His eyes blazed with starlight as he stared at the pagoda, his face showing a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. The yellow-robed man's primordial spirit trembled, his eyes involuntarily showing a dazed expression, instinctively saying, "I haven't offended you if that's the case. Then your coming to cause trouble for me is going too far." Wang Lin's voice, filled with a gloomy tone, rang out. In that instant, all the members of the soul refining tribe, their minds aligned, shouted in unison, "Going too far." These two words, uttered by everyone in the soul refining tribe, merged with the wailing souls in the black mist in the sky, becoming even more ferocious than thunder. Boom! The sound of the Alliance cultivators' voices, like a sharp sword piercing the heart, instantly caused everyone's ears to ring and their primordial spirits to tremble. Some of the lower cultivation practitioners even had fresh blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, clearly suffering internal injuries and primordial spirit damage. A similar loud shout brought everyone back to their senses. The man in the yellow robe's face changed drastically. He instinctively retreated several meters, his face showing terror. If he was like that, the majority of the cultivators beside him were even worse, each gasping in shock, their eyes filled with fear as they inwardly cried out, "This is bad." Sun Yanshan, however, was inwardly agitated beyond the shock, shouting in his heart, "It's him! It's him!" As he retreated, the man in the yellow robe shrieked, "Immortal guards, attack!" As soon as the words were spoken, the black-robed man at the back's eyes lit up. He took a step forward, instantly traversing the distance to the sky above the tall tower. His right hand formed a hand seal and slammed downwards. This slam seemed to possess the power to uproot mountains, transforming into a large, shimmering golden seal in midair, swiftly aiming at the pagoda. A cold hum emanated from within the pagoda. Wang Lin emerged from it, not even glancing at the sky. His right hand flashed with black light as he raised it and grabbed downwards, calmly saying, "Come down." The moment the grab landed, the golden seal instantly cracked, collapsing with a series of cracking sounds. The black-robed man's expression changed instantly, a look of fear appearing in his eyes as he tried to dodge. But his body was immediately seized by a force that seemed capable of absorbing life, pulling him down from the air. With a loud crash, the black-clothed man's body slammed to the ground. As the black-clothed man fell, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He drew a hand gesture in the air, and a restriction instantly materialized, sealing off all the meridians in the black-clothed man's body. Wang Lin had casually used the annihilation finger technique, and with his cultivation level, he had immediately noticed the strangeness in the black-clothed man's body. His primordial spirit hadn't fused with Yuan Chai. Instead, it had been replaced by a tiny, fingernail-sized piece of shattered jade. This meant that although this man's cultivation had reached the peak of the questioning realm, he hadn't actually comprehended the peak of the questioning realm's intent. In Wang Lin's eyes, this man was just a brute. Needless to say, Wang Lin was now at the peak of the questioning realm. Even if he were, defeating this man wouldn't have been difficult at all. But in the eyes of outsiders, Wang Lin's grab was like a furious lightning strike, leaving all the cultivators of the Alliance stunned. The man in the yellow robe trembled, his face pale. If it weren't for the black mist covering the path behind him, he would have quickly fled first. As for the other cultivators beside him, they all stared blankly at the middle-aged man who had been slammed to the ground by Wang Lin's grab, speechless. Only Sun Yunshin's excitement had reached its peak. He took a deep breath, as if wanting to release all the pressure of the past few days. "Senior, you've misunderstood. This is a misunderstanding. We only represent the cultivators of the Alliance and want to invite you to participate." The man in the yellow robe trembled, hastily saying, "Brother Wang, their purpose on this trip is to capture you." Sun Yunshin's face wore a cold smile, his figure flashed, and he instantly darted out more than 10 meters, shouting loudly. Wang Lin had already seen Sun Yunshin and nodded slightly. The man in the yellow robe's face turned even paler. He glared viciously at Sun Yunshin and shouted, "Sun Yunshin, you dare betray the ancestor." Sun Yunshin's body trembled as he was about to speak, but Wang Lin casually waved his right hand. The man in the yellow robe was instantly struck as if by a gust of wind, his entire body shattering into a large mass of flesh and blood. His primordial spirit flew out from the flesh and blood, momentarily showing a dazed expression, but was immediately swallowed by the black mist in the sky and disappeared. The smell of blood hadn't completely dissipated, but the surrounding cultivators all showed expressions of fear. They couldn't imagine that Wang Lin's cultivation was so incredibly high. With a single grab, the immortal guard was captured, and with a casual wave of his hand, the man in the yellow robe's body shattered. Late stage of the peak realm. He must be at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Wang Lin didn't look at these cultivators, but looked at Sun Yunshin, smiling and saying, "Brother Sun, it's been many years." Sun Yunshin sighed, bitterly saying, "Brother Wang, save me." Wang Lin's expression was normal, and he smiled and said, "Let's talk inside." After saying that, he grabbed the black-clothed man on the ground with his right hand and entered the pagoda. Sun Yunshin hesitated for a moment, then followed closely behind, his heart trembling even more than the other cultivators. He remembered that when he first entered this demon spirit land, Wang Lin's cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. But now, in just a few decades, Wang Lin had reached the nascent soul realm. This terrified him, and at the same time, the other party's stature in his heart couldn't help but rise infinitely higher. In midair, only a dozen or so cultivators remained, a group who dared neither to move nor to attack, standing restlessly, each second feeling like a year. Inside the pagoda, Wang Lin sat cross-legged, taking out an ancient-style table from his storage bag, and then a jar of fine wine. He poured a glass for Sun Yunshin and said with a smile, "Brother Sun, please sit down." Sun Yunshin stood awkwardly to the side, hesitating for a moment before sitting down opposite him. "Brother Wang, if you've come here, what do you need my help with? Don't hesitate to say so." Wang Lin smiled slightly, putting down the wine jar and looking at Sun Yunshin. Sun Yunshin pondered for a moment, then took a sip from the wine cup. He then picked up the wine jar and drank directly from it. After drinking more than half of the jar, he finally looked at Wang Lin with bright eyes, took a deep breath, and pointed at the sealed man in black beside him, saying in a low voice, "Brother Wang, this person has no name. His identity is a celestial guard. We both come from an organization that calls itself the Cultivator Alliance." Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he slowly said, "Cultivator Alliance." Sun Yunshin took another large gulp of wine, his eyes reddening as he continued, "In the Cultivator Alliance, there's someone who calls himself the ancestor of the immortal realm. This person's cultivation is mysterious, and he made the name Celestial Guard himself. Furthermore, the ancestor also has 10 people like this Celestial Guard under his command. Their strength isn't significantly different. Years ago, your battle with the demon general Mo Lihai in ancient demon city, Tianyao County, caught the ancestor's attention. For some unknown reason, he ordered someone to capture you. When you were in Tianyao City, he was also preparing to capture you. Then you disappeared in Tianyao County, and the matter stopped. But a few months ago, someone somehow discovered you here and reported it to the ancestor. Therefore, he sent us to capture you." Wang Lin's gaze was serious. He thought back to the time in Heavenly Demon City when he heard the sound of the zither. The leader, upon being captured, self-destructed without hesitation. This kind of madness left a deep impression on Wang Lin. At the time, he thought it was a demon general sent by another faction, But today, hearing Sun Yunshin's words, he realized it was someone else. Sun Yunshin clenched his fist and continued, "Brother Wang, you don't know this. Years ago, I don't know how my younger sister came to this demon spirit land. She was bewitched by that ancestor and became a member of the Cultivator Alliance. After meeting me, she tricked me into joining this organization. When I realized something was wrong, that ancestor appeared, using only one divine ability to control my four uncles. From then on, their minds were destroyed, turning them into puppets. Even I was cursed with an immortal seed, my body no longer under my control." Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he glanced at Sun Yunshin. This single glance instantly caused Sun Yunshin's primordial spirit to tremble, almost collapsing. He even had the feeling that all the secrets in his heart were now completely exposed in Wang Lin's eyes. This feeling vanished in an instant, but Sun Yunshin was still sweating profusely, his gaze towards Wang Lin filled with awe. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, raising his right hand and pointing it at Sun Yunshin from a distance. Immediately, numerous green lines emerged from Sun Yunshin's forehead, spreading densely throughout his body. Wang Lin let out a soft ah, a solemn expression appearing on his face as he carefully examined the green lines, closing his eyes in contemplation. At this moment, Sun Yunshin felt a little nervous. If this immortal type restriction couldn't be removed, dispelled, then his life would be forever controlled by the ancestor, without freedom. After a long while, Wang Lin opened his eyes and slowly said, "That ancestor called this restriction an immortal seed." Sun Yunshin nodded hastily, saying, "That's right. The Alliance's ancestor once said that he brought this immortal seed before the collapse of the immortal realm. It's an immortal artifact. No one but him can break it." A strange glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he thought to himself, "That man in black is called an immortal guard, and this strange restriction is called an immortal seed. The ancestor even claimed to be from the immortal realm. Could it be the immortal Emperor Qinglin? Although the possibility is very small, this strange restriction is definitely not an ordinary object. A faint aura of immortal energy emanates from it. It must be something from the immortal realm." Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then his right hand grasped the air, seizing the immortal guard. A cold glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he placed his right hand directly on the man's head. He unleashed his soul-searching technique. If this man in black were a genuine peak-level cultivator, Wang Lin naturally wouldn't dare carelessly use soul-searching. But this immortal guard had no vital energy in his body. His peak-level cultivation was actually entirely bestowed by the shattered jade within his nascent soul. His true cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. During soul-searching, Wang Lin's expression gradually darkened. This immortal guard's memory was extremely short, only retaining memories from after becoming an immortal guard. His earlier memories were non-existent. Wang Lin released his right hand and struck down, instantly shattering the man's nascent soul. Wang Lin's eyes showed a cold glint as he opened his mouth and spat out a flame of nascent soul, beginning the refining process right before Sun Yunshin's eyes. Sun Yunshin watched this scene, his heart trembling, filled with boundless awe and terror. While refining, Wang Lin's gaze briefly swept over Sun Yunshin's face before returning. He had a purpose in doing so. This alliance's ancestor had a mysterious background, and Wang Lin was certain he couldn't simply believe Sun Yunshin's words with just a few words. Some necessary precautions and warnings were essential. The immortal guard's primordial spirit was quickly refined, and a small, fingernail-sized piece of shattered jade shimmered and floated before Wang Lin. He stared at the jade, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Although no immortal power emanated from it, Wang Lin's divine consciousness immediately detected an unimaginable amount of immortal power within it. This immortal power couldn't be absorbed because it seemed to contain a hidden thought. If a cultivator's primordial spirit were to merge with this shattered jade, a cultivator equivalent to the early stage of the nascent soul realm could emerge. However, the success rate of this kind of merging was extremely low. Otherwise, that old ancestor wouldn't just have 10 immortal guards. And the fusion process, I'm afraid it's not as simple as fusing with the shattered jade. The key here is probably a hidden thought within. Only by merging with that thought can a true combination be achieved. A pensive look flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. If that old ancestor of the Cultivator Alliance knew this, Wang Lin would surely be shocked. He had spent a great deal of time figuring this out back then. But now Wang Lin had almost guessed 7 or 8/10 of it based on a few points. Where is the Cultivator Alliance? Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light as he slowly spoke. The location of the Cultivator Alliance is at the northern intersection of the Fire Demon District and the Golden Demon District, a place perpetually shrouded in miasma. Extremely secretive, son. Yunshin immediately replied. After speaking, he hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, Wang Lin, what are your plans? I'm not entirely sure I can break your restrictions, but that ancestor should be able to, Wang Lin said with a smile. Sun Yunshin took a deep breath, stood up, took a few steps back, bowed deeply to Wang Lin, then looked up, his eyes filled with excitement, and said, Wang Lin, words cannot express my gratitude for this great favor. I will remember this in my heart. If I ever return to Chunyunstar, I will definitely repay you. Brother Sun, there's no need for that. Wang Lin shook his head and said, in fact, even if it weren't for you, I would still have to go to the Cultivator Alliance. That ancestor has provoked me twice. If I don't act now, I'm afraid there will be a third, a fourth, and who knows when it will stop. Brother Wang, no matter what, I will remember this. Sun Yunshin's voice was sincere. Wang Lin shook his head and chuckled, putting the shattered jade into his storage bag. With a wave of his sleeve, he directly enveloped Sun Yunshin and disappeared into the pagoda. Just as he left the soul refining tribe, Wang Lin casually waved his right hand, and more than 10 cultivators standing in midair were also swept away by him, vanishing without a trace. The war in the Fire Demon County raged on, with daily slaughter causing a large amount of blood to flow into the ground. The entire Fire Demon County was filled with the stench of blood. The fighting between the two counties inevitably attracted the attention of the other 7 counties. Especially now, with the constant slaughter within the Fire Demon County and the dwindling reinforcements from the Heavenly Demon County. All of this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in the eyes of the other 7 counties. One day, at the intersection of the Fire Demon County and the Heavenly Demon County, within a radius of 10,000 miles of miasma, a meteor streaked across the horizon. Outside the miasma, the meteor light dissipated, transforming into the figure of Wang Lin. He waved his sleeve, and more than 10 cultivators immediately flew out, standing to one side. Sun Yunshin, however, stood beside Wang Lin. His heart was filled with unease and excitement. These two complex emotions alternated, inevitably causing him some panic. Brother Sun, keep the jade slip I gave you safe on the way. Although the restrictions in the jade slip cannot completely neutralize that immortal seed, they can provide you with a delaying effect in times of danger. Wang Lin said, then took a step into the dense miasma. He had a hunch about the immortal seed, but he needed to meet the so-called immortal realm ancestor to confirm it. Deep within the miasma, in the city, a short, elderly man sat cross-legged. Facing him were 3 women. These 3 women were all exquisitely beautiful, one of them being Sun Yunshin's younger sister, Sun Ruonan. Streams of pale pink energy emanated from their 7 orifices, transforming into a group of beautiful, illusory figures that danced and swirled around the old man's body. These beautiful figures gradually solidified, becoming a group of fairies in resplendent robes, which the old man sucked in and swallowed directly into his mouth. The moment Wang Lin stepped into the mist, the short old man suddenly opened his eyes, a golden light flashing from them. As soon as he opened his eyes, the illusory bodies of the fairies surrounding him instantly vanished. The 3 women, however, showed extreme fatigue, even faint signs of aging. Wang Lin's body entered the dense, misty miasma. As he moved, the miasma seemed to possess sentience, dispersing and swirling around him. As Wang Lin entered, the swirling miasma around him intensified, and a sound like the howling of demons gradually emanated from all directions. Wang Lin said indifferently, to attempt soul techniques in front of me, you're overestimating yourself. He then formed hand seals, pushing them outwards, and shouted, Soul Spring. His voice merged with the seals, and as his hands moved, the misty miasma instantly began to swirl, boiling and rapidly condensing before Wang Lin. This scene resembled a whirlwind before him, drawing in all the endless fog from all directions. Almost instantly, all the misty miasma that had filled the area dissipated. For the first time in countless years, this place was exposed to sunlight. In Wang Lin's hand was a fist-sized ball of extremely high density. In the distance, a towering white city stood majestically, Outside the city, over 100 cultivators floated in the air. Their eyes were filled with fear and bewilderment as they stared at the energy ball in Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin's expression coldly swept over these cultivators, their appearances immediately catching his eye. Among them were some who had followed Wang Lin into the demon spirit realm, and others who were quite unfamiliar. But there was one person among them whose presence caught Wang Lin's attention. He was a short, middle-aged man dressed in blue. The moment he saw Wang Lin, he froze for a moment, instinctively averting his gaze, a look of helplessness on his face. He was the one who followed Wang Lin into the demon spirit land, a disciple of the blue lineage of the Heavenly Fortune sect. "Get out of the way," Wang Lin calmly and slowly spoke. At this single sentence, almost instinctively, everyone scattered. Their cultivation levels didn't surpass the peak inquiry stage. The highest was only the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Facing a peak inquiry cultivator capable of condensing the mist here, they wisely chose to retreat. However, some were still unwise, relying on the backing of the self-proclaimed ancestor from the immortal realm. Among them, a young man in a Taoist robe shouted, "How dare you? Who are you? State your name." "I am a cultivator from the Alliance." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin's icy gaze, like a sharp sword, pierced his eyes. Blood gushed from his mouth as he swallowed his words. Wang Lin cultivated the slaughter immortal technique, possessing a murderous intent, his gaze capable of materializing. Those around him gasped, retreating several steps. Those who hadn't dispersed earlier immediately changed their minds, ignoring the danger of their internal restraints activating, and hastily retreated. A straight path led directly to the city. "Kill this man!" A majestic voice boomed from within the city. Upon hearing this, the faces of the surrounding cultivators instantly turned pale, their expressions uncertain. At the same time, a dark figure suddenly flashed out from within the city, charging straight towards Wang Lin. "Immortal Guard!" Someone from the surrounding cultivators exclaimed, whether intentionally or genuinely surprised. It was unclear. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He paid no attention to the figure emerging from the city, taking a step forward with extreme ease as he walked towards the city. He didn't walk fast, but when he caught everyone's eye, their gazes narrowed. At this moment, in the eyes of these cultivators, Wang Lin had become like an elder in their sect. This kind of aura, this kind of composure, was not something an ordinary cultivator could possess. Only with a certain level of confidence in one's own cultivation could one radiate such an aura. The disciple of the blue sect of the Heavenly Fortune sect looked at Wang Lin's figure, his eyes revealing an extremely complex expression. He had heard a little about Wang Lin and had witnessed the battle for the title of the 7 Heavenly Fortune Sons firsthand. At that time, Wang Lin's performance had attracted a lot of attention, but it was only attention, because after all, Wang Lin's cultivation wasn't very high. Now, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent in the slightest. Not only had Wang Lin reached the peak of the questioning realm in a short time, but more importantly, he vaguely felt a sense of seeing the Heavenly Fortune Sun within Wang Lin. This feeling, though not intense, was undeniably present. As a disciple of the Heavenly Fortune sect, and a disciple of Heavenly Fortune Master, his knowledge was extraordinary, and he naturally understood what all of this represented. Being able to create this feeling proved that Wang Lin had grasped his own Tao. In the cultivation world, anyone who truly grasped their own Tao concept, held it in their heart, and comprehended the heavens and earth from this state of mind, yet integrated it into their being, possessed the qualification to establish their own sect. In the real world, every cultivator possesses their own Tao, but to be able to condense this Tao concept is extremely difficult. He unexpectedly reached this state of mind. The middle-aged man in the blue robe felt disheartened. He seemed to forget that he had been implanted with the immortal seed in his body, his mind filled with contemplation. Wang Lin, from a crippled barbarian from the Vermilion Bird Star to a great master possessing his own Tao, was an unimaginable difference. Wang Lin stepped forward, and a dark figure rushed towards him when he was about 10 meters away, unleashing a barrage of divine abilities. These abilities were related to beasts. When unleashed, they transformed into a ferocious creature, its mouth gaping like a blood-filled basin, intending to devour Wang Lin whole. Without the peak-level cultivation, even a single strike would suffice. Wang Lin pointed his right index finger, softly shouting, "Shatter!" A black light flashed on his fingertip, transforming into a stream of black energy that instantly shot out. After reaching the peak level cultivation, Wang Lin's primordial spirit and his realm merged, gaining the essence of heaven and earth. When he raised his hand, it was an attack formed by the condensation of his realm and immortal power. Moreover, he possessed his own Tao even when casually unleashing divine abilities. His Tao thoughts were infused into them. The momentum of annihilation carrying only Wang Lin's Tao. Tao concept shattered the void. As this finger pierced through the illusory beast, it directly struck the chest of the black-robed figure who had rushed out. The beast shattered. The black-robed figure perished. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but he had been forced to raise his cultivation to the peak of the questioning realm, leaving him no chance to escape under a finger infused with the Tao concept of a true peak of the questioning realm cultivator like Wang Lin. "Who are you?" A voice, extremely serious, emanated from within the white building. Wang Lin's footsteps never faltered for a moment, always heading towards the white building. "You've provoked me twice. Today, I've come here myself. Why ask who I am?" Wang Lin's voice was calm, neither heavy nor light, betraying neither joy nor anger. "Surname Wang, I don't recall offending any fellow cultivator surnamed Wang." Inside the white building, the short old man's face remained gloomy. With his cultivation level, a single glance was enough to discern Wang Lin's extraordinary cultivation. This person had truly reached the early stage of the peak-seeking realm, and more importantly, he had mastered his own Tao. He must be Wang Lin. One of the three women before the old man, Sun Ronan, Sun Yunshen's younger sister, whispered. Wang Lin, the short old man's expression immediately darkened. He never imagined that back then he had merely been slightly tempted to capture this person to train him as a celestial guard, and now he had reached such a level of cultivation. If he had known this earlier, with his personality, he certainly wouldn't have provoked him. "Wang Taoist, I acknowledge my past transgression. This was due to my recklessness. You killed two of my celestial guards, so let's consider it a draw. Today I won't make things difficult for you. You may leave. From now on, we will not offend each other again." The short old man pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. His words fell upon the ears of the three women before him, causing all three to show expressions of astonishment. They understood the ancestor's character very well, knowing that he possessed profound cultivation but a narrow-minded heart. Now, being cornered at his doorstep, he not only didn't retaliate but even let Wang Lin leave, especially Sun Ruonan. Back then, she hadn't been very impressed with Wang Lin. She thought that even if Wang Lin was powerful, he absolutely couldn't compare to the ancestor. After all, the ancestor was an immortal who had once subdued for late-stage great perfection nascent soul cultivators with just one divine ability. Not to mention, he had 8 immortal guards under his command. She didn't believe that if they all attacked simultaneously, those 8 immortal guards would be defeated. Hearing the ancestor's words, Wang Lin shook his head as he walked forward, saying, "2 immortal guards are merely 2 pieces of shattered jade. How can they possibly compensate for your provocation of me?" The short old man in the city changed his expression, his eyes flashing with a sinister glint, and he said ominously, "What an arrogant fool, just a mere early-stage nascent soul cultivator, and you think I can't kill you? 8 immortal guards summoned the immortal emperor to kill this man for me." As soon as these words were spoken, 8 figures suddenly flew out from the city. Among these 8 were both men and women, their movements as swift as lightning. A powerful pressure and a strong nascent soul aura emanated from them. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, his cold gaze fixed on the 8 figures. In an instant, the 8 figures sat down cross-legged, their positions seemingly governed by some kind of rule, their hands constantly changing hand seals. A surge of immortal power emanated from them, strangely merging in midair to form a phantom image. At this moment, waves of immortal power surged from this figure in all directions. This phantom image gradually solidified, instantly transforming into a middle-aged man wearing immortal robes, his long hair flowing, holding a green longsword in his hand. An aura comparable to immortal might emanated from this phantom's body. At this moment, all the surrounding cultivators knelt down, respectfully saying, "Lower realm cultivators pay their respects to the immortal emperor." From within the platform came the old man's smug laughter. His tone, tinged with arrogance, roared, "Wang Lin, I won't deceive you. I am originally from the immortal realm. After the immortal realm shattered, I was fortunate enough to arrive here. All my divine abilities are genuine immortal techniques. How can you possibly resist me? You can still leave now, but if you continue to anger me, you're dead for sure, no doubt about it. Wang Lin looked at the illusory figure wielding the sword, a strange light flashing in his eyes. He raised his right hand, and the sky suddenly darkened. A stream of yellow springs descended from the heavens, like the yellow river flowing down, instantly spreading around Wang Lin and directly attacking the illusory figure. In an instant, the immortal power of the 8 immortal guards surged like a whirlwind and avalanche, a flood merging into the illusory figure's body through the hand seals. At this moment, an unimaginable aura of majesty suddenly emanated from the middle-aged man. The man's eyes flickered as he stared intently at Wang Lin, his sword pointing forward. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. The sword hadn't even struck yet, but he felt an urge to retreat. It seemed that if he didn't retreat, the sword's tip would cause his primordial spirit to collapse. This feeling was incredibly intense, but Wang Lin wasn't unfamiliar with it. Back then, the heavenly tribulation was equally powerful. Wang Lin's cultivation defied the heavens, and his Tao heart was extraordinarily firm. At this moment, he resolutely suppressed the urge to retreat, not only refusing to retreat but also taking a step forward. However, as soon as his foot stepped into the air, all 8 immortal guards beneath the illusory figure immediately spat out fresh blood, their eyes dimming. The blood contained all their immortal power and life force. These 8 mouthfuls of blood were instantly absorbed by the middle-aged man. In an instant, the man's gaze towards Wang Lin became even more intense. As Wang Lin's foot was about to land, his eyes opened, uttering a silent word. This silent sound, however, when it reached Wang Lin's ears, created unimaginable thunderous roars. Wang Lin took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and lowered his foot. The moment his foot touched the ground, the bodies of the 8 immortal guards trembled, their eyes devoid of any life. At the same time, the yellow springs swept across, and the illusory image of the middle-aged man flickered and vanished into fragments. The terrifying feeling dissipated like smoke. What a powerful illusion attack! A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he snorted coldly and stepped forward again. With this one step, he merged into the yellow springs, his body following the yellow springs, directly piercing through the bodies of the 8 immortal guards sitting on the ground. The moment he passed through, the bodies of the 8 immortal guards collapsed one after another, falling into the yellow springs, forever trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. 8 ordinary shattered jade fragments flew out, and Wang Lin caught them in his hand, throwing them into his storage bag. A furious roar erupted from within the city. An extremely pure immortal power suddenly burst forth from within, transforming into streams of immortal energy that continuously compressed, instantly shooting straight towards Wang Lin. The yellow springs surrounding Wang Lin's body instantly solidified from below, forming a massive pillar capable of supporting the heavens and earth. Wang Lin stood inside. The immortal energy that rushed towards him fell into the yellow springs and disappeared without a trace. Open, Wang Lin murmured softly from within the yellow springs. Immediately, the yellow springs suddenly dispersed, forming a vortex that swept outwards. The white city instantly collapsed, and rumbling sounds emanated from the ground. The short old man rushed out, standing in midair. Behind him, 3 female cultivators also flew out one after another, standing beside him, coldly watching. The short, cunning old man, at first glance, didn't look like a cultivator, but rather like a bandit. At this moment, he was furious, shouting at Wang Lin, "Wang Lin, I've been patient several times, not wanting to antagonize you. But you truly don't know what's good for you. I'll spare you because you're a cultivator from the lower realm, lacking sufficient cultivation. If you leave now, I'll let bygones be bygones. But if you persist, don't blame me for being ruthless and killing you." A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Without saying a word, he pointed his right hand forward, and a finger of annihilation suddenly shot straight towards the old man. The old man's expression changed, a look of solemnity flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, then suddenly exhaled, a thick cloud of immortal energy surging out, forming a mist that immediately enveloped the finger of annihilation. A series of crackling sounds emanated, constantly canceling each other out. "Wang Lin, you're forcing my hand," the short, elderly man's expression turned grim. He potted his storage bag, and a fist-sized green jade stone flew out. He formed a hand seal, pointed forward, and shouted, "Immortal Seed." The green jade stone immediately vibrated, instantly becoming strangely distorted, then transforming into countless long green threads, accompanied by a sharp, rattling sound like strings of a lute, spreading out. As soon as these green threads appeared, the surrounding cultivators' faces turned extremely grim, their eyes filled with terror. Looking at these countless green threads, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. He slowly said, "Immortal beast's grain." While the surrounding cultivators might not have understood, the short, elderly man's expression changed once again, and he exclaimed, "You know it." Earlier, when Wang Lin saw the green thread on Sun Yunchen's body, he felt a sense of familiarity. Carefully recalling, he realized this green thread was the immortal elixir he and the disciples of the Great Luo's sword sect had encountered when entering the cave years ago. He hadn't mentioned this to Sun Yunchen. The short old man didn't care why Wang Lin knew about it, but ever since he obtained the immortal elixir, he had been unable to completely control it. His act now was clearly a desperate gamble. In truth, he was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator and shouldn't have such intentions. But he had unspoken troubles in his heart, which led him to do this. "Swallow him for me," the short old man shouted, his hands forming a hand seal, pointing towards the countless threads that had transformed from the green jade stone. Over 100,000 green threads instantly shot towards Wang Lin. This scene was not unfamiliar to Wang Lin. That year, he had once encountered an army of immortal grains that was hundreds of thousands of times larger than this. Now, there were only less than 1,000 strands, so there was absolutely no need to be nervous. He potted his storage bag, and an ordinary soul banner appeared in his hand. He had suspected something before arriving, so he had naturally prepared. At this moment, the soul banner in his hand vibrated, and the head of the killing beast he had discovered at the soul refining sect immediately roared and charged out. Although this beast was only the soul of a killing, it still inherited some of its essence. Upon appearing, it immediately let out a roar. Its body trembled, and its enormous head stared intently at the massive amount of immortal grains attacking. The killin's eyes suddenly emitted a strange light, like a demon that had been starving for countless years finally finding food. Immortal killin. The short old man, seeing Wang Lin unexpectedly release a killin, inwardly felt uneasy. Then, upon seeing the killin's eyes, his expression became uncertain. The immortal beings, who had been rushing away, were unexpectedly terrified when the killin appeared. They all trembled as if facing a natural enemy, emitting sharp, piercing cries for help. Without hesitation, they turned and tried to flee. Not only the immortal beings in the sky, but even the cultivators on the ground were shaking uncontrollably, in extreme agony. A mark appeared between their eyebrows, quickly contracting and condensing into a single point. Seeing the immortal beings attempting to escape, the killin spewed an invisible stream of energy from its nostrils, raising its head and letting out a roar. This roar contained a strange power. The surrounding immortal beings immediately trembled, no longer daring to flee. The killin stepped forward, approaching the immortal beings in midair. With a single inhale, all the immortal beings were instantly sucked into its mouth, transforming into an extremely nourishing energy for the immortal beasts. The short old man witnessing this scene was left speechless. The killing beast licked the corners of its mouth with its tongue, its enormous head shaking violently, intently staring at the green light on the foreheads of the cultivators standing on the ground. Clearly, it hadn't had enough to eat. The short old man's face was grim as he quickly pulled out another object from his storage bag. It was a brush, its entire body transparent, but the bristles at the tip were white, as if it had never been stained with ink. The moment it appeared, it exuded an aura of majesty. Under this pressure, even the killing beast's eyes showed a hint of fear. After taking it out, the old man glared fiercely at Wang Lin, shouting, "Wang Lin, you little brat, you know about the immortal food, but do you know what this object in my hand is?" Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Without saying a word, he potted his storage bag, and the divine archer chariot immediately flew out and landed beside him. After he truly inherited it, the short-lived flaw of the chariot only being able to open for a limited time had disappeared. If you don't know what this is, then let me tell you. This is my personal item from my time in the immortal realm. It's the item I use to enlighten cultivators from the lower realms. I truly have mercy on your low cultivation level. Get out of here immediately if you delay. I will truly take action." The short old man shouted. Wang Lin looked at the old man and slowly said, You don't need to keep telling me to leave. I've long seen through you. Even though you're only at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, you're just like the immortal guards, you lack elemental power. The old man's biggest secret had been exposed by Wang Lin, and he was so ashamed and angry that he swung the brush in his hand forward, spitting out a mouthful of immortal blood. The brush tip was stained with blood, and it directly drew a talisman. As soon as this talisman appeared, it immediately emitted a vast power. Wang Lin's eyes showed surprise for the first time, but that surprise instantly turned into intense desire. He stared at the talisman, his gaze shifting to the brush, his eyes filled with desire but replaced by an unimaginable joy and surprise. Wang Lin was not unfamiliar with this talisman. It was identical to the one he had encountered on the Dragon Venerable's path outside the Immortal Mansion. He had studied this talisman many times. After drawing it, it lacked any divine power, and he could never achieve the astonishing effect it had when combined with the 4 previous brushes. This was a regret in his heart. But at this moment, looking at the runes in the hands of this short old man, although drawn with just one stroke, they possessed immense power. Seeing Wang Lin's gaze, the old man's heart trembled. He was all too familiar with this gaze. It was identical to the gaze of the killing beast when he threw out the immortal grain. Just then, Wang Lin displayed a fighting spirit he hadn't shown since entering this place. He pointed at the divine archery chariot and shouted, "Thunder Beast!" Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, and bolts of lightning descended directly onto the divine archery chariot. Simultaneously, a thunder beast with a killing-like body and 2 silver horns appeared within the lightning. After manifesting, it raised its head and roared, unexpectedly summoning heavenly thunder. The entire sky was instantly enveloped in lightning. At that moment, the killing beside it also roared. Its voice, though not as powerful as that of the thunder beast, was nonetheless formidable. Unexpectedly, it caused the green streaks on the foreheads of the cultivators to shatter, transforming into strands of green silk that the killing beast directly swallowed. At this moment, the runes drawn by the brush also flashed, hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. Just then, the thunder beast let out a low growl and took a step forward. In an instant, bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the sky, creating a scene of earth-shattering thunder and lightning. The thunder roared, continuously striking the runes. Although the runes were incredibly powerful, the old man seemed to only know how to use this one stroke of the brush, unable to unleash its true power. He watched helplessly as the runes were struck by the relentless lightning, gradually collapsing. He was stunned for a moment, his body trembling. Terrified, he turned and fled without hesitation. For hundreds of years, ever since his fortuitous encounter with the immortal elixir, he had been wreaking havoc, using it to control many cultivators. However, he was very cautious in his dealings with others, even to the point of being cowardly, never provoking cultivators at the peak inquiry stage or demons at the demon commander level and above. His cowardice was innate. Back then, his strength had already reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, but he lacked the courage to attempt to break through to the peak inquiry stage. He was afraid of death. However, this caution was gradually abandoned when the number of immortal guards reached 10. He began to continuously capture cultivators to fuse with the shattered jade, helping to cultivate more immortal guard level experts. Where did this damned Wang Lin come from? How can he be so powerful? Damn it, if I can escape this ordeal. I will definitely spread the news of this person in ancient demon cities so that other cultivators can crush him. While fleeing, the short, elderly man cursed furiously. Wang Lin's eyes revealed intense fascination. Even if he had to risk his life and pour all his immortal power into it, he was determined not to let the short old man escape. His eyes were now bloodshot. This bloodshot wasn't from killing, but from the magical treasures the old man possessed. In Wang Lin's eyes, this old man was essentially a walking treasure. Wang Lin found it hard to understand why, despite possessing such powerful magical treasures, no one had dared to seize them for so many years. He didn't know that this short old man was originally timid and cautious. Only in the last few decades had his courage increased. Previously, the cultivators he captured usually chose lost disciples from some small sects. Only recently had he dared to target disciples from major sects. The capture of the Blue Sect disciple from the Heavenly Fortune sect was an extremely bold move on the old man's part. Although this old man's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, he also used a special method to enhance it. allowing him to fight against slightly weaker early-stage nascent soul cultivators. However, if he encountered someone like Wang Lin, who could truly contend with a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, he would be utterly insignificant. Furthermore, while his magical artifacts were powerful, he could barely utilize them, only understanding their superficial aspects, and even then, he could only unleash 1% of their power at most. The short old man quickly fled. At this moment, he felt like he was back in the day, before his fortuitous encounter, when he was still a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, being pursued by several powerful individuals. He harbored deep resentment and viciously cursed Wang Lin. But immediately, a black light roared from behind. The old man, with a yellowish complexion, used his brush to draw runes, blocking Wang Lin's divine power. Then, with a fierce stomp of his right foot, his entire body instantly burst into a blazing fire. As soon as the fire extinguished, the old man's figure vanished. The red light in Wang Lin's eyes intensified. Although this short old man's abilities were weak, he possessed numerous escape techniques. Half an hour had passed, and he had unleashed no fewer than 10 of these techniques, leaving Wang Lin stunned. This was the 11th one, completely different from the previous ones. Wang Lin sneered, his body flashing, employing the teleportation technique. His divine consciousness swept out, instantly locating the short old man's figure 300,000 miles away. The old man's fiery aura dissipated, and as he flew rapidly, a bitter expression suddenly appeared on his face. Not far ahead of him, Wang Lin's figure directly emerged from the void. The old man's eyes showed hesitation. He gritted his teeth and suddenly threw the brush in his hand into the distance. The brush flew through the void, creating a ripple, unexpectedly piercing through the void, preparing to fly away. After throwing the brush, the old man immediately formed hand seals, and a golden aura suddenly erupted from his body, enveloping him completely. He suddenly sped away, his speed unexpectedly 100 times faster than before. Wang Lin, you little brat, that immortal brush is truly an artifact of an immortal. If it enters the void, you'll have a hard time finding it. The old man's voice came from afar. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He potted his storage bag with his right hand, taking out the immortal sword and the black crescent-shaped saber. Li Guo materialized from above, understanding his intentions without waiting for Wang Lin's command, and then excitedly shouted towards the black saber, "Little Blackie, quickly! Quickly, chase that brush for me!" The black saber flashed, carrying Li Guo's figure as he vanished into the void. Wang Lin's feet moved forward again, employing the great teleportation technique, chasing after the short old man. As the old man fled, he noticed Wang Lin pursuing him again, and his heart immediately turned bitter. His heart trembled. What does he want? I've already thrown out the immortal brush. Why won't he let me go? Sensing Wang Lin's figure rapidly approaching, the old man gritted his teeth, patted his storage bag, and a green net appeared. Compared to the god-locking brush, my control over this immortal binding net is even weaker. I've never used this net against an enemy. I beg you, immortal binding net. You must recognize your enemy. I freed you all back then. Our meeting can be considered fate, right? You absolutely must not tie me up right now, the old man muttered to himself. He wouldn't use this immortal binding net unless absolutely necessary. He found the net too bizarre. After acquiring it, he had used it once when no one was around, wanting to see how powerful it was. But he didn't expect that this net would bind him so tightly. That time, it bound him for 3 days. After that, he hesitated for a long time, unwilling to give up, and used it again. The result was that it bound him for another 3 days. Only on the third use did it manage to bind a block of wood he used for experiments. The short old man's face was filled with sorrow as he held the immortal binding net, resolutely refusing to run and standing still. He understood in his heart that he was merely a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, and compared to Wang Lin, who had attained the nascent soul stage and possessed his own Tao, escaping was too difficult. Sooner or later, he'll be captured by the enemy. Who wouldn't want to take a gamble? If this immortal binding net could truly trap Wang Lin for 3 days, then with 3 days, he wouldn't be able to escape no matter what Wang Lin said. If he didn't escape, capturing Wang Lin and using some medicinal herbs might even allow him to be refined into a genuine low-grade immortal guard, as described in that Jane slip. Remembering the mysterious jade slip's description of the power of low-grade immortal guards, the short old man couldn't help but feel tempted. The immortal guards he had actually refined were merely inferior products, nothing like what was described in the jade slip. The jade slip stated that the success rate of refining a nascent soul cultivator into an immortal guard was extremely low. If a peak-level cultivator were used for refining, the success rate would increase slightly, but it would still be very low. Only a cultivator at the late stage of peak-level great perfection could achieve a success rate of 1 in 10,000. Of course, there are exceptions. If a cultivator with their own Dao concept were used, the success rate could also reach 1 in 10,000. Holding the immortal binding net in his hand, the old man had such thoughts. Almost as soon as he appeared, the old man shouted loudly, and the immortal binding net flew out of his hand, instantly expanding infinitely, like a celestial net. Wang Lin's divine consciousness had already noticed the net in the old man's hand. With his carefulness, he naturally analyzed that this magical artifact of the old man was not ordinary. The fact that this person didn't run away after bringing out this artifact showed that the old man had great confidence in its power. Although he hadn't seen the old man reveal this magical artifact earlier, Wang Lin's vigilance was heightened. The moment he appeared, countless great teleportation divine abilities were already gathered beneath his feet. With just a slight thought, he could forcibly penetrate any surrounding space. The immortal binding net rose up, covering the entire sky and earth, a beam of green light constantly flashing from within. At the same time, the ground also flashed with green light. 2 beams of green light suddenly shot out, continuously retracting. Bind him, bind him, bind him. The short old man went mad, his eyes fixed on the green light, his voice a continuous murmur until it turned into a frenzied roar. Bind him, you must bind him. The old man's face turned crimson, his hands clenched tightly, veins even bulging on his skin. Wang Lin snorted coldly. This green light was too bizarre. His divine sense, when he scanned it, couldn't penetrate it. With his cautious nature, his mind immediately stirred, intending to use the great teleportation technique to avoid this beam of light. But at that moment, the beam of light suddenly expanded rapidly, contracting at an unimaginable speed. This contraction was very powerful, however the target of its contraction was not Wang Lin, but the short, distraught old man. The old man's face turned pale, his body quickly retreated, and he continuously shouted, "Don't bind me, don't bind me, don't bind me, I'll save you all. You can't bind me. Don't bind me, I beg you, immortal binding net. Spare my life." As Wang Lin was startled, the beam of light suddenly flashed, instantly enveloping the old man. The old man's body flickered, his whole body emitting flames, trying to escape. But the flames that had just appeared immediately dissipated. A look of anguish appeared on the old man's face as he cursed loudly. "You treacherous immortal binding net. You only know how to bind me, never how to bind your enemies." After saying this, a golden light emanated from the old man's body, but it vanished instantly. "My former master must have been killed by you." The bitterness in the old man's heart was beyond words. He continuously unleashed his divine abilities, but no matter how many different techniques he used to escape, none were effective. He could only watch helplessly as the green light completely enveloped him. The green light dissipated, flashing into countless tiny green dots that bound the old man's entire body. He couldn't move a single finger. His body was brought before Wang Lin by the immortal binding net. Throughout his life, Wang Lin had fought countless battles against opponents, but witnessing his opponent being trapped and brought before him by his own magical artifact was a first in over 700 years. Wang Lin believed that even after another 7,000 years, it would be extremely difficult to see a similar scene again. With his composure, even he rarely remained stunned after witnessing this scene. Therefore, the astonishment in his heart was evident. This awry smile appeared on Wang Lin's face, but at the same time, his apprehension towards the immortal binding net instantly reached an extremely high level. He had just witnessed firsthand how any divine ability the old man used was rendered ineffective. The old man, bound by the immortal binding net and brought before Wang Lin, felt even more wronged and angrily said, "Haven't you ever seen someone delivered right to your doorstep? Can't my magical artifact be rendered ineffective?" Given Wang Lin's temperament, he couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this. This kind of smile was extremely rare on his face. The short old man snorted softly, not bothering to pay attention at this moment. His cowardice was masked by endless resentment. He considered himself the most wronged among all the cultivators in the cultivation world. He had clearly obtained a fortuitous encounter that drove countless people crazy, but it was ultimately destroyed by the magic treasure he obtained during that encounter. This time it's just that my luck is bad. If you want to chop me up or kill me, you decide. He said this, but inwardly he couldn't help but become extremely nervous. Wang Lin's smile faded, restoring his usual cold demeanor. He grabbed the old man with his right hand, his body flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. Before that, the vast majority of cultivators had taken advantage of Wang Lin's pursuit of the old man to hastily flee the city. They no longer possessed the immortal seed within them, naturally considering themselves free. However, some did not leave, and Sun Ruonan was one of them. At this moment, she stared blankly into the air, her eyes revealing a complex expression, lost in thought. Wang Lin's figure emerged from the void, his cold gaze sweeping across the area. Only a few cultivators remained. Upon seeing Wang Lin, they all respectfully bowed and repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Only Sun Ruonan seemed oblivious to Wang Lin, continuing to stare blankly into the air as before. Wang Lin bowed to the remaining cultivators, as if in response. Then, he grabbed Sun Ruonan from the void and swiftly flew away into the distance. The remaining cultivators, who had waited for Wang Lin's return to express their gratitude, now saw him depart. Recalling the past few years as if they were a dream, they bid each other farewell and dispersed in various directions. Let go, what right do you have to take me away? After being captured by Wang Lin, Sun Ruonan immediately regained her senses and struggled incessantly as they flew away. Shut up! Wang Lin's voice was like a cold wine, stopping on Sun Ruonan and causing her whole body to tremble. But she quickly sneered. I know what you want with me. You want to use me as a cauldron. It doesn't matter. If you want to, just come and let me go. As he flew away, Wang Lin turned his head and glanced at her. His eyes revealed a cold indifference, as if he were looking at a corpse, and he slowly said, You are not qualified to be my cauldron. Wang Lin's speed was incredibly fast, turning around. He took a single step and instantly covered tens of thousands of miles. Sun Yunqin stood anxiously on the ground, surrounded by more than 10 cultivators. His heart was truly uneasy. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. From the distant sky, a streak of light roared towards him, transforming into Wang Lin. In Wang Lin's hands were a male and a female figure. Sun Yunqin's gaze first settled on the familiar female figure. Ruonan, Sun Yunqin's face lit up with joy, but it was immediately replaced by a complex expression. His gaze shifted, now fixed on Wang Lin's right hand. Ancestor. Upon seeing this person, even though Sun Yunqin was prepared, he still trembled. Wang Lin lowered his body. His left hand swung up, and Sun Ruonan was thrown towards Sun Yunqin. At the same time, his left hand grasped the air, and the killing beast roared and charged forward. As soon as the beast appeared, the runes on the foreheads of more than 10 cultivators, including Sun Yunqin, immediately trembled and transformed into clusters, flying out one by one and being sucked into the killing beast's mouth. The beast seemed extremely happy, letting out a roar before transforming into a spirit, which Wang Lin absorbed into his soul banner. Brother Sun, the restriction has been lifted, and your sister has been rescued. You can find your uncles yourself. As for the one in the soul refining tribe, I will release him. Farewell. Having said that, Wang Lin grabbed the short old man who claimed to be from the immortal realm, took a step forward, and used the teleportation technique. He ignored the siblings' dispute. Inside the pagoda in the soul refining tribe, Wang Lin's figure materialized. He casually threw the short old man to the ground and sat down cross-legged. His eyes shone brightly, and 3 sword lights flew out, hovering beside the old man, their tips emanating a dense chill that pierced the old man's skin. These 3 swords were the purple rat, the Mo-yang, and the pig. Under Wang Lin's refinement, the sword energy within the 3 swords was fused, and the principles of the sword formation within them were fully understood and unleashed. Have you ever heard of the 3 talents sword formation of Sword Venerable Ling Jianhu? Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it made the old man tremble. His small eyes quickly glanced at the swords beside him. When the immortal binding net is lifted, if you make any move, I will let you know how mysterious the Sword Venerable's 3 talents sword formation is. Wang Lin said slowly. He learned the name 3 talents sword formation from searching the soul of the pig. The 12 sword laughing swords use the number 3 to form the 3 talents sword formation. If all 12 swords are deployed simultaneously, it becomes the heavenly slaughter 12 swords formation that Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu always boasted about. Now tell me, what is your true identity? Having experienced life, Wang Lin could tell at a glance that this person had very little courage. A demonic tone emerged in his voice as he said, "If you don't speak, I will use the soul-searching technique, and then refine your soul, preventing you from ever entering reincarnation again." The short old man's body trembled, but he still widened his eyes and said, "I am from the immortal realm. You dare to be disrespectful to me, you." Before the old man could finish speaking, Wang Lin raised his eyebrows, coldly glanced at him, and slowly raised his right hand. A dark light immediately flashed in his hand. He didn't want to hear any more meaningless words from this old man. The soul-searching technique condensed in his hand and directly pressed against the old man's head. The old man screamed loudly, his body helplessly bound by the immortal binding net, completely unable to dodge. His eyes showed fear, and he hurriedly shouted, "I'll speak! I'll speak!" Wang Lin didn't stop. His right hand was about to press down, but immediately his expression changed slightly. He withdrew his right hand and looked towards the outside. Suddenly, the empty black mist above the soul-refining tribe swirled, opening a passage. A blade of light pierced through the air. The black crescent blade, swift as lightning, flashed and approached the pagoda. Suligo was standing on the black blade, a brush pen in his hand. In an instant, he entered the pagoda, his face showing a fawning expression as he repeatedly said, "Master, I, Little Su, have retrieved this magical artifact for you, but it exhausted me." "Master, you don't know, this thing runs very fast." "Not bad." Wang Lin nodded, his right hand grasping the void, and the brush pen was now in his hand. He immediately felt a strong surge of immortal power flowing within, along with a hidden pressure. Hearing Wang Lin's praise, Su Liguo's face lit up with joy. Ever since his failed betrayal, he had been eager to find an opportunity to prove himself. This was the best opportunity he had been waiting for. Wang Lin ignored Su Liguo and the black saber, picked up the brush, and slowly closed his eyes. Immortal power flowed through his body, slowly entering the brush. In an instant, the tip of the brush suddenly emitted a golden light. As Wang Lin's immortal power entered, this golden light grew brighter and brighter, eventually almost illuminating the entire pagoda. From afar, the pagoda shimmered with golden light, even appearing to radiate a dazzling golden glow. At this moment, all the members of the soul-refining tribe showed expressions of reverence. A group knelt on the ground, continuously bowing towards the pagoda. The old man bound by the immortal binding net saw the brush in Wang Lin's hand emitting such a dazzling golden light, his pupils constricted, and a bitter feeling welled up in his heart. Back then, when he first obtained this brush, although it also emitted a golden light, it was merely a firefly compared to the sun. HMPH, even if the golden light shines even brighter, so what? I don't believe that without my guidance, he could have comprehended the method of using this immortal brush. You should know that if it weren't for that jade slip back then, I absolutely wouldn't have been able to understand the divine power of this immortal brush, of course. This also has a great deal to do with my own talent. The short old man muttered to himself, a hint of smugness in his eyes. But immediately, the smugness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a look of fear and disbelief. He saw Wang Lin raise his eyes, swing the immortal brush in his hand, and draw a talisman. What this is impossible. Well, this person's talent must be only slightly inferior to mine. So after seeing me demonstrate it once, he learned this talisman. That must be it. The short old man had only just thought this when the scene before him made him cry out in fear. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes seemed to flash with golden light. The immortal brush in his hand continued to draw, adding a little more to the initial runes, forming to more. Then Wang Lin's right hand didn't stop, drawing another stroke. A sun-like light emanated from the air before him, and a third rune appeared. The moment this rune formed, the immortal power in Wang Lin's body immediately began to flow automatically, merging into the runes through his fingers. These 3 runes, in the eyes of Su Liguo and the short old man, instantly felt perfect, like an imprint containing the heavenly Tao. Waves of golden light, like a 1,000-foot-long halo, immediately emanated from the runes, piercing through the pagoda, replacing the golden light from the brush tip. forming a colossal void between heaven and earth. In the sky, the black mist formed by the soul banner instantly melted away like snowflakes, retreating into a circle, revealing a blue sky and white clouds. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with golden light. He calmly looked at the three runes, his immortal brush in his hand stopping in midair. His white robe automatically fluttered. His long hair also flowed freely, and a true immortal aura immediately emanated from him. He held the immortal brush like an immortal painting. Especially the golden light in his eyes seemed to contain the heavenly Tao, containing a majestic aura. Suliku's mouth dropped open and his eyes widened. The golden light on Wang Lin's body made his eyes ache. Especially this golden light made him feel utterly powerless, as if a single thought from Wang Lin would instantly turn him into dust. Although he had experienced this feeling before, it was not as profound. At this moment, he felt that the runes before him were etched into his heart. As for the short old man, he stared blankly at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with overwhelming fear. He stammered, "Immortal Emperor." Wang Lin took a deep breath, pointed the immortal brush in his hand forward, and the runes instantly vanished, transforming into numerous points of golden light, revealing the pagoda, which merged into the heavens and earth. "Look at that, tell me your identity." The golden light in Wang Lin's eyes gradually dimmed, but his eyes were like lightning, directly piercing through the short old man's eyes and deeply embedding themselves in his heart. Wang Lin unleashed the heavenly demon sound at this moment. His voice seemed to possess an endless demonic power, penetrating the old man's ears like silken threads, disturbing his primordial spirit. The reason Wang Lin didn't use the soul-searching technique was because although this old man was only a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, his primordial spirit contained a different kind of immortal power than that of an immortal guard. With Wang Lin's cautious nature, he wouldn't easily attempt the soul-searching technique unless he was absolutely certain. "I am a cultivator of the Zhuanwu sect. My name is Huang Yu. I entered this demon spirit land because I was being pursued by enemies, and since I didn't dare leave, I chose to stay here. It's good here. As long as I'm careful, I'm not in danger." The short old man's eyes were empty as he murmured. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up as he asked, "Where in this demon spirit land did you obtain these immortal seeds and immortal family artifacts?" "Back then, after arriving here, I accidentally entered an abandoned cave and obtained them there," the old man said. "Besides the immortal seeds and immortal brush, what else did you obtain?" Wang Lin's eyes showed a look of fervent excitement. "In total, I obtained 2 storage bags. One of them had no spiritual imprint, but inside was the immortal binding net and a jade slip. The other storage bag had a spiritual imprint, which I couldn't open. However, that storage bag was stolen," the old man whispered. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he asked, "Who stole that storage bag?" "It was a fellow Taoist. Fortunately, I kept the 2 storage bags separate. The one that could be opened had its spiritual imprint suppressed by me. Otherwise, it would have been stolen too." The emptiness in the old man's eyes deepened, but when he mentioned that fellow Taoist, his tone revealed a hint of resentment. Clearly, this had dealt him a great blow. It was understandable. No matter who it was, having a treasure stolen just as they acquired it, that feeling of being struck by lightning would be deeply etched in their memory, never to be forgotten. After carefully inquiring about the appearance of the Taoist companion, Wang Lin asked, "What is recorded on that jade slip?" "It records several methods of using immortal treasures and immortal techniques. In addition, there are methods for crafting immortal guard puppets. However, the jade slip is enchanted, so I can't see the entire content." The old man explained everything from beginning to end. At this moment, he is immobilized by Wang Lin's immortal might and his mind is entangled by the heavenly demon's sound. He's not lying at all. Everything he said is true. "Where is this jade slip?" Wang Lin's eyes flickered. "It's in my storage bag," the old man said. "How long can the immortal binding net hold him?" 3 days. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and a surge of immortal energy directly flew into the old man's body, completely sealing his primordial spirit. Then Wang Lin closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. At this moment, the old man had fallen into a trance, but the 3-talent sword formation surrounding his body remained open to guard against any eventuality. 3 days passed in a flash. At midnight on the 3rd day, the immortal binding net on the old man's body immediately emitted a green light, peeling away from him and transforming into a small, palm-sized green net. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and with a grab of his right hand, the storage bags on the old man's body flew into his hand. Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept over them, and he frowned slightly. With a grab in the void, he grasped the old man's body. He shook his hand, and unexpectedly, more than 10 storage bags fell from the old man's body. Wang Lin casually tossed the old man aside, and the heart cultivation sword formation immediately rushed forward, tightly guarding the unconscious old man. Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept over these storage bags one by one. Finally, his gaze settled on a seemingly ordinary storage bag. He destroyed the old man's divine consciousness on it and directly penetrated it. Inside this storage bag were nothing but jade slips. All kinds of jade slips. Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept across these jade slips, his eyes suddenly becoming serious, his mind stirring. A jade slip emitting a green light appeared in his right hand. The material of this jade slip was neither spirit stone nor immortal jade, but a substance Wang Lin had never seen before. It was like wood but not wood, like stone but not stone. Holding it in his hand, a warmth enveloped his entire body. Wang Lin's divine consciousness merged into the jade slip, and in an instant, he was moved, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Gradually, this brilliance dimmed, his entire mind now shaken by the contents recorded in the jade slip. This jade slip recorded the methods for using 3 types of immortal treasures, and also a genuine immortal boat. Then Skung, you have just become a celestial lord of the martial immortal realm, and these are the gifts I, your father, am giving you. These 3 immortal treasures were created by me personally. As for the immortal technique, although its rank isn't high, it's quite interesting. I'm sure you'll like it. The Immortal Pen. This magical artifact contains the power of the Great Yin. I collected 12 spirits and transformed them into 12 runes containing the power of the Great Yin. Using this pen to cast spells, its power is immense. The Immortal Binding Net. This magical artifact has ordinary power, but the spirit within has already shown a rudimentary level of intelligence. Quite interesting. I think you'll like it. As for the third magical artifact, it's meant to be used in conjunction with the martial sword Immortal. This artifact is called the Spirit Star, which integrates the sword Immortal into it, making the sword spirit stronger. This artifact was crafted by me using the Immortal Gold from the Immortal Cleansing Pool. And as for the set of Immortal Techniques, although they are only low-grade Immortal Techniques with ordinary power, they are also quite interesting. This immortal technique is called the body fixing technique. My father inadvertently obtained it on an ancient planet, but unfortunately, it was incomplete. After my father repaired it, he finally restored the body fixing technique to its original state. My father suspects that this technique is likely part of an extremely large combination of divine abilities, but unfortunately, it was incomplete and could not truly restore the entire combination of divine abilities. The excitement on Wang Lin's face gradually subsided. The jade slip contained 3 parts in total. The first part introduced the 3 magical treasures and the immortal technique, as well as meticulously recorded the methods of use. This part was not concealed by any restrictions. A quick scan with divine consciousness revealed everything. As for the other 2 parts, when viewed with divine consciousness, they were filled with a jumble of information. Only a few sentences were visible, making it impossible to fully comprehend. The second part contained the method for creating immortal guards. The short old man began his understanding of immortal guards from these records. This jade slip contains a bloodline restriction placed by my father. Without your blood, it cannot be broken. This sentence is recorded in the jade slip. However, this jade slip has existed for a very long time. So long that even with this person's immense power, it has gradually been eroded over the years. The first part of the seal has been broken, and more than half of the second part has been neutralized. Only the third part still maintains its complete seal. 3 immortal treasures. I only see 2. The Spirit Star is missing. These items were given to a woman named Qing Shuang. Her name is Qing Shuang, so her father's Wang Lin's eyes flickered, and he lowered his voice, saying, Immortal Emperor Qing Lin. Wang Lin carefully examined the jade slip in his hand, a thoughtful expression appearing in his eyes. Based on the tone of this jade slip, Qing Shuang is the immortal Lord Wu of the immortal realm. Her magic weapon also has the same name. The immortal sword of Wu. Wang Lin closed his eyes, then opened them after a moment, a glint of light flashing in them. Immortal Lord Wu of the Immortal Realm. Immortal Sword of Wu. Can such a shocking coincidence truly exist in this world? The female corpse that captivated Senior Zhou Yi, is she the daughter of Immortal Emperor Qinglin? Wang Lin pondered, patting his storage bag, and the treasure pagoda immediately flew out. Before it could fully enlarge, Wang Lin formed a hand seal with his right hand, and a beautiful female corpse, so stunning it could make one's heart pound, slowly emerged. Looking at this female corpse, the pensive expression in Wang Lin's eyes deepened. His eyes sharpened, and a fierce light flashed. He formed a sword gesture with his right hand, and a blade of wind flew out, striking the right wrist of the white-robed female corpse, instantly leaving a red mark. Before the blood could even spill out, the mark instantly vanished, restoring everything to its original state. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes became even sharper. His thoughts stirred, and Ling Tian, whose sword energy immediately merged into his fingers. He swung them again, and a red cut reappeared on the wrist of the white-robed female corpse. This time, although it still closed quickly, the speed was noticeably slower. A drop of fresh red blood fell from the wound on the female corpse's wrist. Wang Lin retracted Ling Tian, whose sword energy, and with a flick of his right hand, he caught the drop of blood. With a wave of his left hand, the female corpse flew back into the pagoda, and he collected it into his storage bag. Whether you are Qing Shuang or not, we'll find out after a test. Without hesitation, Wang Lin placed the drop of blood from his right hand onto the jade slip. The drop of blood, upon landing on the jade slip, immediately dispersed into a crimson mist, gradually merging into it. Inside the jade slip, cracking sounds immediately echoed, and a layer of green material on the outside of the jade slip shattered. A shimmering green jade slip, tinged with a hint of blood, appeared. Wang Lin didn't have time to admire its brilliance. His divine consciousness swept over it, and he immediately took a deep breath. His eyes showed deep contemplation. The two sealed sections within the jade slip were now completely unlocked. I didn't expect it to really be Qing Shuang. Wang Lin sighed softly, his divine consciousness merging into the jade slip to examine the remaining two sections of content. Time slowly passed, Wang Lin completely absorbed in the jade slip, oblivious to the passage of time. The day after Wang Lin's immersion in the jade slip, the short old man awoke, but his body was surrounded by the three-talent sword formation. A chilling sword energy permeated his body, preventing him from moving. With his cultivation level, he could vaguely discern the mystical power of the three treasures sword formation, not just in the swords themselves, but in the strange power hidden within. Meanwhile, Suligu was watching him intently. This Suligu leisurely flew back and forth around the old man, occasionally smiling sinisterly, wielding his black saber and gesticulating wildly in front of him. Several days later, Wang Lin withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip, opened his eyes, and let out a long sigh. Immortals are even more ruthless than cultivators. The second part of this jade slip meticulously recorded the method of crafting a type of puppet called the Immortal Guard. This technique didn't use immortals, but rather cultivators, forcing them into puppets. If successful, the Immortal Guard's strength would be immense. In the eyes of immortals, the Immortal Guard wasn't a person, but merely a type of magical artifact divided into three grades: superior, medium, and inferior. The cultivation level of a low-grade Immortal Guard is equivalent to the late stage of the peak attainment realm, which is the limit of the first step in cultivation. As for the cultivation levels of the middle and high grade, with my current cultivation level, I cannot determine which of the three shattered nirvana realms their strength corresponds to. And the third part of the jade slip is unexpectedly a map. Judging by its appearance, it's a topographical map of a cave dwelling. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He retrieved the jade slip and looked at the short old man. "Give it here," Wang Lin said calmly. The short old man's face was bitter. He said, "My storage bag is all with you. What else do you want me to take?" He cursed inwardly. This Wang Lin is even more hateful than that couple before. Back then, those two only stole one storage bag from me, but this Wang Lin won't let me off the hook. Wang Lin coldly looked at the old man, patted his storage bag, and 10 pieces of shattered jade flew out one after another. These shattered jade pieces were taken from the 10 immortal guards under the old man's command. The old man's face changed drastically upon seeing these shattered jade pieces. Wang Lin, from a distance, flicked his right hand, and the 10 pieces of shattered jade instantly merged together, forming a single block. Then, with a swift movement of his hand, he seized the short old man. His right hand slammed down, striking directly at the old man's head, forcing his primordial spirit out. As soon as the old man's primordial spirit left his body, Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of primordial spirit essence, enveloping the old man's spirit and beginning to refine it. The old man's primordial spirit immediately condensed into a wisp of immortal energy, transforming into a small, finger-sized piece of shattered jade. After collecting the shattered jade, Wang Lin threw the old man's primordial spirit out, sending it flying outside the pagoda, where it was devoured by the mist of the soul-refining banner in midair, becoming one of its components. Wang Lin didn't even glance at the old man's body. With a wave of his sleeve, it instantly turned to dust and dissipated. Leaving this person's primordial spirit within the soul-refining banner was simply to avoid wasting it, as it was truly the primordial spirit of a late-stage, nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, there was another reason. Wang Lin was quite interested in the cave that this person had discovered. However, Wang Lin knew that now was not the time to leave. The most important thing for him in the remaining 10 years was to bring his cultivation and magical artifacts to their peak in preparation for the 100-year with the ancient demon, especially the 2 magical artifacts and the newly acquired low-grade immortal technique. Thinking of the immortal technique, Wang Lin's eyes lit up with excitement. This was truly an immortal technique. In Wang Lin's cultivation life, apart from cultivating the slaughter immortal technique, everything else was merely imitation of low-grade immortal techniques. After all, true immortal techniques were extremely rare. Even top-tier figures like Te Yunzi coveted immortal techniques, let alone Wang Lin. Immortal techniques were the true magical techniques. They were countless times more powerful and incredibly sharp than ordinary divine abilities. For many years, the land of demon spirits has attracted countless cultivators. They spared no killing, no bowing and kneeling before the demon spirits, all for the sake of ultimately merging with the ancient demons and receiving the immortal technique. In the Heavenly Fortune sect, to obtain an immortal technique, one must continuously hold the title of Heavenly Fortune 7 Sons for countless years before being granted a set of immortal techniques. But this immortal technique, Heavenly Fortune Son would never bestow the best, only choosing a mediocre immortal technique to bestow. Body fixing technique. Wang Lin took a deep breath, the incantation of this immortal technique recorded in the jade slip appearing in his mind. He slowly closed his eyes, his whole being immersed in this immortal technique. Time passed silently without a sound. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years had passed. The war between the Heavenly Demon County and the Fire Demon County had dragged on for a long time. The conflict between the 2 sides intensified, becoming increasingly fierce. The remaining counties could no longer bear it and prepared to intervene. Within the Heavenly Demon County, the ancient demon had considered this issue before deciding to fight the Fire Demon County. As soon as the other counties began to stir, he used his own power to seal off Heavenly Demon City. As for the other cities in the Heavenly Demon County, the ancient demon abandoned everything except the capital city and Dragon Pool, awaiting his agreement with Wang Lin. He wasn't afraid of Wang Lin changing his mind. If Wang Lin did, he would immediately unleash his divine power, fighting to the death. He believed Wang Lin wasn't the kind of short-sighted person. Under these circumstances, the soul-refining tribe expanded even further, growing stronger. On the battlefield of the Fire Demon County, over the past few decades, a group of black-clothed figures with very strange movements had appeared, drawing the attention of both sides in battle. These figures in black often appeared on the battlefield, absorbing vast amounts of souls and draining away immense life force. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a demon soldier killed countless enemies, displaying outstanding performance and significantly increasing his strength. He was promoted to general in both armies, replacing those who had died. The war in the Fire Demon County wasn't something Wang Lin cared about. For 20 years, he had been completely immersed in immortal techniques. Immortal techniques were unlike other divine abilities. They were incredibly difficult to master. For Wang Lin, 20 years was merely a blink of an eye. His research into immortal techniques and the control of magical artifacts made time flow like water and clouds. Unintentionally, over 50 years had passed. The deadline for his appointment with the ancient demon was less than 10 years away. For nearly 100 years, besides researching immortal techniques and artifacts, Wang Lin had never interrupted his work on engraving the scattered demon seal. Within Tan's mind, Wang Lin's imprint had become increasingly profound. Over the past few decades, Wang Lin had only scratched the surface of the body-fixing technique. The miraculous aspect of this immortal technique lay not in the amount of immortal power, but in its understanding of the heavenly Tao. More precisely, the aspects this immortal technique addressed far surpassed the realm of what a cultivator could comprehend. It was like a subject with extremely profound knowledge, requiring continuous research and understanding to master and utilize. Back then, Wang Lin spent many years using the slaughter immortal technique before gradually understanding and achieving some success. This body-fixing technique was similar. Immersed in immortal techniques, Wang Lin lost track of time. During these 10 years of seclusion, the soul-refining tribe would periodically send many tribesmen to the Fire Demon County battlefield to collect souls and enhance their own strength. This only changed when other Demon County troops invaded the heavenly Demon County. The tribesmen would no longer venture out but instead continuously defend within their own territory. A large number of tribesmen also returned from within the Fire Demon County, engaging in battles with other demon army forces in the heavenly Demon County. However, the soul-refining tribe's power was too small. They could only defend themselves within the black mist of the soul banner, unable to venture outside. Gradually, the demon armies from the outer counties, unable to break through the ancient demon's seal in the capital city, turned their attention to the soul-refining tribe in the heavenly Demon County. In their eyes, this small tribe was peculiar, especially the empty space shrouded in black mist, which served as a natural defense. Several attacks had repelled the demon army outside. Naturally, the soul-refining tribe wasn't the target of all the demon districts. Only the leaders of 2 districts were involved. The remaining 5 districts were constantly fighting on other battlefields in the Fire Demon District. The demon troops dispatched by the 7 districts of the demon spirit weren't very numerous. After all, they couldn't do what the Heavenly Demon District did, determined to pour all their forces into it. At this moment, leading the Water Demon District and the Thunder Demon District were both deputy commanders, each deploying 100,000 demon soldiers from their main army, sweeping across the south and north, surrounding the soul-refining tribe. The deputy commander of the Water Demon District was a woman. Her appearance was unremarkable, but a cold glint shone in her eyes. Beside her was the Water Demon District's demon general. On the Thunder Demon District side, the deputy commander was a middle-aged man. He was the only one without armor. Lightning flickered around his body, and the ground beneath his feet was scorched black. A small, wild tribe like this unexpectedly possesses such a treasure, it's quite intriguing. The burly man's voice boomed like a bell, though he spoke to himself. It resonated like thunder. This trip to the Heavenly Demon County, though I didn't gain anything, taking this treasure back to offer to the Demon Emperor is not a bad choice. A glint of lightning flashed in the man's eyes. He stomped his foot. A loud bang echoed, shattering everything around him. Lightning bolts shot out in all directions, and the charred marks beneath his feet quickly spread. The burly man stomped again and soared into the sky. His speed was incredibly fast, clearly equivalent to a peak early-stage nascent soul cultivator. This single step transcended space, entering the black mist beside the soul-refining tribe. Around his body, waves of demonic power surged, forming an invisible defense that repelled the pressure from the black mist. Inside the soul-refining tribe, Yang Hua's expression was calm and composed as he gazed intently at the sky. On the ground, all the tribesmen sat cross-legged, their minds focused and focused. "Souls, disperse!" Yang Ichiri shouted. Immediately, all the tribesmen released the souls they had gathered. In a short time, the entire land and sky were enveloped in a mass of souls like black mist. Under the control of the tribesmen, this black mist formed a long streak of light, shooting directly out of the soul-refining tribe and striking the burly man. The man laughed loudly, not retreating but advancing, and threw a punch. This punch contained immense demonic power, accompanied by a thunderous roar, like a lightning dragon charging out, striking directly at the streak of light formed by the black mist. Not far away, the deputy commander of the Water Demon County, with a cold gaze, looked at the battle and calmly said, "Lei Su has underestimated this black mist." A demon general standing beside her asked with a hint of surprise, "Sir, does this black mist contain something strange? Can Lei Su break through it?" "This black mist is extremely bizarre. It's formed by a multitude of souls. If no one is controlling it, Lei Su can break through. But if someone is controlling it, Lei Su will have to use all his abilities to break through. The demon general beside the woman smiled and said, "That's excellent. We'll make an agreement for him to take the Black Mist, and this tribe will belong to us. Then we'll have all the members of the soul refining tribe without expending any effort. We can certainly gain something from studying them." In midair, the Thunder Dragon, unleashed by a powerful punch from the burly man, let out an earth-shattering roar as it hurtled towards the black mist formed by all the tribesmen. The moment of impact, a massive wave of energy suddenly erupted. Unexpectedly, a gap appeared in the black mist surrounding the soul refining tribe, and the black mist dissipated completely. The burly man, his body enveloped in lightning, laughed arrogantly. "Just a small, wild tribe dares to attack me, Lei Shuai, a bunch of lowly ants." Having said that, the burly man stepped through the gap in the black mist. In the distance, the demon soldiers of Liao County cheered loudly. The thunderous roar was no less powerful than the thunder itself, boosting the burly man's prestige to its peak. Not far away, the woman from Yao County shook her head slightly and said, "This battle can no longer be delayed. The soul refining tribe will be annihilated from now on. Prepare yourselves thoroughly. Once Leisu takes away this black mist, go and capture the people. If any barbarians resist, kill them mercilessly." A group of demon generals beside her immediately obeyed. Lightning emanated from the burly man's body. With a stomp of his foot, he directly entered the soul refining tribe. He bared his teeth in a wicked grin, as if he had already seen the terror and fear in the eyes of the tribesmen of this small tribe. But as soon as he entered, he was instantly stunned. Within a radius of several hundred miles, countless tribesmen of the soul refining tribe were sitting cross-legged on the ground, all looking up at him. However, their eyes were not filled with the panic the burly man had previously guessed, but rather with extreme composure. This composure was not a disguise. Within that composure, there was even a hint of mockery and a dense, cold glint. The countless eerie gazes made the heart of the burly deputy commander Liao of Lei County leap in his chest. His steps involuntarily slowed. From this vantage point, he could see a large open space, about 10 miles wide, in the center of the ground. In the middle stood a towering structure. The moment he saw the tower, his eyes narrowed. With his knowledge, he naturally understood that several large tribes had their own places of worship. At this moment, the tribe was clearly worshipping this very tower. "Just destroy this tower and let's see if you still have such eyes." The burly man sneered, his body flashing as he charged straight towards the tower. On the ground, none of the tribesmen spoke, only cold stares. This silence was like an invisible pressure, making the burly man feel uneasy. But he prided himself on his profound cultivation, snorting coldly as he approached the tower and unleashed a punch from his right hand. "Freeze!" A calm, almost imperceptible voice emanated from within the tower. The sound was weak, yet its appearance seemed to stop time itself. Even the dark clouds in the sky flickered. He didn't move. An unfathomable force emerged from the empty space between heaven and earth, instantly pressing down on the burly man's body. His body trembled, and the lightning that had been constantly flowing over him immediately stopped. His breath completely vanished at that moment. His body froze in midair, not moving at all. His fist remained half-clenched, but ultimately couldn't fully clench. The only thing capable of movement at this moment was his eyes. A look of terror was evident in them. Never in his life had he shown such terror. It was a terror that could encompass the entire demon spirit land. Wang Lin's figure emerged from the tower step by step. His long hair fluttered, his white robes like those of an immortal. After he came out, he didn't even glance at the burly man. With a wave of his sleeve, the man's body was like a whirlwind, blood gushing from his mouth, and amidst the tearing wind, he was instantly annihilated. He was flung out of the soul refining tribe. His body was like a shooting star, blood mist gushing from him along the way. Finally, after being flung out of the soul refining tribe, he fell to the ground. His body has been completely motionless ever since. Silence reigned all around. The woman from the Water Demon County's pupils contracted sharply. In that instant, her mind went blank, but then her body trembled, and she shrieked, "Quickly retreat." Unfortunately, it was too late. Wang Lin clasped his hands behind his back, his entire body flying out from within the soul refining tribe. Behind him, all the tribesmen of the soul refining tribe followed closely, carrying a dense aura of killing intent. The woman from the Water Demon County's face changed drastically, and she shouted, "Formation!" As the demon soldiers move, the demonic energy disperses. Freeze! Wang Lin stretched out his hands, his whole body tilted upwards, and he closed his eyes. Over several decades of enlightenment had allowed him to grasp the superficial aspects of this immortal technique. At this moment, his mind spread out, and for the first time, he fully unleashed the immortal technique of body freezing. One word, freeze, heaven and earth remain motionless. The people outside the soul refining tribe instantly became immobile. The tribesmen of the soul refining tribe, as if hearing a command, quickly rushed out. A massacre ensued. At the same time, the black mist of the soul refining banner in the air also descended from the sky, enveloping everything. The woman from the water demon county was also immobilized. However, after only 3 moments, her entire body suddenly flashed with blue light, her eyes revealed extreme fear, and without hesitation, she turned and fled. Just then, 3 streaks of sword light roared out, instantly catching up and circling around her body. The 3 spirit beasts, the purple rat, the pig, and the ram, roared and charged out. The woman's mind was greatly shaken, and the 3 swords pierced through her body. She perished in a cloud of blood mist. Wang Lin stood in midair, silently comprehending the power of the immortal technique. The slaughter on the ground seemed unrelated to him, holding no interest for him. This immortal technique is not yet fully mastered, but the day of the agreement with the ancient demon is approaching. I can't continue to study it anymore, it's time to leave. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the 3 talons sword formation flew out. In the mouth of the purple rat evil spirit was the soul of the woman. A month later, Wang Lin left the soul refining tribe. He took the soul banner with him but left a trace of his divine consciousness to guard the tribe. Instead of immediately heading to the fire demon county, Wang Lin made a trip to the cave dwelling. On the dragon's path, he carefully memorized all more than 10 runes before leaving. This jade slip said there were 12 of these runes, but now there are only 11. I wonder where the last one is. Wang Lin's expression was sorrowful as he stepped forward, employing the great teleportation technique, heading straight for the fire demon county. Inside the fire demon county, the flames of war raged. The other 7 counties were constantly sending reinforcements, turning the fire demon county into a complete battlefield. In nearly 100 years of war, the ground had been stained crimson with blood. Upon entering the fire demon county, a strong, pungent smell of blood assaulted his senses. On the ground, besides fresh blood, there were countless mutilated skeletons. Waves of death energy emanated from these remains, forming a gray mist that enveloped the entire fire demon county. This war was a battle to the death for both the fire demon county and the heavenly demon county. It could even be said that there was almost no clear winner or loser. Instead, it was a life-for-life exchange, completely wiping out all the forces in the fire demon county. The capital of the fire demon county was empty. Even the demon emperor himself had joined the battle. The entire capital, except for the Demon Valley Holy Land, was deserted. The ancient demons of the fire demon county, following the example of the heavenly demon county, used their divine powers to seal the capital. At this time, they forbade anyone from entering the imperial capital. The Demon Valley of the Fire Demon District was not outside the city but deep within. A dense demonic aura emanated from within, enveloping the entire capital of the Fire Demon District. From afar, the capital was shrouded in demonic energy, simultaneously filled with a large amount of death energy, like a city enveloped in fog, evoking a sense of sorrow in those who looked at it from a distance. Wang Lin's footsteps echoed on the ground outside the capital of the Fire Demon District, making a distinct clacking sound. In the quiet space, this sound was clearly audible. The ground was a dark red, and walking on it felt incredibly muddy. This muddiness was formed by the blood of tens of thousands of people over the past 100 years. Clop, clop. Wang Lin didn't fly away but walked step by step towards the capital of the Fire Demon District. His figure resembled a white ghost, appearing extremely eerie in the gray fog. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Following Wang Lin's footsteps through the mist, the incessant clattering sounds echoed. The city within the mist was extremely deserted. It was hard to imagine that 100 years ago, its prosperity was no less than that of the heavenly demon city of the heavenly demon county. But now, it had become a desolate wasteland. In the eyes of the ancient demons of the 9 counties in the demon spirit land, the people were merely created by their cultivators to restore their own demonic power. Even if they all died, it wouldn't stir any emotion in their hearts. The people of the Fire Demon County's capital, from the Demon Emperor and Demon Commander to the ordinary demon soldiers, all went to the battlefield, turning into skeletons, falling to the ground, their blood staining the earth red. Wang Lin's heart remained unmoved as he advanced step by step. 10 miles outside the Fire Demon County, the area was filled with demonic energy from the seals of the ancient demons. The power of this seal is immense, one of the self-protective techniques of the ancient demons. Even demon lords from other demon districts cannot destroy it. The only ones who can break this seal, besides being ancient demons themselves, are cultivators with extraordinary divine abilities and incredible cultivation. Ancient demon Beilu once said that the ancient demons of this Fire Demon district would seal it after the capital city was empty, preventing anyone from entering. Therefore, the first step in our agreement is to break this seal. Wang Lin stood outside the demon barrier, raising his right hand. A black light flashed above his finger, pointing forward. As soon as his finger touched the demon barrier, a huge force suddenly recoiled. Wang Lin's finger was instantly knocked away. A numb sensation spread from his fingertips straight into his veins. The immortal power in Wang Lin's body circulated, and it took a while for it to recover. Indeed, very powerful. Wang Lin muttered to himself. Just then, a powerful surge of divine consciousness erupted from within the capital city. A furious roar of a primordial spirit also boomed out. Get out! This roaring sound was like thunder in the spring. The rumbling sound was like the creation of heaven and earth, fiercely echoing in Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin's right hand formed an extremely strange hand seal. Upon closer inspection, this seal was surprisingly filled with demonic energy. As the roaring sound reached Wang Lin, it instantly dissipated. Beiluo, you were sent by Beiluo. Inside the capital city, the powerful divine consciousness roared again, its voice filled with rage. Wang Lin ignored the sound, taking a deep breath and muttering to himself. Ancient demon Beiluo, you don't need to wait any longer for the first step of our agreement. Wang Lin raised his right hand, pointing to the sky. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he softly uttered, "Slaughtering She, gather." These 4 incredibly simple words couldn't compare to a thunderclap, nor did they cause any ripples of energy to spread throughout the heavens and earth. But when these 4 words were uttered, a storm of earth-shattering proportions erupted throughout the entire Fire Demon County. In the north of Fire Demon County, within a battlefield where fierce fighting was taking place, a large number of demon soldiers from both sides suddenly trembled. A dense aura of killing intent, capable of piercing through heaven and earth, instantly emanated from them. This killing intent flashed into view, then vanished into the distance. The ancestor has emerged. Excitement appeared on the faces of these demon soldiers. They ceased fighting and quickly left the battlefield. In the south of Fire Demon County, where a large army was engaged in fierce combat, countless figures in black robes invaded. These figures in black moved with incredible speed, their bodies emanating a dense aura of killing intent. As they moved, they would instantly take the lives of demon soldiers, turning them into dust which they absorbed. The generals on both sides were no strangers to these figures. For centuries, they had become accustomed to their presence. They arrived without a trace and departed without a trace, their affiliation unknown. Even when surrounded, they often suffered more losses than gains. But this time, as these figures charged into the battlefield, their bodies suddenly trembled, their eyes filled with ecstatic joy, and they swiftly departed. As they left, streams of intense killing intent surged from their bodies, transforming into boundless slaughter that flashed through the air before vanishing. This scene unfolded in countless places throughout the Fire Demon County. The air was instantly filled with swirling dust, imbued with an imaginable killing intent that flickered in the air. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to be enveloped in a murderous aura, a chilling cold that penetrated to the very marrow of one's bones. The battlefields of the Fire Demon District instantly ceased fighting, turning into bewildered stares at the sky, their eyes filled with uncertainty. For the past 100 years, the members of the Soul Refining Tribe had not only been hidden among the demon soldiers and the men in black, but many of the generals on both sides were also from the Soul Refining Tribe. At this moment, about 1/10 of the countless generals in the Fire Demon District had a murderous aura emanating from above their heads, which quickly dissipated. After this aura vanished, these individuals immediately retreated, employing their own techniques and swiftly leaving. Throughout the entire Fire Demon District, after a century of war, this scene shocked all the survivors. The sky was no longer blue, but had turned gray. Streams of slaughter just shot upwards, converging simultaneously at the capital of the Fire Demon County. 100,000 streams of slaughter, carrying intense killing intent, flew towards Wang Lin from all directions. Above the capital, the air was filled with continuous roars. Centered around Wang Lin, 100,000 streams of slaughter tore through the wind. Each stream was countless times more powerful than it had been 100 years ago, and the killing intent contained within it far surpassed that of the past. Nourished for 100 years, these 100,000 streams of slaughter had almost solidified into a tangible substance. Split! Wang Lin's eyes flashed with red light. His killing intent and killing intent merged, becoming the origin of the slaughter. The 100,000 streams of slaughter, which had already obscured the sky and sun, suddenly split into under Wang Lin's single word. In an instant, 100,000 streams of slaughter had become 200,000. And it didn't stop there. 200,000 split again. Split again. Split again. In an instant, the entire world was filled with dense dust. This dust wasn't fog, but killing intent. Killing intent. Killing heart and killing intent condensed. Divided in more than 10 instants, the 100,000 streams of killing intent transformed into 1,000,000. 1,000,000 streams of slaughter could have been divided further, but Wang Lin's slaughter immortal technique had only just begun to achieve some success. 1,000,000 streams was already the limit. This was also the main reason why he didn't personally kill them, but instead used the members of the soul refining tribe to cultivate the slaughter. Break it for me. Wang Lin's long hair fluttered, and his right hand suddenly pointed towards the demon barrier seal. 1,000,000 streams of slaughter instantly surged towards the seal, like a rain of arrows. The ancient demon's method of breaking seals wasn't to concentrate them at one point, but to disperse them, instantly launching a fierce attack on all positions. Only then could the seal be broken. If the power were slightly weaker, it wouldn't be effective. But Wang Lin's 1,000,000 streams of slaughter were born after decades of cultivation. This divine ability was truly astonishing. It could be said that, once the slaughter had achieved some success, it replaced the Annihilation Finger, becoming Wang Lin's ultimate killing move. Along with the Demon Transformation Finger after donning the demon armor, the Dao Transformation of the Yellow Springs became 3 equally powerful ultimate moves of Wang Lin. As for the body-fixing technique, Wang Lin reserved it as his life-saving divine ability. Except for the 2 times he just tested it, he decided to keep this divine ability well hidden. Only when no one knew about it, and it was unleashed unexpectedly, could it be used to save his life at the most crucial moment. Millions of streams of slaughter rained down from the sky. Immediately, from the demon curtain above the Fire Demon County's capital city, a series of banging sounds erupted. In an instant, it was as if millions of extremely sharp swords were attacking simultaneously. A few moments later, the banging sounds from the demon curtain became increasingly intense, almost forming a continuous series. The demonic barrier began to shake violently. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he stood outside the barrier, his cold gaze fixed upwards. Soon cracks began to appear on the barrier. These cracks multiplied, and finally, with a loud crash, it completely collapsed. Hundreds of thousands of streams of killing intent surged in, filling the city with dust. With the barrier broken, Wang Lin stepped forward. Without the barrier's protection, from the central demon valley of the capital city, demonic energy erupted like a whirlwind, unexpectedly forming a purple cloud in the air. This cloud swirled and transformed into a demonic figure with 2 enormous horns. Its eyes were deep and sinister, looking down at Wang Lin from midair as if he were an ant. That short monk, even with Beiluo's protection, daring to destroy my demon barrier, you will undoubtedly die. The voice of the demonic figure seemed to come from the 9 underworlds, ethereal and unpredictable. The demonic figure's right hand swung up, instantly transforming the heavens and earth. The entire capital city of the Fire Demon County vanished in an instant, the surroundings turning into a crimson world. This crimson was the light of fire. The ground was filled with lava, making the fire even more dazzling. Even the sky turned a deep crimson, as if it were being consumed by flames. Loud banging sounds echoed throughout the sky. Waves of heat emanated from the ground, transforming into a multitude of illusory figures. In an instant, over 100 illusions appeared before the demonic figure. Wang Lin raised his right hand, and suddenly millions of streams of slaughter chi merged into his body. The mark of life appeared on his forehead. In a flash, millions of marks of life overlapped, spreading across Wang Lin's entire body. Then, he potted his storage bag, and the demonic armor transformed into black threads, instantly wrapping around Wang Lin, forming a ferocious black suit of armor. Wang Lin's face was also covered by this armor. Only his eyes filled with cold light were visible. His long hair spread out, and with a step forward, he flew up from the ground, pausing briefly before suddenly charging forward. The illusory figures in front of the ancient demon immediately showed ferocity, roaring and unleashing various divine abilities to block Wang Lin. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and his speed increased even more. At the same time, he pointed his right little finger, and the annihilation finger struck like lightning. As for the attacks of those illusory figures, Wang Lin didn't even bother to glance at them. Even if they hit him, they were immediately blocked by the demonic energy on his demonic armor. In addition, there were over 1 million life seals protecting him. These attacks were nothing to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's speed was like lightning in a flash. He was heading towards the ancient demon who had transformed into a purple cloud in the sky. The ancient demon's eyes showed a mocking expression, and he coldly snorted, "Ancient demon's demonic armor. However, you have no demonic heart, so wearing it is a waste." He opened his mouth and let out a roar. This roar transformed into a wave, carrying dense demonic energy, attacking directly towards Wang Lin. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he pointed his right hand forward, softly chanting, "Transform into a demon." As he pointed, the demonic armor on his body seemed to emit a series of cheers, and countless demonic energies emanated from it, entering his body through his 7 orifices. They circulated within his body, entering his fingers and then erupting. At this moment, Wang Lin's long hair fluttered, his body radiating an extremely dense demonic aura, as if he had become a demon. This single finger strike was the peak of the demon transformation state, already clad in demonic armor. A demonic wind directly shot out from this finger. Wang Lin followed closely behind, shattering the roaring sounds of the ancient demon. The mocking look in the ancient demon's eyes remained unchanged. Facing the attacking demonic wind, it directly opened its mouth and immediately swallowed it. Then it licked its lips and said, "Not bad. This demonic energy is quite pure." Wang Lin's eyes were cold. At this moment, the distance between him and the ancient demon was only about 100 feet. With one step, he closed the gap by another 10 feet. The ancient demon looked at Wang Lin, its eyes revealing a strange light, and suddenly its body moved slightly. The colossal figure instantly erupted with a massive surge of demonic energy. Within this energy, the ancient demon's divine consciousness swept out, creating an oppressive force within 100 jang radius, constantly expanding. Loud begging sounds emanated from Wang Lin's body, and the demonic energy from his demonic armor quickly dissipated. He calmly took a deep breath and said, "Dao transformation." A solid yellow spring's force penetrated the 100 jang area under pressure, forming a path beneath Wang Lin's feet. This yellow spring's force gradually rose, and waves of reincarnation power instantly spread in all directions. Wang Lin's steps were leisurely, allowing him to advance another 10 jang. The ancient demon snorted coldly, its right hand forming a claw, fiercely grabbing at Wang Lin. This claw carried a dense demonic energy. The demonic energy on Wang Lin's armor instantly dissipated, transforming into black lines that pulled away from his body. The hundreds of thousands of life seals on Wang Lin's body emitted dazzling light. Wang Lin let out a low growl, his body not retreating but advancing, powerfully meeting the ancient demon's claw attack. Boom! A deafening roar resounded. Wang Lin's right hand was sent flying. As for Wang Lin, hundreds of thousands of life seals instantly collapsed, but in a flash, they regenerated and continuously reformed. He took another step forward, closing the distance by another 10 meters. The mocking look in the ancient demon's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a chilling, killing intent. Before, he had dealt with Wang Lin merely as a joke. But now, as Wang Lin approached him, he vaguely sensed something was wrong. Bei Luo sent him here for some ulterior motive. A murderous glint flashed in the ancient demon's eyes. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to use the ancient demon divine ability. Each use consumed a considerable amount of his energy. Demon technique, Demon Slayer, with both hands forming a hand seal. The ancient demon's power created a swirling vortex, surging out wildly and transforming into various divine abilities. In an instant, all the lava on the ground began to boil. A surge of heat rose up, condensing in front of the ancient demon, transforming into a massive spear. The entire spear was crimson, radiating a dense demonic aura and containing an extremely scorching energy. The moment this spear appeared, a sense of danger enveloped Wang Lin's body and mind. His eyes flashed, and without stopping, he continued to advance, moving another 10 meters. At the same time, he pointed his right hand at his forehead, then suddenly pointed forward, waving it slightly. 1,000,000 streams of slaughter cha merge into one. 1,000,000 life marks were instantly pulled from Wang Lin's forehead, continuously merging, finally transforming into a single stream. The killing intent contained within this stream of slaughter cha would surely move even Cha Yunzi. At this moment, the killing intent condensed on Wang Lin's fingertips. He took another step forward. At this moment, he had completely entered the 50 jang radius around the ancient demon. In the blink of an eye, as he moved within 50 feet of the ancient demon, Wang Lin's eyes shone brightly, and a series of incomprehensible incantations immediately began to emanate from his mouth. At the same time, his left hand formed a hand seal. This seal was given to him by the ancient demon Bei Luo. According to their agreement, the first step was to break through the demon barrier, and the second was to enter within 50 feet of the ancient demon and perform the seal he had given him. Completing these two steps meant he had fulfilled more than half of their agreement. After all, with Wang Lin's strength, defeating the ancient demon was fundamentally impossible. The reason for this war was to drive out all the people in the Fire Demon County's capital city, leaving the entire city without any additional defenses. Only then would Wang Lin have the opportunity to directly confront the ancient demon and get within 50 feet of him. In the blink of an eye, as the hand seal appeared in Wang Lin's left hand, his blood surged throughout his body, and he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. In addition, popping sounds emanated from his entire body as a large amount of blood gushed out, forming a cloud of blood mist. For the first time, the ancient demon's expression changed drastically. He stared intently at the blood mist before Wang Lin, his expression extremely serious, and said in a low voice, "This blood contains the aura of an ancient god, so that's it." After the blood appeared, it immediately condensed, instantly transforming into a blood figure. At the same time, an extremely arrogant divine consciousness suddenly descended from the sky, directly entering the blood figure. The blood figure opened its eyes. At this moment, all living beings in the Fire Demon District felt a sudden surge of shock rising from the depths of their hearts. Only a very small fraction knew the reason for all of this. But the vast majority, overwhelmed by this shock, couldn't help but feel fear and helplessness. At this moment, the remnants of the ancient demons in the other 7 districts all had a drastic change in expression. Their eyes immediately turned towards the capital city of the Fire Demon District. "You're incredibly lucky. Unexpectedly, you're a cultivator possessing the aura of an ancient god. With this person's blood and the spiritual connection between you two, you can use the condensed blood for an extended period anywhere, escaping the restrictions of the Heavenly Demon District." The ancient demon's voice was low and slow. "We've been separated for a long time. If we continue like this, we'll both perish. When you and I merge, we'll give birth to a new ancient demon, and I'll devour the remaining 7 one by one." From within the blood shadow, Beilo's calm voice emerged. The blood shadow directly charged towards the demon. A dense demonic aura surged from his body as he moved, transforming into the warm heaven demonic flame, enveloping everything, obscuring the view inside. Outside the demonic flame, Wang Lin had already lost more than half of his blood, and was now extremely weak. But the demon spear's divine power didn't dissipate. As the demonic flame surged, it continued to attack Wang Lin. The spear roared forward, a surge of killing intent condensed in Wang Lin's right hand, and he pointed forward, colliding with the spearhead without hesitation. A force filled with insane destructive power flowed directly into Wang Lin's hand through the spearhead. The killing chair rapidly dissipated, and similarly, it entered the spear, continuously destroying its structure. Loud bangs echoed continuously, as if countless thunderbolts were exploding as the ancient demon's spear clashed with Wang Lin. Sensing that the millions of killing Chow were about to completely collapse, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. he suddenly retracted his fingertips, and his body stopped, moving several meters away. The killing cha on his right, having briefly slowed down, immediately expanded and regenerated, instantly recovering a little. Wang Lin pointed his finger again, once more clashing with the incoming spear. This repeated until Wang Lin had moved 100 meters away, at which point the spear's power gradually dissipated, finally being shattered by a burst of Wang Lin's demonic qi. Wang Lin's face was pale. The loss of a large amount of blood energy left him gasping for breath. But he didn't stop to rest. Instead, his body flashed, and he charged forward. The direction he chose was the Demon Valley in the center of the capital city. The first step was to break through the demon barrier. The second was to enter within 50 yards and use the opponent's aura to summon Beiluo's blood shadow. The third step was to reach the ancient demon's hiding place and seize the object where the ancient demon's consciousness was parasitizing. As for the two ancient demons fighting in the air, Wang Lin didn't have time to watch. His body was like a flash of lightning, and in one step he arrived at the Demon Valley, the sacred land of the Fire Demon County. The Demon Valley was tranquil, and deep inside stood a massive statue, its demonic power intensely concentrated. Streams of demonic energy, after escaping, rose into the sky and merged into the ancient demon's body, allowing it to fight Beiluo with all its might. Wang Lin took a step forward, but his body immediately stopped. A ripple emanated from the statue in the Demon Valley. This ripple spread, and the demonic energy within the statue no longer rose but merged together, transforming into a clone of the ancient demon the same size as Wang Lin. This ancient demon had two horns on its head, its entire body floating in midair with streams of demonic energy drifting behind it, connecting with the statue. It coldly stared at Wang Lin, the demonic look in its eyes intensely sinister. Wang Lin looked at the ancient demon, remained silent for a moment, and then stepped back. Although this ancient demon was only a clone, its cultivation was extremely high. Wang Lin thought to himself, unless he used Ling Tianhu's sword energy again, there was no way to defeat it. Wang Lin, shatter that statue for me and help me merge with it. We'll agree that from now on, you won't need to intervene in the harvest of the 7 demons. I promise, after the merger, I will immediately resolve the matter. Aren't you aiming to inherit the ancient demon's realm of enlightenment? When you shatter this statue, as soon as I merge with it, I will allow your consciousness to merge with it. This way, you'll inherit the ancient demon's realm twice. Your benefit will be immense. Moreover, I have helped you many times. I only ask for your repayment now. Wang Lin, help me. Beiluo's voice echoed within Wang Lin's mind. He pondered for a moment, then sighed inwardly. Leaving aside the benefits in Beiluo's promise, the fact that she had helped him overcome life-or-death tribulations twice was enough to compel him to act. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. He immediately channeled one of the 2 swords of Ling Tianhu within his body, condensing it on his fingertip. A golden light instantly emanated, enveloping the ancient demon. The ancient demon's clone, transformed by demonic energy, revealed a solemn expression. With both hands, he drew in the void, and a cluster of demonic talismans emitted demonic light, converging before him. Wang Lin took a deep breath and, without hesitation, advanced forward. The Ling Tianhu sword energy in his hand instantly shot out. In an instant, the entire Demon Valley was filled with sword energy. Countless demonic energies instantly dissipated under this sword energy. The domineering intent contained within Ling Tianhu's sword energy erupted, forming a whirlwind that swept across the entire Demon Valley. The ground cracked with a series of sounds, and under the sweeping sword light, countless fissures appeared. In midair, sword energy raged, cutting the demonic energies into tiny pieces. The talismans drawn by the ancient demon's clone suddenly flashed with powerful demonic light, with lightning intertwining to form a dense talisman net 1, blocking the attack of Ling Tianhu's sword energy. 1 talisman net, a net formed from talismans. However, the majority of the ancient demon fire demon's consciousness was focused on the battle with Beiluo. This clone was only equivalent to a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. If Wang Lin didn't have Ling Tianhu's sword energy, fighting would be hopeless. But with this sword energy, he could still put up a fight against this clone. The sword energy roared, its golden light blazing, penetrating inside. Upon impact, the runes instantly crumbled, making a banging sound. The sword energy directly pierced through, heading straight for the ancient demon's clone. The clone's expression changed drastically. Its entire body suddenly flickered, transforming into a mass of demonic energy, charging forward frantically, enveloping Ling Tianhu's sword energy. The dense demonic energy emitted a series of roars. Wang Lin took a step forward, his foot landing beneath the statue. Without hesitation, Wang Lin placed his right hand on the statue. "Stop!" Two voices, filled with agitation, roared louder than thunder. A roar from the horizon, a roar from the demonic mist surrounding the sword energy erupted almost simultaneously, exploding like thunder and lightning. A gigantic claw suddenly descended from the sky, moving at incredible speed, frantically grabbing at Wang Lin. At the same time, a mass of demonic mist separated from the demon valley, transforming into a head, its mouth wide open, ready to bite Wang Lin. Wang Lin's gaze was resolute. His immortal power flowed through his body, forcefully pushing into the statue in front of the demonic claw in midair and the demonic head behind it. Several cracking sounds appeared on the statue's surface. The demonic power within burst out through these cracks. In an instant, Ling Tianhu's sword energy shot out from the demonic mist, flashing through the demonic head attacking Wang Lin. Then, with a slight movement of Wang Lin's mind, it pierced the statue with incredible speed. A deafening explosion resounded, and the statue completely collapsed. The moment it shattered, the descending demonic claw in midair instantly disintegrated. A furious roar echoed from the horizon. Immediately afterward, a series of sounds of divine power clashing erupted. Clearly, Beiluo's intervention had distracted the ancient demon fire demon district from focusing on Wang Lin. The statue continued to crumble, and a large amount of demonic energy surged out from within. As the energy struck him, Wang Lin glanced and immediately noticed a hand bone within the shattered statue. His eyes flashed, and he reached out with his right hand, grabbing the bone. The moment it touched him, an unimaginable force directly entered his body, striking his primordial spirit. Suddenly, Wang Lin's consciousness flickered, as if transported to a strange space. This place had no heaven or earth, only a void. Yet, this miraculous force enveloped everything around it. Wang Lin's mind merged with this place, experiencing a sense of transcendence, constantly soaring. Images materialized from the void before his eyes. These images were some of the divine abilities he had learned since he began cultivating. Among them, one image depicted a young boy with a naive expression, his hands gesticulating. A stone slowly rose, the boy's eyes revealing excitement as he controlled the stone, constantly changing its shape. The image trembled and vanished. The boy, with an unexpectedly youthful face, emerged from the image, looked at Wang Lin from afar, smiled slightly, and sat down to one side, saying nothing. However, his hands continued their transformations, the gravity technique swirling around his body. Another image showed a cold, ruthless young man with long, flowing hair. His eyes were half closed, but a cold glint flashed between them. An unimaginable aura of killing intent swept out from his eyes. Countless Foundation establishment cultivators in front of him had their golden cores shattered one after another, their souls and spirits scattered. This young man also stepped out of the image, and after glancing at Wang Lin, he sat down cross-legged, his long hair fluttering, and a supreme realm divine consciousness occasionally flashed from him. There were also images of Wang Lin performing the Annihilation Finger, the Demon Transformation Divine Ability, the Dao Transformation of the Yellow Springs, and various other divine abilities. All of these emerged from the paintings, sitting cross-legged. Besides these, there was one image that greatly shocked Wang Lin. It was a Wang Lin in a gray robe. Around his body, hundreds of thousands of killing intent swirled, leaving a trail of annihilation wherever he went. He seemed to sense Wang Lin's gaze, turned to look at Wang Lin, his eyes a gray color. Each of the Wang Lin figures in these paintings emerged, scattering in all directions, either sitting with their eyes closed or displaying their divine abilities. One Wang Lin was clearly performing the immortal body fixing technique. Wang Lin was shaken by the scene before him. These scenes were all too familiar to him. Years ago, under the divine consciousness of Tianyunzi, he himself had seen countless Tianyunzi figures within the latter sea of consciousness, each displaying a different divine ability. But immediately, Wang Lin snapped out of his shock. He realized something was amiss. The figures in Tianyunzi's consciousness were all solid, like real bodies, indistinguishable from real. But now a multitude of his own figures were sometimes real, sometimes illusory, neither illusory nor tangible. The illusory and real. Could this be a divine ability attained after reaching the perfection of the first stage of cultivation, entering the dualistic realm of yin and yang? I am experiencing the transformation of yin and yang through this peculiar ancient demon inheritance. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He was merely guessing about all of this, unable to confirm anything. Suddenly, the figures within those images gradually disappeared, leaving no trace. Among them, the one who vanished the fastest was the gray-robed figure wielding the slaughter immortal technique. In an instant, Wang Lin's mind suddenly opened wide, and he stepped forward, merging with the gray figure wielding the slaughter immortal technique. Several months passed, and the slaughter in the fire demon district changed. The heavenly demon district withdrew its troops. The war, which had lasted for nearly 100 years, had come to an end with the devouring of the ancient demons. The ancient demon Beiluo had completed its first act of devouring. He had merged with the remnant soul of the fire demon county, reaching an extremely high level. He no longer needed Wang Lin's blood to form a physical body and could leave on his own. In the capital of Heavenly Demon City, in the Dragon Pool, Wang Lin sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, his expression serene. That day, when he collided with that arm bone, he was immersed in a strange space. After Beiluo devoured the remnant soul, she used her divine abilities to bring Wang Lin's body back and placed it here. Months passed, until one day, Wang Lin opened his eyes. The moment he opened them, a flash of light flickered and disappeared. His aura was vastly different from before he went to the Fire Demon County. Now, he resembled an ordinary scholar, seemingly without any trace of immortal power flowing through him, completely normal. However, a refreshing fragrance enveloped him, giving others a sense of transcendence. After opening his eyes, Wang Lin exhaled a long breath of stale air. Our ancient demon lineage has possessed a divine ability since the beginning of heaven and earth. Based on this ability, we can comprehend the heavens and earth and create our own spells. This ability can also be cast on others. However, except for our ancient demon lineage, other beings can only comprehend it once in their lifetime. Wang Lin fell silent. He closed his eyes again. In that strange space, he merged with the gray figure, and all sorts of illusions flooded his mind. Recalling it now, it felt like a dream, and he still felt a sense of dread. Except for you, I've only passed on my teachings to two cultivators in my lifetime. Both of them have comprehended the transformations of the next realm. They've even gained new insights into their own magic. Especially the second cultivator, his talent is exceptionally high among all the cultivators I've seen. In my lineage, he himself created a divine ability. His talent is no less than that of our ancient demon tribe. Wang Lin closed his eyes and calmly said, "Who is it?" "His name is Sun Yun. I don't know if you've heard of him." The ancient demon's voice became resonant. Sun Yun. Wang Lin opened his eyes, remained silent for a moment, and said, "Senior ancient demon, our agreement has one last condition." In the dragon pool, a green vortex suddenly arose, stopping before Wang Lin. The vortex dissipated, revealing a young man with an extremely strange appearance. One of the most striking features of that person was his eyes, which held a hidden green hue, creating an unpredictable and eerie aura. After he appeared, he glanced at Wang Lin, a smile appearing on his face, and said, "I haven't forgotten what I promised you. During the months you were meditating, I used my divine abilities to locate the dwelling place of your true consciousness within that tower." The young man finished speaking, casually waving his right hand. A shimmering beam of light flashed in his hand, these points of light combining to form an image. The image depicted a deep abyss, looking down from above like a massive crack. From the crack in the ground, a stream of black energy occasionally spewed out, the impact force so strong that it caused the image to tremble. This place is called the Tide Abyss by your cultivators. Your friend's aura is within here. However, there are 6 entrances to the Tide Abyss in total. You should go to the Water Demon District. The entrance there is closest to your friend's location. Wang Lin looked at the image, pondered for a moment, and said, "What kind of place is the Tidal Abyss?" The young man hesitated slightly, saying, "In the starry sky, there are places where space collapses countless times. Over time, these collapses form a passage leading to an unknown destination. Within this passage, there is an unimaginable gravitational pull. This tidal abyss is one such place." The ancient demon Beiluo said nothing more, and Wang Lin didn't ask any further. He could sense that the other party was hiding many things. But if the other party didn't say, asking would be useless. Since there are 6 entrances, are the exits also like that? Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he slowly spoke. The young man smiled slightly, a somewhat eerie smile, and said, "There's only one exit, and it's in the Fire Demon District." After he finished speaking, his right hand reached out towards the shimmering image formed by the points of light. The image shattered, but the points of light under his grasp immediately condensed, transforming into a finger-sized crystal ball. Then, he swung it towards Wang Lin. "Take this. Your consciousness, when integrated, can borrow my vision to examine everything in the tide abyss. Consider this a gift from me after we fulfill our agreement." Wang Lin accepted the crystal ball, clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Senior Ancient Demon." The young man smiled and shook his head, saying, "It should be me thanking you. You may leave. I wish to go into seclusion for a while." Wang Lin stood up, instantly disappearing without a trace, leaving the dragon pool. The young man watched where Wang Lin had vanished, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. "I only need 100 years to completely integrate all 7 remaining demons. By then, I, the ancient demon Beiluo, will be resurrected. Ancient demon Tajia, you stole the victory from that war. 100 years from now, I want to see how much you've recovered." And that young man, he has the aura of an ancient god in his mind. This aura, though faint, is extremely pure. For my ancient demon tribe and the ancient demons, this is a great tonic. However, the purer this aura, the more I dare not swallow it. The young man thought of that trace of aura, his mind trembling. Ancient god, that was the tribe that obtained most of its power during the split. This young man's aura is very strong. The ancient god left behind that aura is at least 8-star, possibly even 9-star, a 9-star ancient god. Even if I and the ancient demons joined forces, we might not be able to defeat him. If he wanted to kill me, it would be very simple. Moreover, most importantly, within this aura, there's an extremely deep hidden will. When I come into contact with it, I feel a shiver. This feeling is something only royalty can possess. It's precisely because of this trace of aura that I was able to use his blood to form my physical body without worrying about my mind shattering. I didn't tell him the truth before, even with the aura of an ancient god. Without that trace of royal will, I couldn't have transformed. I and the ancient demon tower have survived until now, and the ancient god certainly can too. If I absorb his aura, I will definitely be planting the seeds of future disaster for myself. However, I can withstand this temptation, but I don't know if the ancient demon tower can endure it. In the same way, the tidal abyss is an extremely mysterious place in the demon spirit land. This place is the source of the tides from the outside. Over countless years, a large number of magical treasures, spirit stones, and spirit beasts, after being sucked into the demon spirit land, have been drawn straight into this place. At this moment, deep within the tidal abyss, in a large black mist, there is an open space about 100 feet wide, where several people are sitting cross-legged. One of them is a middle-aged man. This person has a dignified appearance, but there is a hint of sinister intent in his demeanor, giving him a somewhat heroic air. He sat cross-legged in the center, his expression cold, a dark purple aura swirling around his body. In his right hand, he held a strangely shaped skull, his hand constantly stroking its surface. His eyes were wide open, causing others to recoil in shock. Beside him sat 4 other figures, all dressed in blue robes and carrying large swords on their backs. Their faces were equally grim. Just then, a swirling mass of black mist appeared in the distance, and a figure swiftly flew towards them, stopping in front of everyone. This person also wore blue robes and carried a large sword on his back. He spoke with a bitter expression, "Senior Them Lang." The beasts ahead haven't dispersed yet. Moreover, there are even more of them than before. The middle-aged man was Tham Lang. He snorted coldly, saying, "I underestimated this place." The demonic beasts here were all drawn here by gravity in the starry sky, after experiencing the strange forces that naturally transform. This place, some powerful beings will appear. Senior Tham Lang, this pack of demonic beasts is enormous. Moreover, they are extremely ferocious. This type of demonic beast should be quite famous, but I've thought about it for a long time, and I still can't remember what kind of demonic beast it is. A disciple of the Great Lua Sword Sect suddenly said in a low voice. This person's position was extremely subtle. Vaguely, all the disciples of the Great Lewis Sword sect seemed to be gathered around him. Tham Lang glanced at this person. He knew that the person speaking held extremely high prestige in the hearts of these Great Lewis Sword sect disciples, because the other party was their senior brother, Shenlong. This person was the beloved disciple of Sword Venerable Ling Jianhu with a profound and cunning mind. And his cultivation was so well concealed that even he had to observe him several times before he could discern any clues. Outwardly, this person appeared to be in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, but in reality, his cultivation had already reached the early stage of the peak inquiry realm. Among the 12 sword-laughing disciples, this person's cultivation wasn't the highest, but even the Oxox, whose actual cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the questioning realm, had to show extreme respect to this divine dragon. Hearing the divine dragon's question, Greedy Wolf pondered for a moment, then said, "This beast has a bizarre appearance. I've never seen anything like it before." In the boundless starry sky, under the ever-changing laws of heaven, cultivators cannot possibly know all living beings, especially since this beast was clearly pulled here by the tide that comes once every 5,000 years. It has probably been here for a very long time. "It's not surprising that I don't recognize this beast." The divine dragon said nothing more. Everyone fell silent. A piercing shriek slowly echoed from afar. Near the exit of the black mist, a pack of demonic beasts, several meters tall, covered in pitch-black fur, with sharp trunks flapping their wings, surrounded the entire exit. Their eyes were bloodshot, revealing a sinister, chilling glint, and their long tentacles were terrifying to behold. If Wang Lin saw them, he would undoubtedly recognize them immediately. They were the spirit beasts. However, their bodies weren't purple. The Monkey King's body has been devoured by this beast. Even his soul couldn't escape Wu Ma, besides Shenlong, who whispered. Shenlong's face showed bitterness. Of the 12 sword-laughing disciples, except for Mo Yang who had died and Zishu and Haiju who remained outside, the remaining 9 had all followed Tham Lang to the Tide Domain. Tham Lang said that, based on his observations, this place was the greatest treasure trove in the entire demon spirit land. Tham Lang's words, except for Shenlong, moved the remaining disciples of the Great Lewis Sword sect. They had indeed witnessed countless coveted treasures and strange creatures from the East Sea being absorbed into the demon spirit land. It could be said that their purpose in entering this place, besides obtaining the ancient demon's inheritance, was to search for those strange magical artifacts and objects. Shenlong, always calm, although feeling uneasy, couldn't think of a reason to refuse. However, he still managed to figure out not to leave all his disciples together. He separated them, with Shunyu leading the way in a different direction, maintaining contact between them. Besides that, he left Zishu and Haiju outside. Initially, their journey into the Tide Zone was smooth, but after Tham Lang retrieved an object from an unnamed mountain cave, everything changed. They were suddenly surrounded by these strange demonic beasts, unable to get out. It has been almost 100 years since then. 100 years, while a long time, passed incredibly quickly for them. Deep within the abyss, there was no day or night, completely shrouded in black mist. Just venturing outside would lead to an attack by countless demonic beasts. Shenho, my junior disciple, perished in a fierce assault. Although he unleashed his master's sword energy before his death, killing many demonic beasts, the horde outside was simply too numerous. Shenlong knew that even gathering all his sword energy wouldn't allow him to escape this place. "We can't stay here like this." Shenlong took a deep breath, stood up, and looked towards Tham Lang. His actions immediately caused the remaining 4 disciples of the Great Lewis Sword sect to stand up and surround Tham Lang. Tham Lang's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor gloomy, and he chuckled hoarsely, saying, "My esteemed nephews, what is the meaning of this? Senior Tham Lang, I want to know, what did you obtain in that cave?" Shenlong said in a low voice. A hint of mockery flickered in Tham Lang's eyes as he replied, "You want to know?" He said, patting his storage bag, and a round egg appeared in his hand. The egg was lifeless, only enveloped in a cloud of death energy. The divine dragon's gaze briefly fell upon the egg. Along the way, he had gained some understanding of the greedy Wolf. This person's cultivation method was likely related to death energy. Using this object for cultivation was understandable. However, whether this was actually the object that Tham Lang discovered was another matter entirely. "Little brat, I'm sparing you this time out of respect for your master, Ling Jianhu." If there's a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Humph, you weren't even born when I was cultivating. No one who dares speak to me like that will survive. A cold glint flashed in Them Lang's eyes. His tone was calm, but it resonated like thunder in the ears of the 4 disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect. Except for Shenlong, everyone else instinctively recoiled. Shenlong bowed his head, a hint of killing intent in his eyes, and respectfully said, "Senior, please don't blame me. I was just a little impatient. After all, we've been trapped here for almost 100 years. What's the rush? In another 100 years, your master will definitely come here. At that time, he will rescue you," Them Lang said slowly, closing his eyes. Shenlong sat cross-legged, remaining silent. He had long noticed that Them Lang was somewhat strange. The other party seemed to deliberately stay here, not in a hurry to escape. There must be a reason for this. While the disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect and Them Lang were at odds, Wang Lin was flying at high speed towards the exit of the Tide Abyss in the Fire Demon County. Wang Lin had heard Yao Shizu mention the Tide Abyss before. According to Yao Shizu, the token that made Tai Yunzi and the others envious was currently in the Tide Abyss. Considering this, Wang Lin learned that Them Lang and the disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect had mysteriously disappeared 100 years ago, their whereabouts unknown. He had a bold suspicion in his heart. It was highly likely that the Them Lang group had also arrived in the Tide Zone. If the opponent comes out, then so be it. Only if the opponent hasn't come out yet, then Wang Lin will prepare a good plan for the only exit in this Fire Demon District to ensure his safety. Under the Great Teleportation Technique, his speed was extremely fast, flying towards the exit in the Fire Demon District marked in the crystal ball. While flying, Wang Lin couldn't help but recall the scene of merging with the gray figure in the strange inheritance space of the ancient demon. The divine ability that the gray figure displayed was the Slaughter Immortal Technique. In the moment of merging, Wang Lin had a kind of illusory enlightenment. In that instant, it was as if his slaughtering aura, which was once millions, instantly transformed into tens of millions. However, the moment the slaughtering aura reached tens of millions, it transformed into a life seal, and unexpectedly, under the mutual fusion, it formed a bizarre seal. This seal contained tens of millions of slaughtering auras. When it appeared, it immediately became uncontrollable by Wang Lin, directly pressing onto his forehead. This mark pierced through his body, unexpectedly imprinting itself deep within his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit merged with the primordial energy of heaven and earth, undergoing a strange transformation that instantly severed the connection between Wang Lin's primordial spirit and his body. Then, his primordial spirit dissolved within 3 breaths and was completely absorbed by that imprint. Immediately afterward, his life force transformed into a gray stream of energy, also absorbed by the imprint. Wang Lin, from a third-person perspective, witnessed and experienced everything firsthand. This scene filled his eyes with coldness and murderous intent. He saw his body and primordial spirit, everything about him, being absorbed by the imprint formed from the myriad murderous energies. Then the imprint broke free from his body. Like a parasitic insect, after absorbing all the nutrients, it emerged. This imprint, carrying a scent, slowly floated out, and with a loud bang, transformed into a stream of murderous energy. This was true murderous energy. Wang Lin's mind trembled. Even after some time, recalling that scene still filled Wang Lin with a sense of dread. He took a deep breath, the cold glint and murderous intent in his eyes threatening to erupt, yet he immediately concealed them. Wang Lin couldn't discern the reality of the strange scene in that space. However, based on his understanding of the Slaughter Immortal Technique, he vaguely sensed that it was real. In that bizarre experience, Wang Lin recalled the state he was in at that moment, as if he had traversed countless years, instantly mastering divine abilities to a high level, thus gaining a deeper understanding. A person of exceptional talent could even create their own unique divine abilities within such an experience. And through countless repetitions, they could refine those abilities countless times, reaching a perfect level. Sun Yan was such a person. Wang Lin's aptitude, though having undergone nearly 800 years of transformation and acquired an immortal body, was still quite remarkable. But even so, compared to Sun Yan, a genius whom even the ancient demons feared, he was still far inferior. He didn't create his own divine abilities, but relying on his keen observation and quick reflexes, he awoke from that strange space in the shortest time. And with a decisiveness that even Sun Yan couldn't achieve, he directly merged with the rapidly disappearing gray figure. It's worth noting that Sun Yan only regained consciousness after more than half of the illusions had vanished. Wang Lin's decisiveness was absolutely incomparable to that of ordinary people. Even Cai Yunzi didn't expect that Wang Lin could comprehend and obtain the mysteries of the slaughter immortal technique within the ancient demon's inheritance. Cai Yunzi, I once said, if you don't betray me, I, Wang, will never betray you in this life. Wang Lin's voice, cold as the wind of the underworld, echoed. The slaughter immortal technique, its divine power, is indeed astonishing. However, Heavenly Fortune Master, you are far too cruel. Fortunately, my understanding is limited, at most only 1 million. If my understanding were deeper, reaching 10 million, I'm afraid I would have long since transformed into a true stream of slaughter energy for you to absorb, Wang Lin, while flying. Let out a long sigh. That gray-robed Heavenly Fortune Master once said that because of my understanding of the realm, he would pass on the slaughter immortal technique to me. I didn't think much of it back then. But now, connecting the events, I suspect that hundreds of years ago, when I was undergoing the transformation on the Vermilion Bird Star, it was because Heavenly Fortune Master saw my understanding of life and death reincarnation that he had the idea of taking me as his disciple. Wang Lin closed his eyes. When he opened them, his eyes were clear and then disappeared. This matter is a bit stubborn. I can't conclude anything immediately. After all, Heavenly Fortune Master has shown me kindness and understanding previously. Choosing the slaughter immortal technique was my decision. Although he had ulterior motives, this matter needs careful observation later. However, Cai Yunzi's cultivation is very high. If I'm not sure I can resist him, I can't let him discover that I know all this. The only thing is, the slaughter immortal technique needs careful study to see if it's possible to break it. Outside the exit of the tidal abyss in the Fire Demon County, Wang Lin stayed there for several days. He didn't set up any overly powerful formations or seals. Instead, he only left behind a few simple but secret restrictions. These restrictions had no offensive power, but they served as tracking mechanisms. If anyone came out of here, unless their cultivation was extremely high, even a slight carelessness would result in the restrictions leaving a mark, allowing Wang Lin to detect them. Having done all this, Wang Lin cast aside all distracting thoughts and focused all his efforts on heading towards the Water Demon County. He wanted to enter this place, then deploy his divine consciousness and search for Chuyi with all his might. Chuyi had shown him kindness, and Wang Lin absolutely had to save him. Besides saving Senior Chuyi, there was also Ru Fu. While Wang Lin was performing the teleportation technique, his eyes flashed. That year, in the East Sea outside the tidal abyss, he clearly remembered seeing Ru Fu flash past a few days later, in the western part of the Water Demon County, in a place called Cloud Sea. This place was covered in clouds all year round. Deep within the Cloud Sea, there was a place underground with countless cracks spreading. This was one of the passages of the tidal abyss. For cultivators, to men and to women, were standing outside the Cloud Sea, looking inside. Of these 4 people, one of the 2 girls had her hair styled in a high bun, with 2 strands of hair cascading down like willow branches, and a few sparkling crystal dots adorning her forehead. Her eyelashes curved like crescent moons, and her eyes shone with the intelligence of pearls. Her oval face was as beautiful as jade. Although not possessing unparalleled beauty, she could still make the moon blush. She appeared to be around 20 years old, but a hint of maturity in her eyes belied her age. She wore a white dress that, though not form-fitting, revealed alluring curves that captivated onlookers. Those who practice cultivation are skilled at preserving youth, and some with profound cultivation may even have their lifespans extended. From her appearance alone, it's difficult to discern her true age. Beside this woman was another woman who seemed rather ordinary. At first glance, she appeared gentle and frail, her slender figure seemingly about to be blown away by the wind. She wore a pink dress, highlighting her slightly pale complexion. Compared to the other woman, she lacked a certain sharpness, but possessed a greater charm. To junior sisters, this place is the misty mountain and sea of the Water Demon County. I discovered this place by chance years ago and lingered here, never wanting to leave. Although I haven't been to the immortal realm, this misty mountain and sea is certainly a step above it. Brother Morong, what do you think? Beside the 2 women, a young man in a red robe spoke gently. This young man had a somewhat handsome appearance, yet exuded an air of arrogance, like a favored son of heaven. Possibly, the man beside him said coldly. He was dressed in black, his handsome face cold and aloof. After speaking, he closed his eyes and said nothing more. The young man in pink smiled slightly. He was already accustomed to the other's concise way of speaking. Brother Dew is lingering here. I'm afraid it's not because of this mist, the beautiful woman said, pursing her lips and smiling softly. I won't hide it, Sister Zhao, in this sea of clouds. I've discovered a crack. This place is probably the rumored tidal abyss, the young man in pink said with a smile. The woman surnamed Zhao glanced over, about to speak. Suddenly, the young man in black, who had been closing his eyes beside her, opened them and looked into the distance. Very powerful. Far away on the horizon, a rainbow streaked across the sky, transforming into a young man in white robes in midair. His appearance was unremarkable, nothing special about him. He stood in midair, not looking at the four people, but his cold gaze swept over the clouds before he stepped forward. It's him. The man in the red robe was momentarily startled upon seeing the other's face, but a hint of surprise immediately flashed in his eyes. He had discerned the other's cultivation level. He hadn't expected him to have reached the peak of the questioning realm. His thoughts shifted instantly, a smile appearing on his face as he said, Brother Wang, stop. The young man in white was Wang Lin. He paused for a moment, turning to look at the four people. His first glance wasn't at the two women, nor at the young man in the red robe, but at the man in black. This person, who could have detected me from thousands of miles away, has considerable cultivation. Judging by his immortal essence power, he's at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he glanced around, finally settling on the young man in the red robe. He was somewhat familiar with this person. He was a disciple of the Red Sect under Tai Yanzi. Among these four, except for the man in black, the other three were at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, reaching the great perfection. However, the young man from the Red Sect had clearly taken a step into the nascent soul realm and could advance at any time if he wished. Perhaps he was worried about having to overcome the life and death hurdle, which is why he hadn't stepped out yet. Brother Wang, I am Dujian, the young man in the red robe said with a smile. He considered for a moment and realized that Wang Lin probably didn't know his name. Greetings, Brother Du, Wang Lin said, bowing. Du Jian smiled and pointed to the man in black, saying, Brother Wang, this is Marong Juo of the Mo sect. As for these two, they were fellow Taoists from the Floating Cloud sect. The black-clothed man, Marong Juo, carefully assessed Wang Lin several times, then clasped his hands and said, Taoist Wang. I am Marong Juo, one of the four top disciples of the Mo sect. As Marong Juo finished speaking, Dujian and the two women were all surprised. Along the way, they had never heard Marong Juo speak more than 5 words. His taciturn and reserved nature had left a deep impression on them. Even when they encountered fellow cultivators at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, Marong Juo had never spoken so many words, especially since the focus of his words was his self-introduction. All three were cultivators with many years of experience. Those who had reached this level were naturally not fools. These simple words, however, revealed a sense of respect among their peers. The beautiful woman surnamed Zhao, with her lovely eyes, looked at Wang Lin and smiled calmly, saying, Senior Brother Wang, little sister Zhao Yuan, this is my junior sister Su Fei. Su Fei, this simple name evoked a wave of memories in Wang Lin's heart. He couldn't help but look at the frail woman. She bowed slightly to Wang Lin, lowering her voice as she said, Su Fei greets Senior Brother Wang. Du Jin glanced at Wang Lin, smiling meaningfully, and said, Junior Brother Wang. Do you perhaps know Junior Sister Su? Wang Lin shook his head, saying, I don't know. It's just that Junior Sister Zu's name is the same as a fellow disciple of mine from childhood. Du Jian smiled slightly, avoiding the topic, and said, Junior Brother Wang, you came here. Is it because of the tide abyss? He didn't hide anything or use polite words, but spoke directly. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded, saying, That's right. Du Jian's gaze lingered for a moment, then he said, Junior Brother Wang, the tidal abyss is fraught with danger. Even with your peak level cultivation, I'm afraid it will be difficult to enter. Our goal is the same, the tidal abyss. Why don't we team up and cooperate? Wang Lin pondered for a moment. He had some understanding of the dangers of the tidal abyss. Before coming here, he had used the crystal given to him by Biluo to investigate. There were several places that, with his cultivation level, would require considerable risk to overcome. If Marangjuo wasn't among these four, Wang Lin would have immediately refused. But with Marangjuo present, the situation was different. Although Marangjuo's cultivation was only at the early peak level, if he could detect him from 1,000 miles away, he must possess some extraordinary abilities. Wang Lin smiled slightly and said, "That's very good." Du Jian's face lit up with a smile, but inwardly he snorted coldly. Wang Lin's rapid attainment of the peak level cultivation in such a short time had dispelled any suspicion or jealousy in his heart. He clearly remembered that when he first saw Wang Lin, the latter was merely a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. But now, in the short span of 100 years, this person had unexpectedly reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Moreover, judging by his appearance, he didn't seem to have just reached it. Instead, he looked as if he had already taken a step towards the nascent soul realm. This country bumpkin from this abandoned planet's cultivation has increased so rapidly, there must be a reason for it. Furthermore, he unexpectedly overcame the life and death tribulation during the nascent soul realm. This matter is probably not as simple as it seems. Moreover, if this person continues to develop, I'm afraid his cultivation will be very high after 400 years. In that case, his status as a descendant will immediately rise. Although malice arose in his heart, outwardly, Du Jian remained calm and smiled gently as if he were truly an elder brother. However, facing him was Wang Lin, who had spent hundreds of years navigating life and death on Vermilion Bird Star, experiencing countless life events, and had long since cultivated keen insight and intelligence. His thoughts were completely at odds with those of the simpleton Du Jian. Du Jian's entire life, compared to Wang Lin's, was insignificant. The group of five stopped talking and headed straight towards the cloud mist mountain and sea. The swirling mist made the scenery somewhat ethereal. At first glance, it was incredibly magnificent, yet also possessed a captivating beauty. Jia Yizhuan's beautiful eyes occasionally glanced at Wang Lin. She couldn't quite see through him. In this demon spirit land, even the most handsome demon lords could be seen through with a single glance. Over the past 100 years, only two people had been beyond her comprehension. Wang Lin seemed to pass through a veil of mist, appearing somewhat indistinct at first glance. Zhao Yuan's vision was obscured by the fog, making it even harder to see clearly. The first person she couldn't see through was the divine dragon of the Great Luo Sword Sect. A cloud of mist always surrounded him. When she tried to look closely, the mist transformed into a sharp sword, blocking her view. The other person she couldn't see through was Marangjuo. Zhao Yuan's gaze swept over Marangjuo. In her eyes, Marangjuo sometimes seemed clear and transparent, but at other times was like a stagnant pool of water, constantly changing, making it difficult for her to understand his thoughts. The last person she couldn't see through was the suddenly appearing Wang Lin. In Zhao Yuan's eyes, Wang Lin was even more peculiar. He didn't have the mist of the divine dragon, nor the transformations of Marangjuo. Yet, he simply used his own mental fortitude to lock down her entire mind. He didn't need fog, he didn't need illusions. He just needed to close the door to the spiritual realm. A strange glint appeared in Zhao Yuan's eyes. At that moment, Wang Lin, who was running ahead, suddenly turned his head, casually glancing at her, then withdrew his gaze and turned back. But this gaze was like a sharp sword, directly piercing Zhao Yuan's mind. Is this a warning? Wang Lin is very interesting. Even the divine dragon of the Great Luo Sword Sect only noticed me after I enhanced my divine abilities. As for Marangjuo, he only detected my divine abilities through a trace left behind, but Wang Lin immediately detected the abnormality the moment my thoughts stirred. A hint of interest flickered in Zhao Yuan's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. Wang Lin walked, a cold smile playing on his lips. These four are quite interesting, all concealing their true intentions, and their divine abilities are not inferior. However, among the four, the most unusual is that seemingly weak woman surnamed Su. There's always a strange feeling about her. The five moved at incredible speed, gradually piercing through the mist. Ahead of them, a deep trench appeared in everyone's eyes. The crack was enormous, its width estimated to be over 10 zhang. As for its length, it reached 1,000 zhang and continued stretching into the mist at the edge of the horizon. This crack seemed to have been created by someone using divine power to form a gateway on the ground. The 5 people carefully flew down along the crack. Wang Lin didn't go first, but stayed on the right side, observing the crack's walls as he descended. The walls were smooth, as if carved by a sharp weapon. Wang Lin's right hand touched the wall, and a chilling sensation immediately spread from his fingers. The deeper they descended, the darker the surroundings became. However, this darkness didn't have a significant impact on cultivators. As long as their eyes focused their immortal power, they could see everything clearly. As they descended further, more branches of the crevice appeared, resembling tree branches. Each branch was like a cave, dark inside, so dark that even with the combined power of both eyes, they couldn't see the depths of some of the smaller branches. As the number of branches increased, Du Jian stopped, hovering in midair. Murong Juo's expression remained icy. Seeing Du Jian stop, he frowned slightly but said nothing. Zhao Yuan and Su Fei, after stopping, looked around, only to see the small crevices resembling large mouths waiting for prey. Gentlemen, there might be some treasures hidden in these crevices. Surely, the further we go down, the more such crevices there will be. Our goal here is for treasure. For now, we must see each person's abilities. After Du Jian finished speaking, his body moved slightly, flying towards a crevice. Murong Juo hesitated for a moment, then flew towards another crevice. Brother Wang, why don't you go look around? You might find something, Zhao Yuan said with a light laugh. Wang Lin shook his head, his eyes calm. He didn't search the surroundings, but flew straight down. Looking at Wang Lin's back, Zhao Yuan's eyes flashed, and she turned to search the crevice beside her. As for the frail woman, she followed closely behind. While flying, Wang Lin glanced back in the direction of the 2 women, his eyes showing a thoughtful expression. Why do I always feel something strange about these 2? Lost in thought, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and looked down. This crevice was enormous, its depth seemingly bottomless. He didn't know how deep it was, but even after flying for a long time, they still hadn't reached the bottom. The bottom of the tidal abyss is impenetrable even to Senior Bei Luo's crystal. Below lies a massive, winding corridor connecting to 5 other entrances. As for the exit, there's only one. Wang Lin's eyes flickered, and instead of descending further, he flew forward. With a slight movement, he immediately sensed a mounting pressure emanating from above. It's just as I suspected. This path is for entry, not exit. Trying to exit through the entrance will only lead to increasingly greater resistance. After verifying his thoughts, Wang Lin stopped and carefully examined the area. There were numerous crevices, some of which were pitch black. His gaze briefly swept over them before withdrawing. Over countless years, many people must have been here. Even if treasures once existed in these crevices, they are likely all empty now. Descending another 100 feet would lead to one of the most difficult places to pass through. He had discovered this place through the crystal ball. Wang Lin hovered in midair, his expression calm. Soon after, Murong Juo was the first to fly down from above. He nodded slightly to Wang Lin and stood to the side. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, Wang Taoist, you seem very familiar with this place. Wang Lin glanced at Murong Juo and said, 100 feet below, there's an ancient tree growing on the cliff. This tree is very strange. Murong Taoist must be careful. Murong Juo was stunned, nodded, and said nothing more. After a while, Zhao Yuan and Su Fei arrived. Du Jian followed closely behind. The 5 of them met again, but found nothing. They all continued descending. Wang Lin's speed slowed down slightly, and he fell behind everyone else. As for Murong Juo, after a moment of hesitation, he did the same. Du Jian, however, was now in the lead. A distance of 100 yards was covered in an instant for the 5 of them. Wang Lin's eyes remained bright as he looked to the right and below. When he used his crystal to examine the area, he discovered an ancient tree growing there. The tree wasn't large or extraordinary, but when Wang Lin examined it with his crystal, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. As he descended, his gaze stopped, and he saw a gnarled, withered tree, large enough for several people to embrace, growing on the crevice below. Its roots spread out densely, more than half of them hanging loosely, the rest deeply embedded in the crevice. Its location was somewhat ingenious, precisely in a spot within the crevice. The roots hung down like a curtain, concealing the opening. Such ancient trees were not unique to this place. There were 7 or 8 such trees along the way, but only this one made Wang Lin feel a sense of danger. A shimmering streak of purple light emanated from the crack, its shape resembling a magical artifact at first glance. No need for divine sense to investigate. It was visible to the naked eye. The purple light originated from a flying sword embedded in the wall. The sword had an ancient appearance, yet exuded a sharp, almost inaudible aura. It was clearly an extraordinary object. Du Jian's gaze immediately fell upon the purple light. His expression changed slightly, and he instantly stopped. He examined the flying sword closely, exclaiming, "The heavenly fortune sword." As soon as he finished speaking, even Zhao Yuan and Su Fei were stunned, following Du Jian's gaze towards the crack. Wang Lin silently observed, noticing that the seemingly frail woman named Su Fei wasn't looking at the crack, but rather at the ancient tree, her eyes flashing with a barely perceptible coldness. Du Jian took a deep breath, looked at the flying sword in the crack, and said in a low voice, "I know this sword. It's the personal sword of my master, Tia Yanzi. My master had a total of 7 personal swords, which he gifted to the 7 heavenly fortune disciples as magical artifacts. But over countless years, 3 of them have gone missing." He paused, looking at Wang Lin, a hesitant expression on his face, and said, "Brother Wang, have you ever heard of Sun Yun?" Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded. Du Jian sighed softly, saying, "When Sun Yun rose to prominence, I was merely an ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Fortune sect, not yet accepted into the Red sect by my master. But this sword left a deep impression on me. It's the Purple sect personal sword that my master gifted to Sun Yun after he became one of the 7 Heavenly Fortune disciples." Wang Lin's gaze fell on the flying sword in the crack, but he said nothing. A cold glint flashed in Du Jian's eyes. He turned towards Mirongju and the 2 women, Zhao and Su, and bowed, saying, "Brother Mirong, Sister Zhao, Sister Su, this sword belongs to our Heavenly Fortune sect, and it's a purple-line sword. Today, I would like to ask for your respect. May I have this sword belong to my junior brother Wang? He is a purple-line disciple of our Heavenly Fortune sect. Possessing this sword would be considered returning the sword to its rightful owner. Furthermore, holding it would instantly elevate his status within the purple lineage." Du Jian's voice was filled with sincerity and emotion. Although Mirongju's eyes were icy cold, a strange glint flashed in them. He said briefly, "No problem." Zhao Yuan and Su Fei also had no objections. Du Jian looked at Wang Lin and said, "Junior brother Wang, my cultivation is lower than yours. But I joined the sect earlier, so calling you junior brother is fine. This sword belongs to your purple lineage. I, your senior brother, will not steal it, nor will I allow anyone to take it. It is yours. I only hope that this sword, in your possession, can emit the same radiance as Sun Yun did back then." Wang Lin calmly looked at Du Jian, whose expression showed no abnormality, and wore a gentle smile. "Thank you then." Wang Lin chuckled. He looked at Du Jian as if he were looking at a child using low-level tricks. Did this person really think he was a 3-year-old child? Wang Lin's smile fell on Du Jian's eyes, and he immediately felt uneasy. He had indeed underestimated Wang Lin. In his mind, this country bumpkin from a deserted planet. If he didn't possess enviable luck, how could he have been taken as a disciple by Tia Yanzi? He had been here before himself. However, he didn't enter through the gate himself, but controlled a puppet, then merged his divine consciousness into it and entered. Inside, the puppet had fallen under the attack of the ancient tree. That scene frightened him so much that he didn't dare set foot in the misty mountains and seas for a long time. Only after finding Mirongju and the others did he dare to enter this place again. He was confident that Wang Lin wouldn't realize his intentions. After all, that ancient tree looked too ordinary. Moreover, along the way, he had encountered several similar ancient trees, none of which possessed any offensive capabilities. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and the curved saber inside flashed out. After throwing it, a black light flashed, and in an instant, it flew into the gap. The speed of the curved saber was too fast. In a flash, it flew into the gap, forming a vortex that swept the flying sword up and flew towards Wang Lin. Everything happened extremely quickly, so fast that the withered tree in the gap seemed unable to react, and the curved saber flew back. The flying sword, emitting rays of light, fell into Wang Lin's hand. Holding the flying sword, Wang Lin's expression grew cold. He made a swipe, and the sword turned into dust, scattering away. Even the purple light flickered and disappeared. This isn't some heavenly fortune-matched sword, is it? It's clearly just an ordinary piece of iron, deliberately transformed into a magical artifact and thrown into this crevice, creating a trap. Wang Lin looked at Du Jian, his gaze remaining calm. Du Jian's face turned grim. He retreated a few steps, apologetically saying, "Brother Wang, I misjudged this sword." A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He rarely provoked others in his life, but if someone provoked him, he wouldn't show any mercy. This is the cruel cultivation world. The consequence of being too weak is death. Taking a step forward, Wang Lin's right hand grabbed, transforming into a whirlwind that flew straight towards Du Jian. Du Jian's face changed drastically. He quickly retreated, shouting, "Wang Lin, what do you mean by this?" But with his cultivation level, it was difficult for him to evade in a place like this. Even with teleportation, he couldn't avoid Wang Lin's divine ability of fused death-seeking thoughts. Although he couldn't kill Du Jian, who possessed the life-protecting artifact of Tianzi, he directly swept his body towards the ancient tree beside him. In an instant, a deafening buzzing sound emanated from the ancient tree. The tree transformed into countless finger-sized flying insects, like a cloud rushing out. This wasn't an ancient tree at all. It was clearly a collection of countless flying insects that had gathered and transformed. These finger-sized flying insects constantly changed color. Sometimes they formed dense clouds, sometimes they dispersed. The more they did this, the more it was almost impossible to distinguish them from the surrounding crevices with the naked eye. Often, all that could be seen was a blur before the eyes, and the dense cloud formed by the countless flying insects had already surged forward. Upon appearing, these flying insects immediately scattered, splitting into 5 paths to attack everyone. Du Jian's face changed drastically, turning pale and bloodless. He had witnessed their power before. Previously, the puppet had been devoured by them in an instant, its flesh, blood, and soul devoured. Therefore, without hesitation, he potted his storage bag, and the life-saving jade slip given to him by Tianzi appeared in his hand. The jade slip had a 3-fold life-saving effect. He had used it once before, and this was the second time. A 7-colored light emanated from the jade slip, enveloping Du Jian's entire body. The moment the light appeared, the flying insects unexpectedly stopped scattering and all rushed forward to surround Du Jian. Immediately, a crackling sound emanated from the 7-colored light. This sound, reaching Du Jian's ears, instantly made his scalp tingle. He immediately shouted, "Save me, Brother Morong, save me." Morong Juo hesitated for a moment, then pressed his right hand forward. Under the influence of his immortal power, a hand seal emitting black energy appeared on his right hand. He clapped it, and the black energy hand seal, accompanied by a piercing shriek, flew straight towards Du Jian, who was trapped. With a loud bang, the hand seal unexpectedly pierced through the swarm of flying insects. Even Du Jian, surrounded by them, seemed transparent. The black energy hand seal passed through his body and directly pressed against the crevice wall behind him. This bizarre scene stunned Morongjuo, his expression turning grim. He stared intently at the swarm of flying insects, his face extremely grim. As for Jia Yuan, she smiled at the swarm, a hint of profoundness in her eyes. Beside her, Su Fei's eyes flickered with thought, but it vanished almost instantly. Wang Lin's gaze casually swept over her. All of this happened extremely quickly. After Wang Lin saw that Morongjuo's divine abilities were being disregarded by these flying insects, his eyes instantly lit up. Morongjuo took a step forward, his hands forming a series of incantations, and a continuous stream of divine abilities were unleashed. But without exception, they all pierced through the flying insects. The cracking sound continued, and the 7-colored light on Du Jian's body dimmed rapidly. A hint of despair appeared in Du Jian's eyes. But at this moment, a moment of clarity dawned on him. He looked at Wang Lin and anxiously cried out, "Wang Lin, I know some of my master's secrets. Save me, and I'll tell you everything." Wang Lin completely ignored him. He stared at the swarm of flying insects, his eyes filled with contemplation. He knew these flying insects were extremely peculiar. When they appeared, they were supposed to scatter and attack everyone, but after seeing the 7-colored light on Du Jian's body, they immediately gathered together. If those flying insects devour senior brother Du, they will definitely target us. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we won't have another chance, Zhao Yuan said softly, stroking a few strands of hair. At that moment, the seven-colored light surrounding Du Jian's body suddenly shattered. Du Jian was stunned and immediately unleashed his last life-saving divine ability. The jade slip crumbled, turning into dust and dissipating. But the cracking sounds, like a death knell, echoed incessantly in Du Jian's heart, becoming increasingly urgent. Wang Lin, I know the secret of Sun Yun from back then. I know why he betrayed my master Seed Me, and I'll tell you everything. Du Jian gritted his teeth and revealed the greatest secret in his heart. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He glanced at Du Jian, then waved his right hand, and a dazzling golden light instantly appeared in his palm. This golden light was one of the 12 golden talismans in the cave. The golden light was brilliant, like the sun radiating boundless golden light, dispelling all the surrounding darkness. In an instant, the flying insects surrounding Du Jian all let out loud cries and flew rapidly towards the golden talisman in Wang Lin's hand. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He knew his judgment was correct. These flying insects were extremely sensitive to light, or rather, they liked to bite light. Wang Lin took a few steps back and patted his storage bag. A transparent brush appeared in his hand. With a wave, several talismans instantly flashed and appeared in the golden light. The flying insects immediately split into several streams, flying towards each talisman, circling and devouring them continuously. The immortal brush in Wang Lin's right hand continued to draw, and a series of talismans took shape one after another. The number of these flying insects wasn't actually that large, only a few hundred. However, they were only the size of a finger, and their bodies were ethereal, so at first glance, their numbers seemed immense. They surrounded more than 10 runes, constantly devouring them. This scene left everyone stunned, especially Zhao Yuan and Su Fei. For the first time, both of them shared the same expression, terror. This expression didn't escape Wang Lin's notice. His spirit suddenly trembled, and he finally understood why he had felt that strange sensation when looking at these two. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it. With a flash of his body, he instantly went to Du Jian, who was equally terrified, and grabbed him with his hand. Du Jian, after all, was a disciple of Tianzi, the seventh elder of the Red System. Although he hadn't yet reached the peak, his divine abilities were quite astonishing. At this critical moment, facing imminent danger, he bit his tongue hard and spat out a mouthful of primordial spirit essence blood. The blood in midair seemed to boil, transforming into countless particles. If it landed on someone, even with Wang Lin's cultivation, their body would be gouged out. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Du Jian's immortal blood spurted out, and with a wave of his hand, it was instantly swept aside. This divine ability of integrating essence blood into the primordial spirit wasn't complicated. Almost all cultivators knew it. However, this move was the most damaging to the primordial spirit, a self-destructive method of killing an enemy. Du Jian seized this opportunity to retreat. He potted his storage bag, and a black fleshy tumor appeared in his hand. A look of regret appeared in his eyes. Although this fleshy tumor was ugly, it was the filthy flesh he had painstakingly refined over many years. Even a small amount of it would cause the entire body to ulcerate. It was an extremely vicious divine artifact. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and threw them all out. These fleshy tumors exploded in midair with a deafening roar. A foul stench immediately wafted towards Wang Lin. The cold glint in Wang Lin's eyes intensified. He unleashed a stream of yellow springs from his right hand, sweeping across, instantly engulfing all the foul, shattered flesh that spewed out. The yellow springs was the most filthy river in the world, and these fleshy tumors, upon entering it, not only didn't diminish its power but actually amplified it. Du Jian was indeed very strong among those of the same level. His fleshy tumor-like magical artifact could put him in an invincible position. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, this level of cultivation was insufficient. Unless this person could make a firm decision, break through his mental barriers, and take the next step towards reaching the peak of enlightenment. With lightning speed, Wang Lin's right hand struck Du Jian. Without asking any questions, his immortal power flowed, instantly sealing Du Jian's primordial spirit and severing its connection to his body. Then, he potted his storage bag, and the forbidden spanner transformed into countless restrictions surrounding Du Jian, forming a forbidden sphere similar to Yao Zixu's. which Wang Lin then absorbed into his storage bag. Wang Lin did all this with incredible speed. Even Marang Zhuo was too late to speak. Wang Lin turned around, and with a stroke of his immortal brush, the golden talismans immediately flew towards him, circling around his body. The flying insects on them completely ignored the outside world, wholeheartedly devouring the golden light emanating from the talismans. However, this golden light seemed endless. No matter how much they devoured, it did not diminish. Wang Lin pointed his left index finger, and the annihilation finger whizzed through a golden talisman as if it had no resistance. This clear display, coupled with the complete failure of Marang Zhuo's previous divine abilities, immediately attracted the attention of the two women, Zhao and Su. Marang Zhuo was even more astonished, saying in a low voice the void-seeing divine ability. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of greed flashed in Zhao Yuan's eyes. As for Su Fei, her expression remained normal, but her pupils also contracted. Only Marang Zhuo, though surprised, showed no greed in her eyes. Three fellow Taoists, let's continue. Wang Lin remained calm, with more than 10 golden talismans swarming around his body. At this moment, Wang Lin gave off an extremely awe-inspiring feeling. Wang Lin continued descending. Marang Zhuo said little, doing the same. As for the two women, Zhao and Su, after a moment of hesitation, also followed behind. However, the two widened their distance from Wang Lin, clearly harboring some apprehension. Invisible divine ability, Wang Lin silently shook his head while flying. He didn't believe that such an invisible divine ability existed in this world, let alone these flying insects. If there really was an invisible divine ability, then it could only mean that this ability wasn't strong. Wang Lin's right hand condensed a wisp of Ling Tianhu's sword energy and gently touched one of the flying insects. It immediately trembled slightly, but didn't die. A look of surprise flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He only had one wisp of Ling Tianhu's sword energy left. Using less than 1% of it to test was already his limit. The four continued descending into the tidal abyss. Wang Lin used the crystal to examine several difficult-to-pass areas. With his and Marang Zhuo's combined efforts, although somewhat slow, they managed to overcome them one by one. Zhao Yuan and Su Fei also contributed significantly in this regard. Zhao Yuan, in particular, possessed extremely peculiar divine abilities. Often, when she attacked, there was no visible trace of her power, yet it silently manifested itself. Compared to her, Su Fei seemed inferior, but after harboring suspicions, Wang Lin carefully observed them along the way. The more he observed, the more certain he became. I didn't expect to see someone from that sect here. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to the two women. As long as they didn't provoke him, he wasn't willing to expose their secrets. As for Marang Zhuo, his divine abilities caught Wang Lin's attention even more. His various abilities were incredibly diverse. From beginning to end, Wang Lin hadn't even seen him use the same type of ability twice. Wang Lin thought to himself, with his cultivation level, he could win against this person, but only if he didn't use any magical artifacts and was injured. But how could this person not have any magical artifacts? If this person's escape ability was as bizarre as the short old man's earlier, then if he wanted to escape, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to catch up. I've locked that old man's primordial spirit inside the soul-sealing banner. After rescuing Zhou Yi and dealing with the Tide Abyss matter, I must resolve to cultivate these abilities well. With Marang Zhuo's cooperation, the two finally reached the bottom of the Tide Abyss. Wang Lin's spirit was somewhat agitated, but he suppressed it. Going down a little further, even Beiluo's crystal wouldn't be able to see everything clearly, only a rough outline. However, Wang Lin's target was very close. The ancient demon Beiluo sensed Zhou Yi's true form, and it was here. However, the exact location is difficult to ascertain with Beiluo's abilities. Brother Marang, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be continuing with you, Wang Lin said, cupping his hands. He paused for a moment, glancing at Marang Zhuo's calm expression, then added, on this journey through the abyss of the tides, I am very pleased to have befriended Brother Marang. If you ever need anything from me in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Given Wang Lin's personality, saying such words was extremely difficult. Marang Zhuo, though taciturn and reserved along the way, was ruthless when necessary, showing no greed for treasures. Without a deep friendship, Wang Lin didn't elaborate further. A rare smile appeared on Murong Zhuo's lips as he nodded to Wang Lin, saying nothing, and flew downwards. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then transmitted a message to Murong Zhuo. Brother Murong, be careful of Zhao and Su. If I'm not mistaken, these two must be from the Yin sect. One of them must have possessed a primordial spirit. Murong Zhuo didn't look at Zhao and Su, nor did he show any change in expression, acting as if he hadn't heard Wang Lin's telepathic message, and flew deeper inside. However, when no one was looking, his eyes flashed with a hint of light, secretly wary. The Yin sect. He had heard of the sect's power, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivation nations. Almost every cultivation planet had a branch of the Yin sect. Their power was immense. Zhao Yuan and Su Fei bid farewell to Wang Lin and also flew downwards. However, as Su Fei bowed her head, her right hand casually plucked a strand of hair, letting it gently fall against the crevice wall beside her. After the figures of the three disappeared into the distance, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. His gaze fixed on the distant crevice, and with a slight wave of his right hand, the short lock of hair flew towards him, where he caught it between two fingers. It seems the warning wasn't enough. Wang Lin snorted coldly, rubbing his fingers together. Suddenly, green flames erupted from the strand of hair, and a stream of divine consciousness emanated from it. Before it could fully materialize, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a stream of primordial spirit energy. With a single breath, the divine consciousness instantly shattered. Below, in the deep abyss of the tidal wave, Su Fei, who was flying, trembled, a trickle of bright red blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. A look of terror appeared in her eyes, crushing the opponent's faith. Thread-like divine consciousness, Wang Lin's expression turned cold. The opponent's divine consciousness was very well concealed. Even he, if he hadn't been careful beforehand, would have been fooled by it with just a slight oversight. The divine abilities of the Yin sect are truly astonishing. Their concealed divine consciousness is so difficult to detect. I must be more careful in the future. The girl named Su Fei being able to hide her divine consciousness within a strand of hair proves she is the true body. Zhao Yuan is merely a corpse puppet. Wang Lin's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. He recognized Su Fei's identity because of Zhou Yi's forced enslavement of Sun Tai years ago. Sun Tai had a corpse puppet, which was just a young boy. However, that boy was very agile and possessed very strong cultivation. The relationship between Sun Tai and the boy seemed somewhat special, seemingly more than just controlling a corpse puppet. It appeared the two had different bodies. Recalling Sun Tai's corpse, Wang Lin suddenly thought of Sichu Nan, because Sichu Nan had taken over that young boy's body. I wonder where Sichu is now. He's probably on some cultivation planet living his life as a member of the Wang family. Wang Lin recalled a few memories. At this moment, he was no longer a killer, but someone remembering his friend. And Sun Tai was the great elder of the Yin sect on the Vermilion Bird Star, but he was thrown into the starry sky by the divine power of the giant demon clan's ancestor. I don't know where he is now. Wang Lin took a deep breath, stopping his thoughts. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the cracks surrounding the abyss. There were no fewer than 10 cracks, but not a single trace of Chuyi's presence could be detected, preventing Wang Lin from searching. Senior Chuyi was sealed by Sword Venerable Ling Tianhu in the Demon Spirit Land. Therefore, Ling Tianhu's aura must be present in that rift. Wang Lin frowned, his divine sense spreading out to examine the surroundings. After a while, Wang Lin slowly furrowed his brow. He had examined all the rifts around him, but there was no sign of Chiyi's presence. Wang Lin pursed his lips and patted his storage bag. The piece of glass that ancient demon Beiluo had given him appeared in his hand. Wang Lin's divine sense enveloped it. A moment later, he frowned even more, withdrawing his divine sense from the glass. If Beiluo is right, then the place where he detected Chuyi is here. Wang Lin pondered. Beiluo certainly wouldn't deceive me over something unrelated. This matter is meaningless to him. If he wanted to harm me, he wouldn't need to use such despicable methods. He could just do it directly. After all, what's important to him now is devouring the 7 demons. Unless this person lied and tricked me into coming here to borrow a sword to kill someone. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. Then his divine consciousness swept around the area before he shook his head. If he said Chiyi was in the Tide domain, then the possibility of him using someone else's hand to kill might be slightly higher. But this place is perfectly normal. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then spread out his divine consciousness. This time, he searched meticulously, not missing a single corner. Unfortunately, the result was still the same. Wang Lin remained silent for a while, then patted his storage bag. The soul banner appeared in his hand. He lightly shook the banner, and more than 1,000 powerful souls flew out. Under Wang Lin's control, these souls scattered and entered various places. Wang Lin closed his eyes and used his primordial spirit to follow the souls, observing with all his might. This time, he searched almost every location without missing a single spot. After about the time it takes for an hour to burn, several thousand souls flew back. Wang Lin opened his eyes, his expression very grim. From top to bottom, we searched every nook and cranny meticulously, yet we haven't detected a single trace of Qi. Could it be that the ancient demon Beiluo is exactly as I suspected? Wang Lin waved his hand, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. But immediately, his gaze faltered slightly. No, if I were Ling Tiaho, I couldn't possibly seal someone in such a clear crack. If I were Ling Tiaho, Wang Lin mused, picturing Ling Tiaho's rampant sword energy clinging to his intent. Slowly, a defiant look appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Ling Tiaho's intent was one of defiance, using his own domineering nature to resist the heavenly Tao. As the sword energy coursed through Wang Lin's body, the defiance in his eyes grew stronger. If I were to seal a sword spirit, I wouldn't simply seal it. I would want it to submit, to make it submit to my defiance. If I sealed it for 1,000 years and it still didn't submit, then I would seal it for 10,000 years. If it still doesn't submit, I will destroy its spiritual body and refine it into a magical artifact to force its submission. I won't choose these obvious cracks. If I want to seal it here, I'll have to find a more suitable place. If I do seal it, I'll choose carefully. In Wang Lin's eyes, there was only domineering intent. His gaze swept over each crack. Suddenly, the domineering intent in his eyes gradually dissipated. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Immediately after the domineering intent disappeared, Wang Lin's face turned pale. Ling Tianhu's sword intent is too domineering. I only borrowed a little of the enlightenment feeling and almost got injured. Wang Lin took a deep breath and circulated the immortal power in his body. He potted his storage bag, and the immortal sword flew out. Following it was the crescent-shaped saber. Wang Lin grasped the immortal sword in his right hand and took a step forward. His body swayed slightly, and the immortal sword in his hand emitted a burst of sword energy that spread around. From Wang Lin's position, a stream of sword energy quickly formed. "Break!" Wang Lin shouted softly, his body suddenly stopping. In an instant, the stream of sword energy exploded with a bang and dispersed around at an extremely fast speed. The raging sword energy caused cracks to appear on both sides of the abyss. Gradually, the cracks multiplied, almost covering an area of 100 meters. "Shatter!" Wang Lin's voice was like thunder, shaking the air. The rocks on both sides of the abyss shattered. Large rocks covered in mud fell down. Within the 100-meter deep abyss, after being cut by Wang Lin's sword energy, it sank an inch. A flash of light suddenly appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He continued to unleash his immortal sword. The sword energy dispersed, causing the rocks on both sides of the abyss to continuously disappear. After about half an incense stick's time, a clear space appeared, revealing a very small hole. A faint breath emerged from the hole. That breath was not Qi's, but contained a domineering aura. Wang Lin's right hand formed a hand seal and pointed forward. The immortal sword shrieked and flew out. The curved saber followed closely behind, both flying into the hole. In an instant, a huge amount of rubble flew up, and a crack appeared in front of Wang Lin. The crack wasn't large, only about half a meter wide, and inside it was pitch black. As soon as Wang Lin's divine consciousness approached, it was repelled by a powerful surge of divine thought. After the collision, Wang Lin was like a rock flying straight towards the opposite cliff. A loud sound echoed, and Wang Lin was completely embedded in the rock wall. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with cold light. His body moved slightly and he flew out. As soon as he moved, Wang Lin's face turned pale. The collision had almost shattered his nascent soul. If his cultivation hadn't reached the peak of the questioning realm, that simple collision could have shattered his nascent soul. So powerful. Wang Lin stared intently at the hole. He didn't know how deep it was, but at this moment, he could confirm that Zhou Yi was definitely inside, because the divine sense that had just been emitted was from Ling Jianhu. A mere trace of divine sense can kill a cultivator at the peak inquiry stage. I wonder what level Ling Jianhu has reached. The great perfection of the peak inquiry stage can be considered the completion of the first step for a cultivator. After passing the yin-yang void and reality test, one enters the second door of cultivation, which is the 3 stages of nirvana. The 3 stages of nirvana are the void nirvana, pure nirvana, and shattered nirvana. Each stage is further divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and perfect stages. There are a total of 4 stages. Tia Yunzi once said he was at the final stage of the 3 stages, the early stage of shattered nirvana. Ling Tianhu and Tia Yunzi, rivals for tens of thousands of years, were naturally not far behind each other. It's highly likely he's at the second stage of the 3, the great perfection of pure nirvana. Wang Lin's eyes held a hint of stubbornness. Compared to people like Tia Yunzi and Ling Tianhu, his cultivation was insignificant. He hadn't even completed the first step of his cultivation path. But Wang Lin still had a stubbornness. Since he entered the cultivation world as a youth, his cultivation path had been entirely self-reliant. He had gradually reached his current level, becoming a powerful expert in the peak-seeking stage. Although the peak-level cultivators were nothing more than insignificant ants in the eyes of those who had entered the second gate of cultivation, reaching this realm at the first gate was equivalent to becoming a powerful lord. Wang Lin took a deep breath and pointed his finger at his forehead. 10,000 killing intents transformed into a life seal, enveloping his entire body. To be precise, it wasn't yet 10,000. One final seal was still missing. That final seal had been integrated into his mind. By doing so, he could make the life seal continuously grow. Unless his primordial spirit could be shattered in one go, it would also be destroyed. He lightly patted his storage bag, and the demonic armor transformed into a black thread from within Wang Lin's body. It emitted waves of demonic energy and transformed into a suit of armor that covered his entire body. More than 10 talisman needles, surrounded by flying insects, slowly floated around Wang Lin, adding to his protection. Having done that, Wang Lin pondered for a moment before taking out the soul-slaying banner from his storage bag. The banner spun, creating a dark cloud that enveloped Wang Lin's entire body. With a determined look in his eyes, Wang Lin stepped forward, heading straight towards the opening. He would save Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi and Wang Lin weren't close friends, but the brief moment in the immortal realm had deeply imprinted this image on Wang Lin's soul. A man consumed by love, willing to burn his soul for a woman, refusing to let go. His devotion didn't move others, but when he burned his soul, his actions were like a bright moon in the dark night. It caused all who witnessed it to change their minds. He even gave Wang Lin countless precious items in exchange for helping to protect the body of that girl for him. That simple request before his death was also his lifelong wish. From then on, Zhou Yi transformed into the sword spirit of the immortal sword of Wuzi. But when he witnessed the remnants of her soul dissolving into smoke, it was as if the whole world had collapsed before him. His heart felt dead. He used the sword spirit's body, carrying lifeless sword energy, to pursue Ling Tianhu, vowing to kill him. At this moment, he sought death because he had lost even his last remaining hope. Wang Lin's life had witnessed much cruelty in the cultivation world. Most of the people he met had their own agendas. Only a few people left a lasting impression on him. Those were Zi Yunan, Dun Jia, Qi Hu, and Zhou Yi. That year, his cultivation level was only at the nascent soul stage. In front of Qi Yi, he was just an insignificant junior immortal. But now Wang Lin had entered the peak-seeking realm. He took a deep breath and stepped into the void. There are some things, even knowing the danger, that a man can still stubbornly pursue. That year, to save 13, Wang Lin fought the demon general alone. Today, to save Qi Yi, even facing the divine consciousness of Sword Venerable Ling Tian who couldn't stop Wang Lin's steps. The instant he stepped into the void, the divine consciousness of Sword Venerable Ling Tian who, imbued with an overwhelming power, attacked. It seemed to materialize, hissing and rushing forward. The domineering divine consciousness, like a sharp sword capable of cutting through heaven and earth, pierced straight towards Wang Lin. The outermost layer of Wang Lin's body was the black screen created by the soul banner, which immediately emitted a hissing sound. Millions of souls converged to form a shield, blocking the sword. But Ling Tian, whose divine consciousness was too powerful. Despite the defense of millions of souls, it still pierced through and continued to stab towards Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes showed determination. He knew he couldn't advance any further, but retreating would mean losing the chance to save Zhou Yi. In a person's life, what is worth doing should be done. If one hesitates, even if they live for 1,000 years, they will still regret it for the rest of their lives. The determination in Wang Lin's eyes quickly turned into resolve, and he took another step forward. In an instant, Ling Tian, whose divine consciousness transformed into a sharp sword with immense power, continuing its assault. Wang Lin said nothing. He raised his right hand. The golden symbols surrounding him instantly condensed. The sword light slammed down on Wang Lin, but streaks of white lightning and golden talismans swirled around him, blocking it. Without hesitation, he continued forward. Immediately, more than half of the parasitic insects stiffened, fell from the golden talisman. Wang Lin then collected them into his storage bag. Each step he took unleashed even stronger streams of divine consciousness. Thunder rumbled in the narrow crevice, creating a deafening roar, like the wrath of heaven and earth. His divine consciousness swept through, aiming to annihilate all intruders. The souls within Wang Lin's soul banner were essentially unable to resist, continuing to be destroyed. The divine consciousness struck directly at the demonic armor on his body. In an instant, the demonic energy on the armor scattered. Wang Lin immediately felt an unimaginable pressure bearing down on him. He even felt that if he didn't retreat, he would be crushed to death. But feelings are just feelings, after all. With Wang Lin's mental control, he tried to suppress that feeling at this moment. The determination in his eyes became even clearer. The soul of the scattered demon, sealed within his nascent soul, was released for the first time. Wang Lin hadn't completely imprinted the scattered demon's soul yet, so he hadn't cultivated a second nascent soul. At this moment, after releasing it, a black ghost flew out from Wang Lin's forehead. It emitted a terrifying demonic sound and then bared its fangs in a grin. The ghost's eyes were murky, and it turned to devour Ling Tian, whose divine consciousness. The moment the ghost appeared, a thick, unprecedented demonic aura immediately appeared on Wang Lin's armor, which he had been wearing ever since. The surging demonic aura entered the ghost's soul, making it gradually become more real. After devouring Ling Tian, whose divine consciousness, its body immediately emitted a whirlwind. Outside, streams of divine consciousness carried a chaotic and domineering aura. The ghost let out a low growl. Something suddenly appeared in its eyes. At this moment, Wang Lin's primordial spirit trembled. He immediately recognized the ghost's instability, so he quickly sent out divine consciousness through the imprint to pull the ghost back. After all, although the imprint was unstable, it had been reinforced over the past 100 years. At this moment, under his guidance, the ghost's body was quickly sucked into Wang Lin's forehead. Even the demonic armor outside his body turned into a black thread that could no longer condense. Wang Lin collected that thread into his storage bag. He took another step forward. By now, he had gone about 10 meters. But immediately, the third stream of divine consciousness rushed forward. Amidst the rumbling thunder in the crevice, the faint voice of Ling Tian Hu could be heard. The voice was gentle, like an incantation. Even the soul-slaying banner couldn't resist. And now, the armor was gone too. At this moment, Wang Lin only had 100,000 life seals left. The moment the third wave of divine consciousness arrived, the 100,000 life seals quickly transformed into 1,000,000, expanding to resist Ling Tian, whose divine consciousness. But in an instant, the 1,000,000 life seals shattered. Veins bulged on Wang Lin's face. He let out a low growl and patted his storage bag. The divine archery chariot immediately flew out. A flash of lightning appeared and transformed into a thunder beast. The beast let out a roar and appeared before Wang Lin. Under the spread of divine consciousness, lightning bolts appeared on the thunder beast's body. Its entire body resembled a sphere, emitting crackling sounds. Although protected by the lightning bolts, the thunder beast was still repelled by Ling Tian, whose divine consciousness. In that brief moment, Wang Lin's life seal was instantly replenished, transforming into millions. A flash of light flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. Passive defense wasn't the best option. To advance, he needed to attack. Wang Lin took a step forward, continuously unleashing the annihilation finger from his right hand. Under the surging flow of immortal power, streams of black light from the annihilation finger shot towards the thunder beast that was trying to block Ling Tian, whose divine consciousness. The Annihilation Finger emitted countless streams of black light, like countless arrows shooting at Ling Tianhu's divine consciousness. Wang Lin continued to step forward. His right hand pointed forward. The demonic transformation finger reappeared. Because of the 4 drops of immortal liquid he obtained years ago, although he hadn't received the replenishment of immortal jade in recent years, his immortal power, like the life seal, continued to be generated. At this moment, under Wang Lin's demonic transformation finger, the immortal power instantly transformed into demonic energy. With the addition of the demonic soul to his primordial spirit, the demonic energy instantly became pure, shooting out from Wang Lin's fingers. And it wasn't just 1 stream, but 10. Immediately afterward, Wang Lin raised his right hand again. The yellow springs appeared. He stepped on the yellow springs and continued for a few more steps. All his divine abilities instantly condensed and bombarded Ling Tianhu's divine consciousness. Wang Lin still felt the power was insufficient. A flash of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Hundreds of thousands of life imprints transformed into killing intent. Except for a small amount remaining in his primordial spirit, all of it gathered into Wang Lin's finger and rushed out. As for Ling Tianhu's sword energy, Wang Lin wasn't foolish enough to use it in front of Ling Tianhu's divine consciousness. He feared that as soon as it appeared, it would become the opponent's property. At this moment, the entire tide domain also completely shook. On the domain walls, chunks of earth and rocks seemed to be covered by some kind of force, breaking free from the walls and flying up. All the divine abilities clashed with Ling Tianhu's divine consciousness. In that instant, the Thunder Beast suddenly roared, transforming into a massive bolt of lightning, following Wang Lin's divine abilities and rushing towards Ling Tianhu's divine consciousness. Heavy sounds immediately emanated from the entrance to the tide domain within the Water Demon District. Under the spread of these sounds, the ground trembled continuously. At this moment, even Morang Zhuo in the depths of the abyss felt the terrifying fluctuations above. As for the 2 children of Zhao and Su beside him, they were also terrified and quickly looked up. How terrifying could this be Wang Lin? Su Fei took a deep breath. She still couldn't accept that a wisp of her divine consciousness had been completely destroyed by Wang Lin. She thought to herself that such a person was not someone she could provoke. The tremors continued along the cliff face, spreading far to the bottom of the abyss. The bottom of the tidal abyss was a corridor leading back. The sounds echoing here became even louder. The corridor was shaped like the Chinese character return. In the middle was a pitch-black cave that seemed to lead nowhere. On the corridor, a sword was half stuck to the ground. At this moment, the tremors spread, causing the sword to shake. Ripples followed the corridor and then returned, dissipating into the distance. At this moment, where the Fire Demon District was located, the Beast and the Black Smoke were besieging the Great Luo's sword sect. Tham Lang, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them. A glint of light shone in his eyes. The breath of Ling Tianhu. Could he have arrived here? No. Although it was Ling Tianhu's breath, it was only a part of it. There was also another unfamiliar breath, but they appeared at this time. Could it be because of the token? Tham Lang glanced at the disciples of the Great Luo's sword sect, then closed his eyes again. The light spreading here was very faint. Except for Tham Lang, no one else detected it. Ling Tianhu, wearing a Taoist robe and sitting cross-legged in the Great Luo sword sect, suddenly opened his eyes, sealing the sword spirit. Ling Tianhu, wearing a Taoist robe, raised his head, his eyes deep and profound. The location where I sealed it is extremely secretive. How could anyone have discovered it? But as long as the sword spirit still has the will to die, it cannot be freed from the seal. Ling Tianhu pondered for a moment, then closed his eyes again. In the tide domain, where the rift sealed Qi, Wang Lin's clothes were torn apart by the strong wind, making a flapping sound. He staggered back several steps, his hair disheveled. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. To neutralize Ling Tianhu's third wave of divine consciousness, he had spent countless magical artifacts. Even the Thunder Beast had disintegrated and was forced to fly into the divine archery chariot. However, a gap appeared in Ling Tianhu's divine sense. But in an instant, that gap immediately shrank, almost disappearing. Blood surged from Wang Lin's mouth. Many of his meridians were blocked, and his immortal power flowed uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, not bothering to regulate his energy, but quickly transformed into a flash of lightning, rushing through the gap in his divine sense and into the depths of the crevice. Wang Lin's speed was so high that the air emitted thunderous explosions. The crevice wasn't as long as Wang Lin had imagined. In a flash, he was deep inside. Here, Zhao Yu's breath was faintly present. Intruder, die! Ling Tian, whose divine sense descended again. This time, a domineering voice emanated from his divine sense, striking directly at Wang Lin's ears, forcing him to retreat. The entire crevice was now filled with divine sense, emitting cracking sounds. Small cracks appeared on the rock walls. Wang Lin's primordial spirit was shaken by that sound. He wearily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face turning pale. Ling Jian, who is too powerful, Wang Lin took a deep breath. This was only the place where Zhao Yu's divine consciousness was sealed, yet it already possessed such powerful divine abilities. What would happen if Ling Jian, who were truly here? A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He potted his storage bag, and a gleaming brush immediately appeared in his hand. Holding the brush, he quickly drew in front of him. Immediately, a golden light flashed, and a symbol appeared. As soon as the symbol appeared, the crack within it became brightly illuminated. Without hesitation, Wang Lin drew 2, 3, 4 strokes continuously. Finally, he drew a symbol consisting of 7 strokes. This was the first time Wang Lin had used the immortal brush to enhance the symbol. The last time, to attract the flying insects, he had only drawn a single stroke. With each stroke, Wang Lin clearly felt his primordial spirit being drawn out and integrated into the symbol. The 7-stroke symbol simultaneously incorporated 7 strands of his primordial spirit. 7 strokes was Wang Lin's limit. Regarding the use of the immortal brush, after refining it in the soul refining tribe, he couldn't draw even an 8th stroke. This was because his primordial spirit couldn't be divided into 9 parts. 1 part remained within his body. Each of the 7 strokes contained an inseparable part. Unless he abandoned his body and allowed his primordial spirit to completely merge into the symbol, only then could he draw an 8th stroke. After drawing the 7th stroke, his immortal power surged from his body like a wild horse, merging into the 7-stroke symbol. The 7 strokes merged into one, forming a circular symbol. Overall, that symbol had a bizarre appearance. It seemed to contain a universe within. Its appearance was like the sun descending from the heavens, falling into this crevice. Each dazzling beam of light emanating from it caused pain even to the nascent soul. The immortal brush, combined with the immortal's talisman, represented the divine power of an immortal. At this moment, standing outside the crevice, one could see streams of light emanating from the cliffs of the abyss. The light continuously invaded, instantly illuminating the perpetually gloomy tide abyss in the Water Demon District. That 7-stroke symbol contained all 7 of Wang Lin's divine consciousnesses. Therefore, controlling this symbol was like controlling a part of his own body. He controlled it to fly straight into the depths of the crevice. When the light of this symbol pierced through Ling Tian, whose divine consciousness, it showed signs of dissipating. But immediately, the dissipation stopped. A low growl emanated from Ling Tian, whose divine consciousness. At this moment, the divine consciousness suddenly transformed into the image of Ling Jianhu. Ling Jianhu wore a Taoist robe, his eyes domineering. He lightly stepped forward, his entire body transforming into a sword energy and flying straight towards the symbol. After the symbol and the sword energy collided, the entire tidal domain experienced terrifying tremors. Immediately, countless cracks around them collapsed. The tremors were so powerful that the entire Water Demon District shook. Countless demon spirits felt terrified. Wang Lin's face turned pale, and he continuously spat out 6 mouthfuls of fresh blood. The blood, imbued with immortal power, left deep marks on the ground. The symbol was shattered. 6 of the 7 primordial spirits were destroyed. Only the last one, at the moment the symbol was destroyed, managed to return to Wang Lin. As for Ling Tian, whose divine consciousness, after transforming into sword energy, it also faded considerably. But the flashes of light did not diminish. Although the symbol was shattered, it was still a divine ability of an immortal. At this moment, although the symbol was damaged, it transformed into countless golden rings surrounding the sword energy, forming a cocoon of golden light. Although it couldn't envelop the sword energy for a long time, it did. The depletion of the primordial spirit severely injured the cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, a murderous intent emerged. Since he had come this far, there was no turning back. His body lunged forward, rushing past the position where the divine consciousness was being surrounded and into the deepest part of the rift. On the ground before him lay a purple spiritual body. That spiritual body was indeed Qi. Qi's eyes were tightly closed, his expression completely blank. His entire body, except for his forehead, was purple. This purple color seemed to possess sentience, constantly moving around Qi's body, like threads trying to devour the last remaining spark of light at his forehead. A magic formation lay on the ground beneath Qi. From the formation, purple energy rose, transforming into a series of symbols that entered Qi's body. Four precious swords were embedded around the formation. Lightning bolts emanated from the four swords, penetrating the ground. Simultaneously, on three of the four swords were fist-sized spheres of light. A colossal stream of divine consciousness emanated from these three spheres. Senior Qi. After so many years, Wang Lin finally saw Qi again. But at this moment, Qi's entire body was enveloped in a purple aura. If it weren't for the faint glimmer of light remaining in his forehead, he would have completely become Ling Ti in his possession, never to awaken again. The seal and formation used to refine Zhou Yi were devised by Ling Tianhu himself. He called this formation the Immortal Refining and Demon Transformation Grand Formation. Although the formation's power was immense, its crucial element was the four swords embedded in the ground. Ling Tianhu had previously refined four small heavenly realms into four primordial spirit swords. At this moment, those four swords were the embodiment of the primordial spirit. To increase its power, Ling Tianhu sent four streams of divine consciousness flying around, further amplifying the formation's might. As for the purple energy appearing within the formation, it was demonic energy. The demonic energy emanating from this place was related to the remnants of the ancient demon's soul in the Water Demon County. The reason Ling Tianhu secretly came to the demon spirit land many years ago to seal Qi there was because he had some connection with the remnant soul of the ancient demon in the Water Demon District. And within this crevice, there was an underground vein. This vein, hidden beneath the ground, connected to the ancient demon's temple in the Water Demon District's capital. This allowed the remnant soul of the ancient demon in the Water Demon District to constantly transmit demonic energy through that vein to the formation, corroding Qi's spiritual body. Ling Tianhu and the remnant soul of the ancient demon in the Water Demon District had a prior agreement. This agreement was considered complete after Ling Tianhu placed Qi's seal here. In the 9 districts of the demon spirit land, the 9 remnant souls of the ancient demon each had their own intentions. The ancient demon in the Water Demon District intended to find a body capable of withstanding the demonic power of the spiritual body, allowing it to break free. This process was relatively slow, but very stable. If the light in Qi's forehead were devoured, he could become the body of an ancient demon. Ling Tianhu wasn't a prophet either. He was relentlessly pursued by Qi from the immortal realm. Qi, using the immortal power of the white-robed woman's corpse, had his immortal sword spirit elevated to the level of a sword spirit, granting him immense power. Moreover, after Ling Tianhu fought the female corpse, he was injured by the immortal seal. The two sides clashed several times, making things very difficult for Ling Tianhu. In Ling Tianhu's perception, the sword spirit only wanted to die. It even unleashed its limited life force sword energy without hesitation. It's worth noting that the immortal sword was the #1 protector in the immortal realm. Although Ling Tianhu had obtained one, he didn't dare reveal it to Qi. He knew that once it was revealed, Qi would control it. Although Ling Tianhu was very strong, he was still injured by the Immortal Seal's divine power. The Immortal Seal's power was too great, and its reputation was also immense. With Ling Tianhu's knowledge, after reconstructing the events, he could almost conclude that the Immortal Seal was not something an Immortal Lord could wield. Immortal techniques of that level were undoubtedly top grade, only capable of being used by an Immortal Emperor. Just one finger had injured him. Furthermore, Zhou Yi's disregard for the sword spirit's innate sword energy within the immortal sword made things very difficult for Ling Tianhu. But Ling Tianhu's strength was undeniable. He only struggled. Moreover, he later led Zhou Yi to the demon spirit land, using its peculiarities to capture him. He also secured an agreement with the ancient demon of the Water Demon District. It was a win-win situation. However, Ling Tianhu couldn't have foreseen that hundreds of years later, the appearance of Wang Lin would change everything. In the rift, Wang Lin observed the formation enveloping Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was shrouded in death energy. His heart died the moment Dinger disappeared. Senior Qi, Wang Lin whispered. He could sense that the death aura emanating from Qi was partly due to external factors, but partly because Qi had no will to live. He only wanted to die. After observing the formation before him, Wang Lin knew that with his cultivation level, he couldn't break it. Perhaps only Qi could break that formation. Although Wang Lin's voice was low, it still echoed around the crevice. Qi's eyelids trembled and slowly opened. His empty eyes were filled with sorrow. His expression remained as blank as before. At this moment, Ling Tian, whose divine consciousness, which was behind Wang Lin, broke free from the surrounding light and transformed into sword energy, rushing towards Wang Lin. A sigh from Qi suddenly echoed through the crevice. The moment the sound of a sigh escaped, Ling Tian, whose mental energy, which had transformed into sword energy, suddenly vanished from behind Wang Lin. The sword energy dissipated, transforming into a ball of light that flew to the fourth sword and remained motionless there. Go, Qi said, closing his eyes without looking at Wang Lin. Wang Lin had struggled to get here, his primordial spirit severely wounded. Now, he couldn't even move his body. His primordial spirit was as weak as a child's. He had used all his divine abilities and expended so much effort to get here, all because Qi had shown him kindness. But now, all he received in return were Qi's 3 calm words. Go! Wang Lin's expression held only mockery. This mockery wasn't directed at others, but at himself. Your heart is dead. I shouldn't have come here. Wang Lin shook his head and turned to leave. Qi's debt of gratitude incurred after he entered this place and lost all 6 of his primordial spirits was completely repaid. My heart is dead. The moment Dinger left, my heart truly died. Qi's bewildered expression and sorrowful eyes became even more apparent. He had been sealed here by Ling Jianhu for hundreds of years, completely dazed, allowing the remnants of the ancient demon's soul to invade him. Although he knew this, he had no intention of stopping it. Only the faint light in his forehead was the infatuation he couldn't shake off for Dinger. Sighing softly, Qi raised his right arm, which had turned purple, and flicked it forward. A golden light suddenly shot out. Within that golden light was an extremely powerful sword energy. Even Ling Jianhu would struggle against it. It was the life force sword energy of the sword spirit in the immortal sword of the martial world. And Qi only possessed 99 such sword energies. That year, when he chased after Ling Jianhu, he unleashed more than half of his sword energy. Now, only 4 strands remained within him. The sword energy pierced straight through the 4th ball of light on the ground. Although Ling Tian, whose divine consciousness was strong, it was still no match for Zhou Yi's innate sword energy. The shattering of the light sphere also caused Ling Tian, whose divine consciousness, to be dispersed by the sword energy, turning into transparent points of light. After being swept by the sword energy, they flew into Wang Lin like a galaxy. In an instant, Wang Lin's primordial spirit, absorbed by these points of light, quickly recovered. Moreover, the primordial spirit not only recovered, but also slightly increased. Only then did it slowly stop. However, countless points of light did not disappear. The remaining points of light automatically found Ling Tian, whose sword energy remaining in Wang Lin's primordial spirit, and dissolved it. In a flash, the sword energy became several times more ferocious than before. My innate sword energy cannot be kept within you, nor can I give it to you. You were injured because of me, so I will help you recover. Go now. You don't need to come again. Qi's voice slowly echoed. Wang Lin sighed inwardly. He walked straight outside, simultaneously patting his storage bag. The pagoda containing Qi's consciousness suddenly appeared. Wang Lin glanced at it and threw it behind him. The promise from that year, Wang Lin has fulfilled. This pagoda can no longer protect. Qi opened his eyes, sorrowfully looking at the pagoda beside him. Dinger. Wang Lin suddenly stopped, but still didn't turn around, saying, she's not Dinger. If I'm not mistaken, her name is Qingshuang. Qi's spiritual body trembled. He raised his head. The emptiness in his eyes disappeared, replaced by ferocity. Qingshuang. Wang Lin turned around, looked at Qi, but said nothing. He threw Qing Lin's jade slip to Qi. Qi's eyes widened in surprise as he grasped the jade slip. After examining it with his divine consciousness, his expression suddenly changed. After a moment, he muttered sorrowfully, Qingshuang. Qingshuang, the daughter of the immortal Emperor Qinglin. Qinglin was the strongest expert in the immortal realm. It is rumored that when the immortal realm shattered, he fled and hid in a cave in this demon spirit land to heal his wounds. Wang Lin's voice was extremely calm. The intensity in Qi's eyes deepened. A glimmer of life slowly emanated from him. The death energy on his body circulated faster, but it couldn't stop the life force radiating from him. You're saying that Dinger's father is in some cave here to heal his wounds, Wang Lin. Are you sure about this? Wang Lin looked at Qi Yi and shook his head, saying, I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so I can't be sure. The dazed expression on Qi Yi's face gradually disappeared. He muttered, that's right, this matter cannot be confirmed. But if Dinger's father were here, with his cultivation level, he could certainly awaken Dinger. At this moment, Qi Yi seemed to forget that the Dinger he called was just a corpse. It was due to a small reason his infatuation that a 1,000-year-old remnant soul was born. But now, that remnant soul had vanished. I want to take Dinger to see her father, to awaken Dinger. Qi Yi's vitality grew stronger and stronger. The death energy around his body surged, striking the point of light at his forehead. Disperse from me. A powerful light suddenly flashed in Qi Yi's eyes. The death energy enveloping his body struggled as if trying to fight back, but to no avail. It quickly dispersed from Qi Yi's body. Finally, it was completely forced out, transforming into streams of death energy that burrowed into the formation beneath the ground and disappeared. As the sword spirit of the immortal sword of the martial arts, if the remnant soul of the ancient demon from the water demon prefecture were to come on its own, perhaps Qi Yi, with only 3 of his innate sword energies remaining, would be powerless to resist. But at this moment, simply dispelling the demonic energy was no problem for Qi Yi. With the death energy gone, Qi Yi's entire body became transparent, like a shimmering stream of water. He gazed at the pagoda with fascination, then waved his hand. A beam of sword light suddenly flew out from within the pagoda. That sword was crafted for female cultivators to use. It was also one of the immortal swords of the martial arts. Qi Yi was the sword spirit of the immortal sword of the martial arts. Therefore, at this moment, his body transformed into a beam of light and merged into the immortal sword. In an instant, a surge of sword energy enveloped the entire crevice. At this moment, the 3 spheres of light, condensed from divine consciousness on the formation, transformed into physical thoughts and flew towards the immortal sword. A cold hum emanated from within the sword. Immediately afterward, Qi Yi's innate sword energy appeared. A deafening roar echoed throughout the tidal domain. The fierce sword energy seemed to split the entire domain in 2. The 3 spheres instantly shattered, then were swallowed by the immortal sword. As for the 4 nascent soul sword formations on the ground, after being swept by the innate sword energy, they disintegrated. Even the formation was gone. The cracked ceiling Qi Yi collapsed in an instant. Ling Qianhu, for hundreds of years, although I too have been sealed, if my heart hadn't died, how could your seal have trapped me? I am the sword spirit of the immortal sword of the martial realm. My lifespan equals heaven and earth, inheriting 4 types of sword inscriptions from ancient times. Although I cannot kill you, you should not expect to seal me easily. For hundreds of years, although my heart has died, I have never ceased to personally sense the inherited sword intent from ancient times. If we meet again, you'll see if my cultivation level is still the same as before. At the moment the rift collapsed, Qi Yi, fused into the immortal sword, flew out. Wang Lin followed closely behind. A man and a sword quickly appeared outside the rift. Qi Yi transformed into his form on the immortal sword, still wearing the same attire from that year. Only a hint of weariness had appeared. He held the pagoda in his hand. After gazing deeply at it, he handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin, keep this for me. Wang Lin nodded, accepting the pagoda and placing it in his storage bag. Qi Yi looked at Wang Lin, a hint of joy in his eyes, saying, in just a few hundred years, I never imagined you could reach this stage. It's truly gratifying. Wang Lin sighed softly and said, thank you, senior, for giving me the peak-seeking star back then. Otherwise, Wang Lin shook his head, saying nothing more. The peak-seeking star was the reward for protecting Dinger. There's no need to thank me. If anyone should be thanking me, it should be me, Chu, thanking you. Unexpectedly, after hundreds of years, we've met again. If you hadn't deliberately sought me out, I'm afraid this meeting wouldn't have happened today. Seeing Wang Lin about to speak, Qi Yi waved his hand. He pondered for a moment before saying, Wang Lin. I remember there were 2 immortal swords in the pagoda back then. Is the other one here? W. And Lin patted his storage bag. The immortal sword possessed by Su Guo flew out. Su Guo, inside the immortal sword, immediately sensed Qi Yi's presence. Being a spirit body himself, his senses were very strong. The other party seemed like the supreme ruler of all sword spirits, filling him with awe. He even felt that the other party was the true sword spirit of the sword he was parasitizing, and that he himself was merely occupying someone else's home. After seeing the immortal sword, a glint flashed in Qiyi's eyes. He pointed his right hand, and Siligu flew out from within the immortal sword. His expression was ingratiating, even more submissive than when he faced Wang Lin. "Senior, I am Siligu. My master allowed me into the immortal sword. Otherwise, how could I dare to even dream of it?" Wang Lin's face immediately turned unpleasant, and he coldly glared at Siligu. Qiyi laughed heartily and said to Wang Lin, "Wang Lin, my divine abilities cannot be passed on to you, but this spiritual body is very good. I can make him feel the ancient sword intent with me, urging its growth until he can completely control this immortal sword." Siligu was stunned, his eyes darting around, and he cautiously asked, "Senior, what is ancient sword intent?" Qiyi smiled and said, "You'll know once you feel it." As he spoke, his right hand lightly grabbed Siligu. A beam of light shot from Qiyi's eyes, entering Siligu's eyes. Siligu suddenly trembled, his gaze becoming dazed. He felt countless pieces of information pouring into his head from the air. He even felt a sensation similar to that of a nascent soul cultivator before becoming a demon, the feeling of letting the nascent soul leave the body. Gradually, he sank into a daze. Qiyi released his hand, the light in his eyes disappearing, his expression somewhat weary. For him, personally passing on his inheritance meant harming his spiritual body. But he didn't care about that. If Wang Lin could overcome difficulties and dangers to save him, then he could also risk danger to pass on his inheritance, creating a sword spirit for Wang Lin. "Wang Lin, your sword spirit is fickle. From now on, you must control it carefully. But you don't need to be overly concerned. When I passed the inheritance to him, I left a small mark. If he betrays you later, the inheritance will retaliate." Wang Lin looked at Zhou Yi, seeing the weariness in his expression. He sighed, clasped his hands, and said, "Senior." "Thank you." Zhou Yi was decisive and resolute in his actions. The fact that he dared to enslave Sun Tai to Wang Lin back then was proof of that. Zhou Yi shook his head and said, "As long as Dinger can awaken, I don't need that little bit of inheritance. Wang Lin, I only ask one thing of you. Help me find Dinger as father." Wang Lin thought for a moment and then nodded. Zhou Yi's face showed a slight smile. He lightly grabbed with his right hand, and the immortal sword containing Siligu flew into his hand. He held the immortal sword, took a deep breath, and then forcefully struck the sword. With that strike, the immortal sword emitted a strange sound. A peculiar aura suddenly emanated from the sword's body. Qiyi's face turned pale, and his body became weak. It took him half a day to recover. "Senior Qiyi, you!" Wang Lin cried out in shock. He never expected Qiyi to do such a thing. "From now on, there are only 3 immortal swords left. This sword belongs to you from now on. No matter what the previous sword spirit was, or what its future sword spirit will be, none of them have the right to control this sword." After saying this, Qiyi threw the immortal sword to Wang Lin. Wang Lin received it with only gratitude in his eyes. This could be said to be a great gift from Qiyi. There were 4 immortal swords in total. Even if they were seized by others, as long as Qiyi was present, those swords would only be temporarily controlled. Once they encountered Qiyi, they would return to their original state under his control. Even without Qiyi, one day when the white-clothed female corpse awakens, she can create the sword spirit of the immortal sword again. Then it will receive the ancient sword intent inheritance and still be able to control all 4 immortal swords as before. It could be said that, for generations, all 4 of those immortal swords belonged to the sword spirit, to that female corpse. But now, everything has changed. Zhou Yi, assuming the identity of the sword spirit and using his status as the inheritor of ancient sword intent, has broken the seal on the immortal sword. As the sword spirit himself, he is no different from an emperor in the mortal world possessing his own territory. Now he has given a portion of it to Wang Lin forever. From then on, even if the woman in white awakens, a new sword spirit will be unable to control this immortal sword. Because now Zhou Yi's sword spirit is like an emperor bestowing a divine decree. Besides that, Zhou Yi has also allowed Su Liguo to understand the ancient sword intent inheritance. This is tantamount to opening a door, a path, for Su Liguo to become a supreme sword spirit. These two great gifts combined are like giving Wang Lin an opportunity. Perhaps, like the girl in white, one can go through countless cycles of reincarnation without being destroyed. From now on, this immortal sword belongs solely to Wang Lin. Even Siligo is merely the first-generation sword spirit of this immortal sword. This opportunity is only available in the immortal realm when one reaches the immortal lord level. Zhou Yu sighed softly and entered the immortal sword. At the bottom of this abyss, I can sense the breath of a generation sword spirit of the immortal sword. I will give you the third gift. Let's go. Zhou Yu merged into the immortal sword and flew straight down into the abyss. Wang Lin gathered Siligo, who was still dazed by the inheritance, into the immortal sword and followed Zhou Yi, flying straight down to the bottom of the abyss. The breath of a generation sword spirit, could it be? Wang Lin suddenly thought of something. Zhou Yi flew ahead. Along the way, sword energy scattered, shattering all obstacles, and flew straight down to the bottom of the tidal abyss. This was a winding corridor. In the middle was a dark, deep pit. Even divine consciousness cannot penetrate to see down there. A faint gravitational pull emanated from the pit. Though weak, it was always present. His feet pressed against the rocky cliff beside the pit, adjacent to the small path. A few fragments of earth and rock on the edge of the pit were drawn in by the pull. Wang Lin took a deep breath and gazed at the pit. With his keen mind, he could deduce that the tides in the East Sea were caused by this seemingly infinitely deep pit. In his mind, Wang Lin envisioned a pit erupting once every 5,000 years. Each eruption created an unimaginable gravitational pull. This swirling force, carried along the passage, drew countless creatures towards it. The spectacle of creation made Wang Lin feel utterly insignificant. What kind of divine power could withstand the gravitational pull accumulated over 5,000 years? And what kind of divine power could create such a magnificent spectacle? Even Che Yunzi couldn't do that. I wonder if Che Yunzi, standing at the threshold of the third path of cultivation, can succeed. Wang Lin sighed, then looked at the deep pit in silence. He didn't know where this pit ultimately led, nor could he guess. He only knew that if he fell into it, getting out was impossible. This deep pit is very strange. Don't stare at it for too long. Qi Yi's voice came from within the immortal sword. Wang Lin stopped looking, but at that moment, he suddenly heard a faint voice in his ear. Go down. The voice didn't come from the pit, but from within Wang Lin's storage bag. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. He lowered his head and looked into the storage bag. He sent a portion of his divine consciousness inside. Immediately, he discovered that the mysterious painting he had obtained on the vermilion bird star had automatically opened. A purple light suddenly appeared, forming the illusory figure of a woman. The girl turned her back to Wang Lin as if talking to herself. Go down. The presence of a figure in the painting wasn't new to Wang Lin. Back on the vermilion bird star, when he faced the three ancestors of the immortal tribe, the figure in the painting had absorbed the opponent's talisman. Wang Lin had always been puzzled by this painting. After reaching the peak-seeking stage, he had even studied it, but without any progress. Although the painting could imprint a mark, it couldn't be controlled. At this moment, when the figure in the painting appeared, Wang Lin suddenly realized something and sent out a divine thought. Go down this pit, go down, the graceful figure softly replied. A flash of light flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. He withdrew his divine consciousness and glanced down at the pit beside him. The pit was completely black, obscuring his vision. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Lin stopped looking and quickly chased after Qi Yi. Could there be something related to the painting in that pit? Wang Lin thought as he pursued Qi Yi. There's a strange force in that pit that affects the mind. If one's mind isn't firm, it's easy to stumble. Qi Yi's voice came from the flying immortal sword ahead. Don't look back, just focus on flying, Qi Yi reminded him again. Wang Lin nodded, maintaining his composure as he followed Qi Yi. The deeper they penetrated the corridor, the stronger the gravitational pull from the pit became. After an unknown amount of time, the immortal sword carrying Qi Yi suddenly stopped. Wang Lin stopped as well. This was the eastern end of the corridor. Ahead was only darkness, obscuring the path. Careful, there's something strange about this pit. As Qi Yi's voice rang out, a purple mist suddenly surged from the deep pit, quickly enveloping everything around. Qi Yi's voice, lost in the mist, sounded somewhat ethereal. A flash of light flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. The purple mist was strangely peculiar. Under its spread, visibility was obstructed, and even his divine sense could only extend 3 meters. Further extension was immediately swallowed by the mist. Even within that 3-meter radius, his divine sense was unclear. At the same time, from the deep pit beside him, the gravitational pull gradually increased. However, this gravitational pull had no effect on the mist. From within the mist ahead, a flash of sword light appeared and moved around Wang Lin's body. Chu Yi's divine sense transmitted a message, enough. Wang Lin, come up here, I'll take you back. The mist is very strange. With your strength, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. W. Without saying much, Wang Lin quickly stood up on the sword immortal. A stream of immortal power emanated from the sword, flowing down his legs and enveloping his entire body. Calm down and concentrate. Close your mind. Zhou Yi's divine sense echoed in Wang Lin's mind. Immediately, Wang Lin followed Zhou Yi's instructions. Instantly, the stream of immortal power flowing into his body trembled. A halo of immortal power appeared around Wang Lin's body. This halo not only possessed immortal power but also sword might. As the light radiated, the mist was instantly parted by 2 enormous hands, revealing a path. Zhou Yi transformed into a rainbow, carrying Wang Lin into the purple mist. Along the way, the mist automatically dispersed. Even if it didn't dissipate, upon encountering the Sword Immortal's sword energy, it instantly vanished. The Sword Immortal's speed was incredibly fast, so fast that Wang Lin only saw the wind whistling past his ears and hitting his face. The surrounding mist seemed to transform into a purple dragon, briefly appearing in the corner of his eye. After a long while, the Sword Immortal suddenly changed direction and flew straight upwards in a spiral. Wang Lin had to circulate the immortal power in his body to maintain his balance on the Sword Immortal's body without falling. The breath of a lifetime of sword spirit of the immortal Sword of the Rain is ahead. Wang Lin, hold on tight. I want to use my highest speed. After saying this, Zhou Yi gave Wang Lin some time to prepare. Then, the Sword Immortal's speed suddenly increased even more. The increased speed created countless illusions in the air, no different from teleportation. Wang Lin felt as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on the Sword Immortal's body. He sealed his breath, relying only on a little immortal energy. If it were truly teleportation, it would be fine. Wang Lin wouldn't be affected like this. But this wasn't teleportation. It was due to the speed reaching that level. The aura formed by immortal power around his body constantly changed, pressing tightly against Wang Lin. The speed of the immortal sword had reached an unimaginable level. Wang Lin could even see the surrounding mist transforming into a sea of fog. This was the sensation caused by the extreme speed. The feeling he hadn't experienced in hundreds of years since he first entered the cultivation world had only now reappeared. This made Wang Lin feel a little emotional. This is truly an immortal sword, a sword spirit. My immortal sword also has this kind of power, but because the sword spirit isn't strong enough, it can't fully unleash its potential. Although Su Liguo has the appearance of a traitor, that demon only bullies the weak and fears the strong. He can't escape my mind. At this moment, the surrounding purple mist suddenly swirled, like clouds constantly growing in size. Immediately afterward, an extremely powerful suction force emerged from the deep pit within the mist. The powerful suction appeared suddenly. The mist, which had previously been unaffected by the suction, was now being drawn into the pit. The suction from within the pit grew stronger and stronger. In an instant, a huge amount of mist was sucked in. At the same time, the rubble on the cliff face also shook and flew into the pit. In a distant position on the corridor, the giant sword that had been embedded in the cliff face trembled and slowly emerged from the cliff. Finally, it completely detached from the cliff and was sucked straight into the pit. In an instant, the immortal sword that Qi had merged with also rushed forward. Wang Lin, standing on the sword, could clearly see the golden giant sword falling into the pit. Without hesitation, Qi steered his immortal sword towards the pit. The pit's gravitational pull was immense. As Qi flew into the pit, the immortal sword speed, coupled with the gravitational pull, increased faster than lightning. In a short time, it caught up with the giant sword emitting a golden light. Wang Lin stood on the immortal sword, his eyes resolute. As he approached the immortal sword, he raised his right hand to grab it. However, the giant sword was under the pit's gravitational pull, so Wang Lin's grab was like seizing a treasure from the pit, counteracting the gravitational force. The moment he grasped the sword, an extremely powerful force surged through him. Wang Lin nearly fell with the sword in his hand. Facing the danger, Wang Lin took a deep breath. The yellow springs suddenly appeared, swirling around him. Under Wang Lin's fingertips, the yellow springs coiled in a spiral, moving rapidly. A gust of wind suddenly appeared. Wang Lin, who was standing there, felt the gravitational pull lessen slightly, so he grabbed it. The giant sword stopped and was slowly pulled upwards by Wang Lin. From within the sword immortal, Qi let out a low growl, like a sword spirit's incantation. Sword light flashed, and Qi suddenly leapt up, propelling Wang Lin towards the edge of the pit. Wang Lin felt as if his body was being torn into pieces. The arm gripping the giant sword felt incredibly heavy. Enduring the sword immortal's speed, veins bulged on his face. After Qi accelerated, the giant sword was pulled upwards. Wang Lin's gaze was resolute. At this moment, he absolutely could not let go. Because once he let go, he would never see it again. Lifted by Qi, the giant sword, tightly gripped by Wang Lin, slowly rose higher. The remaining golden color completely disappeared, revealing the black sword body. The remaining gemstones on the hilt shattered and were sucked into the deep pit. Qi let out a low growl, the sword immortal's power increasing several times. The immortal power within Wang Lin's body also circulated, and the yellow springs tried to weaken the gravitational pull. Finally, Qi helped Wang Lin out of the pit. The moment he emerged, Wang Lin shouted and grabbed forcefully. The giant sword flew out and was grasped in his hand. Giant sword, two characters were shallowly engraved on the sword's blade. Holding the giant sword, Wang Lin recalled many things. He took a deep breath, and without time to observe, Qi swiftly carried him away along the corridor. Qi's speed was incredibly fast, rushing through the corridor. Under Wang Lin's guidance, Qi flew back to the only entrance of the Tide Domain. Then, he continued flying out through the entrance of the Fire Demon District. Wang Lin examined the giant sword briefly before putting it into his storage bag. He only needed a glance to discern a clue. That clue would certainly be undetectable if his cultivation level were lower. But now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the questioning realm, making it completely different. However, now was not the time to investigate further. Putting it into his storage bag, Wang Lin prepared to leave the Tide Domain and investigate further. The trip to the Tide Domain can be considered a resounding success. It's a pity the mysterious token is nowhere to be found. Wang Lin's eyes were pensive. Inside the storage bag, the one beast suddenly opened its eyes. Its gaze held a hint of doubt. As it understood it, within the storage bag space, except for those with extraordinary divine abilities, it was impossible to sense anything from the outside world. But at this moment, it could sense many things outside. Hesitating for a moment, the one beast didn't understand why. It looked at Lee Washington, who was still sleeping beside it, then leaned against its back and closed its eyes. With Zhou Yi's speed, their distance to the exit of the Fire Demon District was getting closer and closer. This also meant they were getting closer to the fog surrounding Tham Lang and the Wind Beast. In the land of spirits, a cloud drifted across the southern sky. Hidden within this cloud was an aura of celestial energy, as if it were from the immortal realm. It emitted a faint glow. Two figures stood upon the cloud, a man and a woman. The man was tall and slender, wearing a long, flowing robe the color of the sea, adorned with clouds and even rippling waves. His long hair flowed freely, revealing a handsome and resolute face. He held a jade flute of azure blue, his clothes fluttering in the wind like those of an immortal. Beside him stood a woman in a light purple dress embroidered with a pink flower. Her hair was loose, adorned with a purple hairpin. Although her appearance was somewhat casual, she retained an air of elegance. Her skin was fair, and her lips a vibrant red. Looking at her, one could imagine a delicate orchid. The woman's gaze towards her lover held a hint of gentleness. Evidently, they were a couple. Cloud riding, a seemingly ordinary divine ability, could be performed by even common cultivators. But to ride the clouds and control them, this ability could only be considered the lowest level, not worth mentioning. Not only was it slow, but it lacked any powerful magic. It merely offered a fantastic sensation, deceiving ordinary people. But this couple was completely different. The clouds they stood upon were the 9 heavens immortal clouds, refined from the heavens. Even in the immortal realm, they were rare immortal clouds. The divine power of these clouds lay in the immortal lightning within them, making their power formidable. Previously, any cultivator who saw these immortal clouds would immediately recognize their identities. Because the two could effortlessly stand upon the nine heavens' immortal clouds, their cultivation level was comparable to that of blood ancestor Ling Qianhu and Cha Yunzi. Those two were the cloud immortal Taoist couple. That year, they, along with the likes of Cha Yunzi and Ling Qianhu, entered the demon spirit land and occupied a cave dwelling. They didn't leave for tens of thousands of years. Their names were Wang Wei and Hu Quan. Their cultivation level at that time was comparable to that of Cha Yunzi and his group. Moreover, the couple's excellent coordination made even Cha Yunzi wary. Furthermore, what Cha Yunzi feared most was their mysterious background. Wang Wei and Hu Quan had extremely enigmatic identities. Even Cha Yunzi couldn't uncover them. He only knew that their cultivation years were far longer than his own. Fortunately, their personalities preferred peace and quiet, and they disliked power struggles and factionalism. As long as one didn't offend them, there would be no problem. If the short, stocky old man in Wang Lin's soul-slaying banner saw this couple, he would surely grit his teeth. That year, it was these two who had stolen his storage bag. They were now flying straight towards the Fire Demon District, perched on a cloud. The moment the cloud entered the Fire Demon District, the ancient demon Beiluo, who was merging in the Dragon Pond in the Heavenly Demon District's imperial capital, suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of light shot from his eyes, but it vanished in an instant. I didn't expect them to leave their cave dwelling. It seems I need to speed up the process of devouring the remnants of other ancient demons. Beiluo's eyes held a hint of apprehension. The cloud flew into the Fire Demon District. Along the way, all the clouds in the sky were pushed back. Even the demon soldiers in some cities were shaken at this moment, but dared not fly out to investigate. How interesting! Before long, a cloud appeared in the sky above the tide domain. The clouds slowly dissipated, allowing the two to descend. How interesting, Qian. I didn't expect there to be a little restriction here. This restriction is quite clever. The man's eyes showed a hint of interest as he smiled at the woman beside him. The woman also smiled, her voice gentle, saying, "There aren't many restrictions that can catch your attention." Gentle breezes blew through the air, causing the grass to sway slightly. At the same time, their clothes fluttered in the wind. The man looked at the ground, his eyes showing a hint of admiration, and smiled, saying, "The restriction techniques include ancient forbidden arts. And even a bit of immortal forbidden techniques. Truly not simple." The girl beside him, tucking a strand of hair blown by the wind behind her ear, looked down at the ground and said softly, "The ancient forbidden techniques are very skillful. But the immortal forbidden technique is a bit crude, probably learned not long ago." The man nodded in agreement, saying, "This must have been set up by a cultivator who received the inheritance of an ancient cultivator. Such skillful techniques obviously mean they have cultivated for at least 1,000 years. The girl gently shook her head, saying softly, "That's not necessarily true. You haven't met the person who set up this forbidden technique yet." The man laughed heartily, saying, "Qian, do you want to test your husband, or shall we make a bet? If the cultivator who set up the forbidden technique hasn't cultivated for 1,000 years, then I lose, okay?" The girl covered her mouth and giggled. Looking at the man affectionately, she smiled and said, "How could such a small restriction attract the attention of someone like Yanxian Wang Wei, who is renowned for breaking all kinds of restrictions?" The man smiled, shaking his head. "You're avoiding the obvious. I don't believe you can't see that this restriction, though crude, contains extremely subtle intentions. If it weren't for our careful observation, we certainly wouldn't have noticed it. This restriction has no killing intent, so it doesn't possess any murderous aura, but it contains a guiding divine consciousness. Just stepping inside will be detected by the person who set up the restriction, but that's not the important thing. If it were just that, it wouldn't have caught my attention. Look here." The man pointed his finger towards the grass in front of them. A gust of wind blew, causing the green grass to sway, but nothing unusual happened. A strange glint flashed in the man's eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, the restrictions here aren't just one, but a series. Even if we destroy this one, as long as we can't eliminate all of them immediately, the person who set it up will still find out," he said, reaching out and grabbing something. Where his gaze fell, only a single blade of grass remained, swaying in the wind. The restrictions are arranged using ordinary methods, merely borrowing objects to set them up. This is just a loyal technique, but look at this blade of grass. Qian looked closely. What's different about this blade of grass? The girl was slightly surprised. She knew Wang Wei very well. Although his temperament was very gentle, he would change immediately when it came to matters related to restrictions. That's why he didn't pay attention to ordinary restrictions. Such a look in his eyes wasn't very common. She focused her observation, and her eyes widened in surprise, saying, "This blade of grass is real yet illusory." Wang Wei's eyes curved into a slight smile. He waved his right hand, and the blade of grass flew up and landed in his palm. He nodded and said, "That's right. There's illusion within reality. This blade of grass is real, but the liquid inside is fake." As he spoke, he gently rubbed his right fingers together. A white mist rose from the green blade of grass. A drop of liquid slowly seeped out. As the liquid appeared, the blade of grass slowly withered. Finally, a drop of clear, blue liquid appeared in the man's palm. The blue liquid was transparent and sparkling. Inside it, a forbidden spell occasionally flickered. The man's eyes showed admiration again. He looked at the drop of liquid in his palm and said, "There must be at least 1,000 forbidden spells here. They combine perfectly to form a single drop of liquid. The structure is incredibly solid. All these forbidden spells are ordinary, but the more ordinary the object, the harder it is to create something like this. Anyone capable of doing this must have cultivated for over 1,000 years. Only by experiencing 100 lifetimes can one truly understand oneself, possess such cunning and insight. If this person didn't have 1,000 years of experience, how could they have such vast knowledge? How could they see through life and death and create something with such profound insight? Forbidden techniques and innate talent aren't closely related. What's most important is a person's character." Wang Wei's eyes held a mixture of emotion and reminiscence. The woman, standing beside the man, said affectionately, "Don't overthink it. Didn't you want to bet with me? I bet you that the person who set up the forbidden technique hasn't cultivated for 1,000 years. The man chuckled, glancing at the woman before laughing and saying, "All right. Let's wait here and see what happens. It'll be convenient to wait for Tham Lang to appear as well." The girl smiled and said, "If Tham Lang comes out and sees us, I wonder what his reaction will be. Will he resist or obediently hand over the token?" "He wouldn't dare resist," the man said with a laugh. His voice was nonchalant, without a trace of anger. The moment Tham Lang entered the demon spirit land, his whereabouts were immediately discovered by the Cloud Immortal Taoist couple. After all, the two of them had been in the demon spirit land for tens of thousands of years, thoroughly studying a phantom mansion. The treasures in their hands were countless. Besides the restrictions, Wang Wei was also skilled in divination. Although he couldn't compare to Tai Yangzi in this aspect, he could still calculate Tham Lang's location and some of its transformations. As for the token, it was obviously calculated by the two of them. However, that token was too bizarre. To obtain it, one would have to wait for a specific period of time. Therefore, they hadn't made a move until now. Let's not talk about those two for now. In the tide domain, Wang Lin stood on the immortal sword given to him by Zhou Yi, flying like lightning towards the exit of the Fire Demon District. Zhou Yi's speed was extremely fast. After several days, he had followed the corridor towards the rift leading to the Fire Demon District. As long as he flew out from here, he could leave the tide domain. The exit of the Fire Demon District was a place with no downward resistance, only upward resistance. In this place, his speed seemed to have an extra boost, increasing greatly. Flying through the rift of the Fire Demon District, Wang Lin's eyes remained calm, stepping on the flying sword. Everything around him whizzed past. At this moment, the speed of the immortal sword suddenly decreased. After circling a few times, it stopped. Zhou Yi's divine sense transmitted from the immortal sword. "Wang Lin, something is not right." My sword sense observed that there seemed to be a purple mist ahead. Within the mist, there appeared to be several cultivators. The mist was so strange that my sword sense couldn't fully perceive them. Surrounding the cultivators, he hadn't encountered Morangju and the two girls, Zhao and Su, on the way. Wang Lin suddenly thought, could it be those three again? While Wang Lin and Zhou Yi stood there, a swarm of wind beasts flew out from another patch of purple mist. Their eyes glowed red, staring intently at the purple mist. Their gazes were fierce. Wind beasts already have a ferocious appearance, and now their eyes are filled with such ferocity that they are even more terrifying. Their wings flapped, producing a buzzing sound. The sounds mingled together like roars, echoing in all directions. However, there was still a repulsive force at the exit of the fire demon district, so the sound didn't travel too far. The pack of beasts was enormous, but their bellies were flat, indicating they had been starving for a long time. Their trunks were extremely long, radiating a chilling aura like sharp swords. Not all of them were black, many were gray. Their outer fur resembled sharp thorns, giving off a terrifying feeling at first glance. They circled around the purple mist, but did not penetrate it, merely hovering outside. A ferocious aura emanated from the pack of beasts, growing stronger with each passing moment. On a cliff face of the abyss, several large rocks with dried blood stains were visible. Beside them lay a gloomy, lifeless giant sword. Occasionally, some of the beast's trunks would collide, each clash sending sparks flying. These repeated collisions resembled the impending slaughter. Whenever such a situation arose, a piercing shriek would erupt from the pack. As soon as the sound appeared, the scene of mutual slaughter was quickly brought to a halt. However, having been concentrated here for so long, the ferocity of the beasts had become increasingly uncontrollable. At this moment, after two beasts clashed their trunks, they both let out a roar and lunged at each other, slashing and killing. Another roar erupted from deep within the pack of beasts. The two fighting beasts paused briefly, but their ferocity replaced their initial shock, and they charged at each other again, slashing and killing. The roar continued. This time, the pack of beasts suddenly dispersed, revealing a path. A large purple beast, about 10 meters tall, slowly flew out. Although its body was also purple, it wasn't as dark, rather light. 7 silver needles were embedded in its head. From these needles emanated waves of energy, causing pain to show in its eyes. Its appearance caused the two beasts to stop. The purple beast let out a shriek. Its voice seemed to possess some kind of divine power, causing the other beasts to tremble. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the purple beast suddenly flapped its wings, then, like a flash of lightning, arrived beside two other beasts. Its large trunk pierced through them twice. Then it sucked them in, and the two beasts withered and turned into dried corpses. The purple beast turned around and coldly surveyed its surroundings. All the other beasts shrieked in submission, not daring to turn and slaughter each other. The purple beast slowly flew deeper into the pack of beasts. There was a hint of sorrow about it. In the purple mist, Tham Lang opened his eyes. This strange beast is very strong, but with my 7 demonic needles controlling it, it cannot escape. Controlling the king beast is like controlling the whole pack. This pack of beasts is very strange. If we can make good use of this later, even if that old man Ling Tia comes, I'll still have leverage to negotiate. Tham Lang felt a little smug. From the moment he entered the Tide Realm, he had been formulating his own plan. Initially, that plan involved using a formation to integrate. But when he entered a rift, he found himself surrounded by a pack of spirit beasts. At first, he was terrified, but then he was overjoyed. Throughout his life, Tham Lang had almost never stayed in one place. Every year he wandered through the starry sky. Whenever he heard of treasure somewhere, he would go there immediately. Therefore, people said that if Tham Lang didn't go, that place wouldn't contain treasure. He had traveled to many places and had seen spirit beasts before. It was in a desolate place in the starry sky, where Tham Lang, fleeing from his pursuers, had entered an ancient space teleportation array. Almost immediately upon his arrival, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. It was a sky of nothing but gray void. There, a purple planet loomed. On that planet, countless spirit beasts gathered together, creating an invisible pressure. In an instant, Tham Lang, without hesitation, swiftly teleported back through the teleportation array. He'd rather face his pursuers than fight those terrifying beasts. In the rift of the Tide Realm, after seeing the spirit beasts, an idea struck him. He carefully brought out his life-bound magical artifact, the 7 demon needles. After infusing his primordial spirit into it, he slowly flew into the rift. Because of his lingering fear of the spirit beasts, Tham Lang was extremely cautious, afraid of waking them. Finally, he found the king beast. In a flash, the 7 demon needles pierced it, and Tham Lang rushed inside. This explains the words of the divine dragon. The spirit beasts suddenly appeared and surrounded them. Regarding the purple mist, it was also a crucial point in Tham Lang's plan. Tham Lang observed the disciples of the Great Luo Sword sect and sneered. The disciples of Ling Tia, except for Shenlong, are all a bunch of useless fools. After entering the demon spirit land, I've been to the Tide domain 3 times. I can confirm that this purple mist is where Ling Tiahou and Tia Yunzi left their tokens. However, the tokens are a bit strange. Based on my observation, they require a specific time to appear. Moreover, they require some sacrifices. Them Ling glanced at the 5 disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect, including Shen Long. If it weren't for my fear of Ling Tiahou's sword energy, I would have long ago sacrificed these 5 youngsters. Why would I let them be trapped for over 100 years, causing such impatience? Elsewhere within the purple mist, Wang Lin, riding his immortal sword, slowly approached. After a short while, he noticed a very thick purple mist. It almost solidified into a tangible form, completely blocking his path. Without passing through the purple mist, he couldn't leave the Fire Demon District. Wang Lin, my sword intent can't penetrate this mist. But rest assured, besides trapping you, it can't detect your existence. Zhou Yi's divine sense transmitted from within the immortal sword. Wang Lin nodded, his eyes thoughtful. The repulsive force of the Tide domain never diminished. He could only stabilize himself by circulating his entire immortal power. He stared at the purple mist, his eyebrows furrowed. Just then, some fluctuations emanated from his storage bag. Wang Lin immediately sent a portion of his divine sense into the storage bag. He instantly saw the anxious one beast, its eyes tinged with pink. Recognizing Wang Lin's divine sense, it let out a shriek. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense, slightly surprised. The beast was usually very obedient, and this kind of impatience was rare. He pondered for a moment, then patted his storage bag. The beast immediately flew out. As soon as it flew out, it let out a shriek and flew towards the purple mist in front of it. Wang Lin watched it, then left the sword immortal and chased after the beast. Qi, inside the sword immortal, let out a small cry and followed. The purple mist had no effect on the beast. It burrowed straight into it and disappeared. Wang Lin was shocked. He couldn't guess why the beast was acting like this. Fortunately, there was still a mental connection, so Wang Lin only remained silent for a moment before no longer worrying about the beast. He sighed softly and slowly flew away in the mist. Qi, hidden in the sword immortal, flew around Wang Lin. His sword sense spread out, observing the surroundings. The greedy Wolf also didn't detect any cultivators approaching in the mist. Previously, the reason he could sense Wang Lin and Ling Tian whose divine consciousness clashing was due to fluctuations emanating from deep within the earth. That's why he could perceive it. Wang Lin was vigilant, slowly flying through the fog. In the purple fog, his divine consciousness was basically useless. Before him was only dense fog. His million life seals emerged from his forehead, enveloping him to guard against danger and by himself sometime. Zhou Yi, hidden within the immortal sword, circled around Wang Lin. Suddenly, his divine consciousness transmitted. Wang Lin, 10 miles ahead there is an open space. Inside are 6 people. One of them has very high cultivation. The clothing of the other 5 looks familiar to me. 6 people. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Let me help you observe. In an instant, Zhou Yi's divine consciousness transmitted, merging into Wang Lin's mind. Then he guided Wang Lin's consciousness out of his body, through the thick fog, and straight to the open ground. Wang Lin only felt the fog slightly dissipate, and 6 people appeared before him. It's them. Wang Lin immediately recognized the identities of the 6 people. At this moment, the old man sitting in the middle suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Which fellow Taoist has come here? I am Tham Lang." Tham Lang's shout caused the disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect to change color. They all stood up. A strange light flickered in Shen Long's eyes. If you looked closely, there was even a hint of joy and fear in his gaze. Zhou Yi quickly guided Wang Lin's consciousness back into the fog and disappeared. Tham Lang frowned. He snorted coldly, his right hand reaching into his storage bag. He hesitated for a moment, then let go, not taking out any magical artifacts. The opponent's consciousness was very strange, giving him an inaccurate feeling. His own consciousness observed that the cultivation level seemed to be only at the early stage of the questioning peak realm, but within it existed a very ancient consciousness. That consciousness was very powerful, containing a very strong sword intent. Before clearly understanding the opponent's cultivation level, Tham Lang didn't want to proactively provoke the enemy, especially since his injuries hadn't healed yet. Years ago, he had fallen from the yin-yang void and reality realm to the late stage of the questioning peak realm, and after so many years, he still hadn't recovered. This wasn't because Sichunan was too strong, but because yin-yang void and reality realm cultivators, once their cultivation level is reduced, require several times more effort to recover. After all, the yin-yang void and reality realm is the crucial first step of the second gate. It's like the key to breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Even Sichunan, without the nurturing power of the heaven-defying pearl and his extraordinary talent, would certainly not have been able to restore his cultivation. However, although Themlang was still at the late stage of the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, the divine abilities he possessed far surpassed those of nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, over the countless years, he had acquired an immeasurable number of magical treasures. Even a cultivator at the yin-yang realm, capable of both illusion and reality, would have to expend considerable effort to kill him. If they weren't careful, Themlang could escape. Zhou Yi led Wang Lin back into the mist and allowed him to return to his body. Of the 6, 5 are disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect. The remaining one is Themlang. Wang Lin didn't say anything more about Themlang. The Great Luo Sword Sect, that's right. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity. The Great Luo Sword Sect, Wang Lin, what are you going to do now? Zhou Yi's voice echoed from within the sword immortal. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then said, Senior, don't you find this a little strange? The cultivation of the greedy Volf is very high. Even the disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect each possess a trace of Ling Tianhu's sword che. Moreover, as far as I know, they disappeared 100 years ago. I'm about 80% certain they've been trapped here for 100 years. I wonder what their purpose is in staying here. He continued, just now, Senior, didn't you notice that among the disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect, one had a hint of joy in his eyes? I observed that his cultivation level was at the early stage of the questioning peak. Anyone who can reach the questioning peak stage is usually cunning. How could they let their joy be so obvious? Therefore, that joy is clearly a signal. Wang Lin smiled slightly and continued his analysis. That disciple of the Great Luo Sword Sect is very interesting. His joy told us that they and Themlang were not on the same team. That look of joy was definitely a plea for help. Qi Yi transformed into a figure standing on the immortal sword. He glanced deeply at Wang Lin, his heart trembling. This was the first time he had felt Wang Lin's terrifying power. Although Wang Lin's cultivation was only at the early stage of the questioning peak realm, and without Qi Yi's questioning peak essence, he probably wouldn't have been able to pass the threshold of life and death. In Qi Yi's eyes, Wang Lin was a loyal and righteous junior. Although he felt grateful, he had never considered him his equal. But now, Qi Yi's impression of Wang Lin had undergone a earth-shattering change. This person is cunning and has keen observational skills. His intelligence is incredibly formidable. Especially, he is decisive and unwavering in his actions. Reaching this level of cultivation in less than 1,000 years is no coincidence. I have always underestimated him. Wang Lin smiled, clasped his hands, and said to Zhou Yi, Senior Zhou Yi, I have something I'd like to ask of you. Zhou Yi looked at Wang Lin and said, What is it? Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he said, Senior Zhou, please use your sword techniques. Ideally, they should be subtle and inconspicuous, hidden within the mist. I want to go in and meet with the Themlang group. Be careful when you go in, Zhou Yi nodded. After their conversation, Wang Lin's position in his heart had completely changed. Wang Lin smiled and said, Senior, rest assured. Just now, Themlang only shouted and didn't pursue. He's certainly wary, and it also shows that he is a suspicious person. Zhou Yi sighed softly, his eyes widened in admiration. Wang Lin, relying only on a few clues, could deduce this, proving he was a very insightful person. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then said, Senior, I suspect that Themlang's purpose is most likely a token. And that token is the only way to meet Senior Qing Shuang's father. Therefore, please don't hold back. Qi Yi's eyes flashed with cold light, and he said in a low voice, Wang Lin, rest assured. Wang Lin said nothing more, bowed to Qi, then turned and stepped into the fog, flying towards Themlang. In fact, if he and Chuyi were to hide in the fog, Chuyi's swordsmanship might be the best approach. However, if Tham Lang had already discovered them, observing from afar would be less effective than going in himself. Furthermore, there was another important reason. Wang Lin thought Tham Lang wouldn't recognize him. Wang Lin was certain he had never met him before. This way, Wang Lin's consciousness spread out in the fog, moving forward. A distance of 10 miles was not far for him. Although the fog hindered him, it didn't take long to reach the open area. The moment Wang Lin appeared, 6 pairs of eyes turned towards him. "You, Wang Lin!" 5 members of the Great Luo Sword sect immediately recognized him. A sudden surge of killing intent emanated from the Great Luo Sword sect disciples. The Great Luo Sword sect and the Heavenly Fortune sect were sworn enemies. Upon meeting, they would immediately engage in battle without reason. Wang Lin's gaze remained calm. He glanced at everyone, then looked towards Tham Lang. Tham Lang's expression was also indifferent. The moment Wang Lin appeared, he opened his eyes and then closed them again. "I am Shen Long. The one who just arrived is Wang Lin, a disciple of the Heavenly Fortune sect." Shen Long suddenly spoke. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he looked at Shen Long without saying anything. He was waiting to see if the Great Luo Sword sect members were willingly here or trapped. This was crucial. If they were willing, then his previous judgment was completely wrong. "Arrogant, my senior brother asked you a question. Why don't you answer?" A disciple of the Great Luo Sword sect, imprisoned here for 100 years, had lost all self-control. Finding an excuse, he shouted, and the sword behind him flew out, slashing towards his opponent. The sword energy transformed into a black horse with blazing red eyes. The horse's breath was green, and it was covered in malevolent energy. It charged straight towards Wang Lin. This person's cultivation was only at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. But at this moment, he didn't care about that. After all, he still had several fellow disciples by his side. Moreover, his senior brother was there, surely they wouldn't let him be in danger. "Is this your way of treating guests?" Wang Lin didn't even bother to look at the sword energy, calmly gazing at the divine dragon. He had already confirmed that the Great Luo Sword sect members were definitely imprisoned here. If they hadn't been tormented for such a long time, they wouldn't have lost their composure like this. A flash of light flickered in Shen Long's eyes. He was about to speak, but Wang Lin moved. The life seal from his forehead suddenly spread out around him, forming a shield to block the incoming evil horse sword energy. A loud bang resounded as Wang Lin split his life seal, forming a stream of killing energy. It was like a dragon swiftly trapping the horse. Several disciples of the Great Luo Sword sect were preparing to attack when Shen Long shouted, "Retreat." As he spoke, Shen Long raised 2 fingers, forming a sword gesture. His 2 fingers, like lightning, pierced the killing energy surrounding the horse. His fingers contained a strange divine power. In an instant, after entering, Long Yi kicked the horse away. He turned around, ignoring the surrounding killing energy, and bowed to Wang Lin, saying, "Wang Daoist, my junior brother was too rude. I've made you laugh. It's all right." Wang Lin's voice remained calm. The murderous aura surrounding the divine dragon instantly shifted, wrapping around the sword and bringing it back to Wang Lin's side. Wang Lin raised his right hand to catch the sword. He lightly patted it, erased his consciousness, and then put it into his storage bag. Having been kicked away by the divine dragon and his sword snatched, the disciple of the Great Luo Sword sect spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, glaring at Wang Lin and shouting, "You! If you were a junior brother of Dallas Divine Dragon, then provoking me would be punishable by death. But I will keep this sword," Wang Lin said calmly. The divine dragon's eyes showed no change in expression, and he smiled, saying, "That's how it should be." He turned his head, coldly glancing at the horse, then coldly said, "Shut your mouth. Taoist Wang is not someone you can provoke. If you say another word, I will cripple your cultivation on behalf of my master." Evidently, the disciple was very afraid of the divine dragon, so he only nodded a few times and sat silently to the side. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. Ever since he entered, he had been wrong to suspect the Great Luo Sword sect's people of attacking him. Later, they even tried to seize the treasured sword, yet the divine dragon had endured all of this without the slightest change in expression. All of that proved that the divine dragon's schemes were profound. More importantly, it confirmed Wang Lin's earlier judgment that the other party needed him for something. At this moment, Them Lang opened his eyes, glanced at Wang Lin, and said, "Little brat, why hasn't your friend come?" Them Lang cursed inwardly. If it weren't for his fear of the divine consciousness still flickering in the mist, he would have seized Wang Lin the moment he appeared. During the time he had kept his eyes closed, he had adjusted his divine abilities 3 times. However, each time he was about to strike, the divine consciousness in the mist suddenly appeared as a warning. This made Them Lang hesitate for a moment before giving up. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he said, "My friend doesn't like noise. Senior, are you also from the Great Luo Sword Sect?" Them Lang glanced at Wang Lin, a smirk playing on his lips. Shen Long smiled and introduced, "Brother Wang. This senior is Them Lang, a contemporary of your and my master. Alas, if it weren't for his injury, and his cultivation only reaching the peak of the questioning peak stage, we wouldn't have been stuck here for hundreds of years." Shenlong is no ordinary person, Wang Lin thought to himself. Just one sentence from this person revealed everything important. "Senior Them Lang, if Taoist Wang of the Heavenly Fortune Sect and his friend are here, perhaps we should join forces and break through together. Maybe we can escape the encirclement of the demonic beasts," Shenlong said hastily. Demonic beasts? Wang Lin's expression remained calm, but he was paying attention to that. Them Lang's expression remained calm. He was about to refuse, but his gaze suddenly froze as he looked into the purple mist. He saw that the mist had slightly trembled and then contracted. Looking into Shen Long's eyes, Them Lang nodded and said, "If you are impatient and I refuse, I fear you will become suspicious. Let's just charge through." Shen Long hastily shook his head, saying, "I wouldn't dare. I'm just worried about my junior brother outside the demon spirit land after being trapped here for so long." Them Lang chuckled coldly. He quickly leapt up and led the way, flying straight towards the mist. Shen Long took a deep breath, clasped his hands to Wang Lin, and whispered, "Brother Wang, here, let's put our sex affairs aside. Once you enter this mist, you can't get out. There's only one way out right ahead, but unfortunately, it's surrounded by a pack of strange demonic beasts. To get out, we must break through the encirclement." Wang Lin nodded, and together with Shen Long and several disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect, they flew out. While flying close to Them Lang, Wang Lin's life seal emitted a faint aura, silently defending himself. In fact, not only him, but Shen Long also secretly activated his divine abilities, fearing Wang Lin's sneak attack. The remaining disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect, especially Wu Ma, looked at Wang Lin with even more malice. Everyone had the thought of entering the purple mist together, flying straight towards the exit. Them Lang flew ahead, his mind always vigilant. Within the mist, a faint, almost imperceptible divine consciousness constantly swept past him. He even felt that if he wasn't careful, the consciousness would attack him. Damn it, why does Wang Lin have someone like this helping him? Them Lang's face darkened. Everyone's speed was very fast. It didn't take long before they were close to the edge of the purple mist. The mist here gradually thinned, allowing them to see clearly outside. Their divine consciousness could now spread out to observe the outside. As Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out to observe, the scene outside instantly filled him with dread. This is. He took a deep breath. The sight before him made Wang Lin feel disbelief. He felt as if he had returned to the world of the ancient gods' inheritance, and upon arriving outside the mysterious planet, he saw countless spirit beasts. Wang Lin's fear was not unexpected by the divine dragon group. They had felt the same way back then. But they didn't know that not only could Wang Lin recognize those people, but he also knew them very well. Even the greedy Wolf hadn't anticipated this. The countless spirit beasts outside emitted a buzzing sound. When they saw everyone appear, they raised their long trunks, their eyes filled with ferocity. At this moment, in another part of the mist, half of Wang Lin's spirit beast emerged. It stared blankly at its kind before it. While still inside the storage bag, it sensed an unsettling aura surrounding it. It had never felt this aura before, yet it was strangely familiar. After emerging from the storage bag, it flew through the mist for a while. Towards the source of this aura, it felt both a desire to connect with it and a touch of fear and hesitation, like returning home after many years away. Among the spirit beasts, some stood by the mist. Upon seeing a fellow spirit beast, they stared in astonishment. But in an instant, the ferocity in their eyes vanished, replaced by a hint of doubt. Several spirit beasts hissed, circling around Wang Lin's spirit beast. Their large trunks occasionally brushed against it. Finally, they flew back to the pack of spirit beasts, turning their heads and hissing as if calling out. Wang Lin's spirit beast hesitated slightly, then flew forward and disappeared into the swarm of spirit beasts. No one noticed. Them Lang flew away, stopping at the edge of the mist. At that moment, he suddenly turned and stared intently at the mist. He saw the mist silently swirling and moving. This phenomenon wasn't confined to one spot, but spread throughout the entire purple mist. Within it, thunderous explosions could be heard. This immediately drew the attention of the Great Luo Sword Sect and Wang Lin. A flicker of joy appeared in Tham Lang's eyes. He had noticed the unusual nature of the mist earlier, which was why he had agreed to the Divine Dragon's request. At this moment, he took a deep breath, patted his storage bag, and a small cauldron instantly appeared in his hand. A cloud of purple smoke spewed from the cauldron, enveloping Tham Lang's entire body. Then, he stepped into the purple mist. In an instant, his spirit stirred. Immediately, a shriek erupted from the swarm of spirit beasts. All the beasts shrieked in unison, their voices like the wails of demons snatching souls, echoing through the purple mist and unsettling people's spirits. The mist swirled and churned even more violently. If someone were to look from another angle, they could clearly see the purple mist in the abyss rapidly shrinking. The faces of the Divine Dragon sect members changed drastically, and they prepared to rush out. But just as they lifted their feet, they heard the greedy Wolf laugh loudly. He waved his sleeve, releasing a burst of energy that caused the Great Luo Sword Sect disciples to stop abruptly. I have waited 100 years, and finally the day has come for the purple mist to recede. The purple mist contracted at an extremely rapid pace. At the edge, a stream of death energy appeared. No matter what the Great Luo Sword Sect disciples did, they could not penetrate it. They were even corroded by the purple mist, causing them to lose a lot of energy and feel lethargic. Even among the disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect, some unleashed Ling Tianhu's sword energy, but it had no effect whatsoever. They were instantly absorbed by the death chi. Shenlong's expression changed, and he turned sharply towards Wang Lin, who was rapidly retreating, saying, "Brother Wang, this is a dangerous time. Why aren't your friends intervening?" "Wang Lin, I don't want to kill you so soon. But if you don't know better, no one can save you." The voice of Tham Lang echoed from within the purple mist. Wang Lin said nothing, only retreating quickly. At this moment, the surrounding mist was shrinking at an extremely fast speed. Even a slight delay could lead to danger if the death chen nearby corroded the mist. "Brother Wang," Shenlong said urgently, as the disciples of the Great Luo Sword Sect also quickly retreated. "Brother Shenlong, right now, I can barely protect myself." "Don't say any more." Wang Lin shook his head and quickly disappeared into the purple mist. The immortal sword with Zhao Yi's name on it circled around him. Shenlong's expression turned gloomy, and he sighed. The Heavenly Fortune Sect and their Great Luo Sword Sect were originally rivals. It was normal for the other side not to want to fight. Shenlong knew that. It's only my hesitation that's to blame. If I had decided to betray Tham Ling earlier and used the sword energy bestowed by my master to deal with him, I wouldn't have ended up like this. There was a hint of regret in Shenlong's eyes. But he also knew that even with his master's sword energy, a senior expert like Tham Ling would surely know about it and would obviously be prepared. Therefore, the outcome was difficult to predict. It was even possible that, except for himself, all his fellow disciples would be annihilated.